that we have a well-defined front moving through. Usually it's just a batch of rain, then it's gone. But today from 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock, the front will move from west to east through Southern California. Ventura County first, Inland Empire last. That's when we could see rainfall rates in excess of 1 inch per hour. That's when we will have the highest risk of mudslides, landslides, and flooding. And now to then, for the next 3 or 4 hours, we will continue to have soaking rainfall. Now, we're going to get an inch of rain before the front gets here. We may get an inch or more of rain when the front's here. And since that rain's coming down so quickly, that could be a problem. I just want to show you the rainfall rates of the stuff that's falling outside right now. It's about 1/20th of 1 inch in Fontana and Inglewood. It's a little bit stronger in Porter Ranch, a little bit stronger in Calabasas. The heaviest rain I could find over the past hour was the Malibu Hills, 1/6 of an inch of rain per hour. It will be 6 times more intense as that front passes later on today. Just goes to show you how heavy the rain is going to be. Here's the rain in Malibu and over the Palisades burn scar. It's raining heavily also along the 101 through Calabasas and Agora Hills. We have steady rainfall in Orange County, Anaheim and Santa Ana, and Westminster getting heavy rain. Here's a 2-hour time lapse. It's pouring rain from Santa Clarita all the way to San Bernardino. And I do want to show you where that front is right now, where we expect that intense rain to move through. It's marching its way south. It is currently between San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara. So we've got a rain issue. We got a lot of rain coming. Making matters worse is the fact that when a cold front comes through, it's going to get kind of windy. Meteorologist Marina Jurek is here to talk about how much rain has fallen, how much rain we expect, and more on this wind. That could be a tree issue as well.
That's right. And when we talked about this, Paul, when we talk about debris flows and mud flows, a lot of the fire has unfortunately brought the attention to some downed trees, root systems that have been pushed up. So when we do get that wind behind the front, that only exacerbates the issue when it comes to the potential of those debris flows and those mud flows, because that is already weak and the wind will intensify that and weaken it as it pushes through. So that's something we'll have to watch later on this afternoon. But the rain already so far, this is rainfall totals for the day today at 1.75 inches in San Gabriel Mountain areas, and that's where we are really watching, especially in that Eaton Fire burn scar area. Pasadena just above 3/4 inch, and Corona over 1/4 inch, as we will continue to see the rain only get stronger as we move into the day today. So as we push this forward with our next weather futurecast, we can see that totals will be anywhere up to 2.5 to 3 inches across the San Gabriel, San Bernardino Mountains, heading into the Inland Empire, anywhere in Ventura County up to about 1 inch, and then in LA County and Orange County about 1 inch to 2 inches. At 5:45 p.m., we're going to see a whole lot of rain while you're heading home throughout Malibu, Thousand Oaks, heading into LA County, pretty much encompassing all of LA County, heading down the 210 all the way through Inland Empire. And remember, it's moving from west to east, so it will start to intensify 11, 12 o'clock in Ventura County. Then it will shift as it moves into LA County and Orange County tonight, with the heaviest of rain right there in those upslope mountains. So we're going to be dealing with a lot of that heavy rain throughout the 210 corridor there around the San Gabriels. Then by 7, 8 o'clock tonight, shifting into the Inland Empire, where we will be looking at things quieting down with just some leftover rain and snow into tomorrow morning. Watch out. We do have a flood watch in effect and a flash flood watch throughout the day today. And we are going to be getting a breath of fresh air with a lot of sunshine and drier conditions by the weekend. Back to you.
Okay, Marina, thank you so much. And we'll have more coverage of our storm after the break.
Guys,
Still working, eh?
take tomorrow off.
Keys.
This might be a surprise. I don't like traditional makeup. The first time I got my makeup done when I was 15, it made me look awful. I like makeup that makes you look like yourself, but better. Miracle Balm is the center of my beauty philosophy. It's not just makeup, it's not just skincare, it's both. It gives you moisture, and it only takes a nanosecond to put it on. It just makes you glow and look healthy. It's the ultimate you, but better product. Learn more at jonesroadbeauty.com.
Eczema isn't always obvious.
Eczema isn't always red.
But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you.
With Ebglyss. Ebglyss is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real itch relief and real results.
Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Ebglyss.
Talk to your doctor about Ebglyss for eczema.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
And now at 11:30, some areas near the Eaton burn scar are under evacuation orders. The reminder city officials are telling residents.
Plus, the Palisades burn area faces serious mud flow danger. We'll explain the precautions and help in place for you.
And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is confirmed to head up the health department. Now the focus shifts to another possible cabinet post in the Trump administration. Welcome to KCAL News at 11:30. I'm Chris Holmstrom.
And I'm Kalina Estrinos. And Southern California, as you can see behind me, is in the middle of our largest storm in nearly a year. There are risk of flooding and mudslides across LA County.
And we've got live team coverage of this dangerous system. Rick Montanez, Tina Patel, and Cara Fincham in the fire zones.
Yeah, meteorologist Paul Diano and Marina Jurica are tracking the storm cells, and I'll tell you about trouble spots out on the roadways as well. But I do want to start off with Paul right now to tell us when things will be the most intense.
Hey, Kalina, a lot lot of people might be wondering right now, with the rain picking up outside, is this the front that's coming through maybe earlier than we first thought? I'm here to let you know that answer is no. This is not the front. This is still out ahead of the front. The actual boundary hasn't even made it to Santa Barbara yet. The front's important because the front will be the line where the rain will get the most intense. And with an inch or two of rain already in the ground, that intense rainfall may exacerbate the flooding. So what's going on right now? We just have widespread, steady, soaking rainfall over almost every square inch of Southern California. This is what the radar looks like right now. Anything you see in the yellow is a rainfall rate of about 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of rain per hour. Remember that, because we're going to talk more about that coming up. It's everywhere in eastern Ventura County and western LA County, all along the PCH, all along the 101, all along the 118. They kind of all parallel each other. It's just pouring from San Fernando to Simi Valley, back to Thousand Oaks and Moore Park and Calabasas, downtown Los Angeles. Let's head out to the Inland Empire. It continues to pour in San Bernardino and Fontana. And as we zoom out wide and show you a 2-hour lapse, you can clearly see the increase in intensity over the past couple hours. As the front approaches, the rain will get more and more intense because we're getting more lift in the atmosphere. So that just wringing out the washcloth a little bit harder and squeezing out more rainfall. Here's the view from Mount Wilson. I wish for skiers and snowboarders this would be a big snow event in the mountains. It's a big rain event right now. It's 41 degrees in Mount Wilson. So your next weather headlines: wettest day in a year, highway flooding is likely, mudslides are possible with that late day cold front. And as we bring in meteorologist Marina Jurica to talk more about the storm and what's coming next, it's all about this front because the rainfall intensity is going to be so high. So how bad is it going to get, Marina?
Well, we're just going to continue to see our rainfall rates go up because the strongest part of the storm hasn't even come in yet. That cold front is making its way out of the San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara area, and it'll slowly creep from Ventura County, moving all the way through the Inland Empire as we head into this afternoon and evening. So taking a look at a snapshot here at 5:45 p.m., this is when it will be the heaviest. And remember, as Paul mentioned, you get a lot of that upslope. You get a lot of that lift when it finally starts to move closer to us, and that will increase and pump more moisture into our atmosphere and allow for us to get better dynamics and the potential with a slight chance of those thunderstorms moving in as well. So that's what we need to watch out for. Rain rates of up to 1 inch per hour. You can see much of LA County as well as Orange County getting the heaviest of rain as we push through the evening commute. So now through 2 p.m., soaking rains ahead of this cold front. 2 to 8 p.m., that front will move from west to east, and it progressively will bring by later on this evening the heaviest of rain to the Inland Empire and the desert, and then 1 inch of rain in an hour is possible. So that will bring us the highest risk of mudslides and debris flows, which we'll be watching very carefully as we remain under a flood watch and a flash flood watch for our entire viewing area for the day today. Kalina, I'm sure this is not helping out on the roads right now.
Not at all. The only good news right now is that the morning rush is over. So we're seeing lighter conditions overall just for regular driving. However, we still have a couple issues when it comes to flooding. We have road work happening right now. This, though, is a live look at the 15 Cajon Pass in our next traffic camera. Wanted to show you how wet it is out there and difficult it would be to maneuver through this area. And I'm also seeing a lot of incidents with big rigs involved. This one is one of them. It's a big rig crash. Sigler here, 91 east of the 215. The transition road is blocked off. Another crash southbound 215 before Box Springs. Right lane is blocked. You can, though, see all the green on the roadways through the Inland Empire. Same deal with Orange County. But zooming in here, this is a look at the 110 at Crenshaw, where you can see some volume, but it's not too bad. I am seeing reports of some flooding happening right now on the Valley Boulevard on-ramp to the 605. So I'll keep an eye on any roadway flooding as well through the morning, but just take it easy out there if you're heading out the door. And in Altadena, the mud is starting to slide in the charred hillsides of the Eaton fire, but so far it doesn't look that bad. But with all the rain that we're expecting later on today, it could take a turn for the worse.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And KCAL News reporter Rick Montanez has been out there all morning in Altadena with what homeowners need to know to protect themselves, but also their property. Rick.
Yeah, you know, it's coming down, and as Kalina said, not too bad, but it is a precursor potentially of what could come. I mean, just look at the street here. This is Loma Alta here, right at Lake Avenue, at the top of Lake Avenue. And you see all of this debris, mud in the road. That came down within the last hour because we had about 20 minutes of really heavy rain, and that very quickly changed things for us, and it was quite dramatic to see it. But let's show you some of the neighborhoods that we went through. This is in the evacuation warning area still here in Altadena. So we were over about a mile away from here off Loma Alta, and this is Glen Allen Lane, where there are 4 homes at the top of that steep hill that survived the fire, but now they're threatened with this potential for mud or debris flow from the storms. You see in the video some of the topsoil appears to have come down. They have K-rails there to protect the properties, but these are the things we're watching for because as Paul was talking about with Marina just a moment ago, we've already had a lot of rainfall and we're expecting a lot more, so the ground could move pretty quickly, and officials are telling people just to be prepared. We know that more rain is on the way, but what else comes with it, we can only guess at this point.
My main point here is there's still a lot of uncertainty in exactly what's going to play out. There's a large range of scenarios that extend from at least minor flooding and debris flows that are on the minor side, mudslides and rock slides, all the way up to something significant or extreme occurring. A lot of uncertainty in exactly what plays out. So now is the time to be weather ready. Now is the time to be thinking about what you do to protect your life and those of your loved ones.
So we were able to show you a while ago what it looked like up on the hillsides where it is barren, it burned, but right now there's too many clouds that have kind of moved their way in, so it's obscuring our view. But you see all around me the rain, and then in the street you see certainly that mud that came down pretty quickly, but the flow has appeared to have stopped or minimized anyway because the rain lightened up a little bit. But in the last few minutes we started to notice it pick up. Not heavy yet, moderate, but still more heavy rain on the way. Reporting live in Altadena, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
Rick, thank you. What a mess out there. Well, more than 100 homes in the Palisades area have already received an order to evacuate.
KCAL News reporter Tina Patel continues our live team coverage at one of the homes on Temescal Canyon Road where the order was sent. Tina.
Yeah, good morning. We had just learned that there were some evacuation orders, and one of the areas of concern is here. You can see the hillsides over here on the top. You see some of the tarps that have been put out on the hillside. The hope is that those protective measures will be enough to stop any slides if there are periods of heavy rain today, but we just don't know, and that's why authorities decided that they were going to go individually to some homeowners and ask them to leave just in case. Now, I want to show you, we're getting some heavy rain right now. We've had periods of heavy rain throughout the morning. It's been pretty steady in the burn scar here in the Pacific Palisades and Malibu. We have seen a lot of crews, especially Caltrans. They've been driving up and down PCH, kind of keeping an eye on the hillsides. They report no major problems. There's been a few areas where some mud has come down, but they've been very quick. They had bulldozers pre-positioned to kind of keep the roads clear. It's one of the reasons they actually closed PCH is because they knew there could be a likelihood of slides. A lot of Malibu is along the coast, especially, is under a evacuation warning. And again, parts of LA also under evacuation warnings. And this morning, the mayor told us that some homeowners actually have been told the safest thing to do is leave.
106 homes were contacted, again, through individual door knocks. Those individuals should have also received a warning, a text, the alert. So if you are in an area where there is an evacuation warning, you will have received it on your phone. If you live in one of the 106 houses that is ordered to evacuate, you will have been personally contacted on your cell phone, a door knock, and a door hanger if you were not there.
And again, as the rain gets heavier throughout the day, some of those warnings could become mandatory orders. We also heard from city officials today that even though the burn areas are the areas they're most concerned about, they say there could be flooding with these storms. There could be rock slides around other hillsides. So they're actually asking everyone in Southern California to be vigilant with this storm system. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, you can see just how much the rain's coming down. Tina, thank you. Also, some other areas in Sierra Madre are under evacuation orders. There's burn scars there that are saturated, so that means a risk of debris and mud flows.
Absolutely. KCAL News reporter Cara Finstrom is live in Sierra Madre now with a look at the conditions at this hour. Cara.
You know, this rain has been nonstop since early this morning, not at its heaviest yet, but you can see already it's just kind of flowing down the street. It's clear. That's a good sign, and it's running as it should into the storm drain. If we pan up, you can see all of the sandbags and the K-rails that have been lined up to divert it to where it needs to go. Now, earlier this morning, about 1,000 people here in the Sierra Canyon area, they were asked to leave because of concerns about unstable hillsides. We caught up with some officers with bullhorns driving through those evacuated neighborhoods. This is the area around Mary's Market where there are a lot of small homes that are tucked into the hillsides, narrow roads up there. Local leaders want to get everyone out before the heaviest rain starts. Officers and city officials, they have been going door to door up there. In some case, they're stopping and talking with homeowners about the risks. We did talk with one woman who had gotten an evacuation order, but said that she was hoping she wouldn't really have to leave. She was hoping her home would be protected by her backyard.
They will also have our Sierra Madre Search and Rescue and our CERT teams knocking on doors, helping people to evacuate their homes if they need it. We will have messaging on our social media, city social media platforms, and then we also will be utilizing our Nixle alert system in conjunction with the Genesis Protect app.
Yeah, so lots of resources out here to help folks who aren't sure about whether they want to leave or not. Folks can talk with some of these people who are going up and down these streets, and again, they can get some assistance. Back at the emergency center, we know they are monitoring some cameras that are situated up in the hillsides, watching them for any debris flows that start. So we'll keep you posted as more information is passed along to us. But at this point, even though we've had a lot of rain since this morning, everything looks good. It looks like those hillsides are, for the most part, staying put.
We're hoping it stays that way. Cara, thank you. Let's get to this now. The White House appears to be setting the stage to dismantle the Department of Education. It was one of President Trump's campaign promises. His nominee to head the department, Linda McMahon, was on Capitol Hill for her confirmation hearing. And she told the panel Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is eyeing her potential department.
Doge, there are a couple of implants at the Department of Education, as there are with agencies throughout the district, and they're doing an audit.
CBS News has confirmed some probationary or newer employees at the department have received notices of termination.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been confirmed to head up the Department of Health and Human Services. RFK Jr. got a 52-48 full Senate vote. That's after he faced weeks of tough questioning and scrutiny by lawmakers who were skeptical that he could do the job because of previous controversial opinions on vaccines and other health topics. Senator Mitch McConnell was the only Republican to vote against Kennedy. And we're continuing to be on storm watch and tracking the rain as it moves into our region. Meteorologist Marina Jerica is back after the break with an update.
And eye on the prize, how much you'll need if you want to retire comfortably.
Does your wife know you spent over $600 on takeout?
We're busy. We don't have time to cook.
Okay, but you know you're also paying for a meal kit on top of that.
Wait, really?
Look, just get Rocket Money. It shows you all your expenses in one place, and it even tracks your subscriptions. And any subscription you don't want, which for you is a lot you don't need, you can cancel right in the app.
So you mean I don't have to call customer service to cancel?
Nope, no hold times or anything. And we'll even try to get you a refund for the money you spent, which I'm sure your wife will appreciate.
Downloading Rocket Money right now.
With TruGreen, we got a great price on a golf course quality lawn,
which attracted golfers.
Morning.
Who needs a warm-up?
And because TruGreen's doing the work, we get to have more fun.
Please don't post that.
Too late.
They don't have grass this thick in Australia.
That's what happens when you have a great lawn.
Shanked it again, huh? They're fun to have around.
PGA Tour quality lawns for as little as $1 a day.
Where are we playing next?
Get started at TruGreen.com.
I'm Brody Jenner. When I'm in my creative zone, it's not just about the music, it's about the whole vibe. The Acoustic Studio and Tower Pro elevate that experience with next-level sound quality and the perfect custom scent. Adjust the audio and choose a scent that complements your mood. It's about creating an atmosphere that inspires creativity and relaxation. It's more than just a diffuser, it's a full sensory experience. Don't miss out on this unique blend of scent and sound. Trust me. Elevate your everyday moments and make them unforgettable.
How are you feeling about the exam?
All good. If I don't sleep, I mean.
If it helps, I'm using Chegg. Total game changer.
Yeah, I've tried AI.
It's better than that. Step-by-step guidance, real human experts, and practice questions, so I know I've got it.
Maybe I should try.
Yeah, he definitely needs Chegg. Get a grip on college with Chegg.
Hey, good morning. We have several incidents out there. This is what it looks like on the 5. We head on out to the Inland Empire. You can see that really heavy backup there.
Next traffic on KCAL News Mornings is about helping you get where you need to go.
Rain really blossoms here, and that's due to the fact that we've got a cold front that's marching in right in between San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara right now that is increasing the lift, pumping the moisture into our region, and that is what's only going to intensify as that front gets closer and we head into this evening. So taking a look at 545, there is the edge of that front, and it is about to move through downtown LA, pushing into Orange County, the Inland Empire and the 210 corridor and the San Gabriels, and we're going to be watching that area very carefully because the San Gabriel Mountains have already seen over 1 3/4 inches of rain. Porter Ranch over 1.5 inches, Pasadena almost at 1 inch, as well as Oxnard and Corona down at just over 1/4 inch. And this is not even the heaviest of rain, and that's why we have to be very careful. And we have a flood watch and a flash flood watch in effect for our entire viewing area because the heaviest of rain is going to be moving in tonight. Paul Diano is going to have a look at your futurecast so that we are able to pinpoint where we will see the largest rain amounts. That's all coming up in the next 6 minutes, so stay tuned for that full next weather forecast. Back to you.
All right, Marina, thank you. Checking out at the grocery store these days can lead to some serious sticker shock. Food prices are up nearly 2% over the past year, but a recent survey by Consumer Reports may help you save some money by purchasing store brands. In a blind taste test of coffee, Consumer Reports found tasters enjoyed store brands over more expensive name brands. Experts say shoppers may want to consider trading those more expensive name brands for their store brand counterparts.
Whilst you're at the grocery store, stop by those personal care sections where you can see body wash and shampoo and toothpaste even. If you shop national name brand versus store brands, those store brands can save you 40% over your personal care. While grocery savings are a little bit smaller, about 20%, personal care, that mouthwash, all those active ingredients are the same.
Interesting. Well, one item that everyone is talking about right now, eggs. They're talking about how they can't find them anywhere. Consumer Reports says shoppers can expect egg prices to rise as much as 20% this year as the bird flu continues to impact poultry producers.
It appears trouble may be brewing in the craft beer industry thanks to President Trump's new announced tariffs on steel and aluminum imports. Brewers say they're worried it'll drive up the cost of materials used to make a can of beer, like also for kegs and steel tanks. But those in favor of the tariff say they may help boost domestic manufacturers.
According to a recent analysis, Californians would need $2.3 million saved if they want to retire comfortably for 20 years. So, are you on the right track? Maribel Aber shows us how much you should have in your 401k.
Hey, young professionals between the ages of 35 and 44, are you saving enough for retirement? Financial planners generally suggest that you should aim to have at least 3 times your annual salary set aside by the time you're 40. Now, the average salary in this age group is about $67,500, which would mean a target 401k balance of approximately $203,000. But according to Vanguard, which tracks retirement savings across America annually, the average 401k for this group is around $91,000. Now, these amounts relate to Vanguard accounts and don't take into account if a person has separate IRAs or other 401ks. Still, it's a good reminder for younger professionals to make sure they are taking full advantage of any employer matching options offered with their retirement fund. The target 401k balance for the next group up, ages 45 to 54, is $168,000, and 55 to 64, $244,000.
All right, better start saving.
Start saving.
We got to
that
get on
money.
track.
Valentine's Day is tomorrow and love is in the air, but not everyone has the best intentions. How to protect your heart from those pesky scammers.
Gosh, those scammers. Plus, we're just getting started. We're tracking heavy rain as it makes its way through our region. Meteorologist Paul Diano is back with your full forecast.
When my hair started to thin, I thought, am I gonna have any hair left?
After I gave birth, my hair wasn't even thinning, it was gone.
As I got older, I couldn't grow it past my shoulders.
Nutrafol has different formulas for all the different changes so many women go through.
Within 3 months, my hair is significantly fuller.
It's longer, it's thicker.
My friends noticed it. I felt like a completely different person.
Try the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com.
Get the life back. Okay, good. He's breathing. Okay.
When I saw that Ethan was not breathing, I determined that I needed to use something to remove the obstruction from his airway.
It's very important for every household to have a life vest.
Everyone should have one in their home. Anything can happen at any moment.
I want my friends and family and people that I serve to know that we have this device to potentially save lives.
Protect your family. Go to lifehack.net.
Go to lifehack.net or call 877-LIFEHACK.
With Chime, I get to decide when I get paid. It's kind of crazy. We can't choose when we get paid. Chime changed that for me. My pay lets me get up to $500 of my pay when I need it. There's no interest, no credit checks, no mandatory fees. My pay gives me the freedom to handle anything that life brings. I have big goals, and I'm not waiting for payday anymore. And you shouldn't either. That's why I Chime. Join me at chime.com and get paid when you say.
Lots of men have trouble performing their best in bed. For some guys, it's issues getting hard. For others, it's finishing too quickly. Either way, Hims can help. At 4hims.com, you can get clinically proven treatments from licensed medical providers, all from the comfort of home. With a 100% online process and free discreet shipping, it's never been easier to get hard, stay hard, and last longer than ever. Get started today with a free online consultation at 4hims.com.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: to provide a higher standard of care. Safe, reliable, nurse-led care right in people's homes. That's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be. Now, local agencies are looking for experienced nurses and caregivers who have the passion it takes to deliver that higher standard of care.
Online dating is now the most popular way people meet romantic partners, according to a recent Stanford study. But finding love on the internet can open the door to romance scams. It's where someone sets up a fake profile, gains the victim's trust, and then manipulates them into sending money.
The catfishers always give you instructions how to send them the money.
Jane Mason is a retired FBI agent. She now works with victims and says these types of scams are particularly crushing.
You've lost, your some self-pride, your respect. Maybe you were in love and now you don't have that love relationship anymore. And it's very difficult between your actual loss and then your personal loss.
Nearly 65,000 people reported romance scams in 2023, according to the Federal Trade Commission, with total losses amounting to $1.14 billion. So how can you protect yourself?
One easy step you can do is reverse image search. I'm going to use one of my photos to demonstrate how this works. We're going to pull up Google. In the search bar, you'll notice there's a microphone button and a camera button. We're going to click the camera button and we're going to upload a photo. You'll notice my picture shows up and other photos as well. But the key is they all show my name, Jen Sullivan. A scammer's photo would show up, but different names would be listed. That's a red flag.
Fraud is about trust.
Christopher Del Zotto works in the financial crime section of the FBI. He says be aware if the person wants to leave the dating app to communicate directly, if the person doesn't want to meet in person. Del Zotto also says these crimes are particularly hard to prosecute because these scammers are often overseas.
Whether it be through our 55 field offices domestically or our reach internationally and all the private sector partnerships and law enforcement contacts we have globally, we try to connect the dots.
For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Yeah, people just find love
I know.
and not have to worry about scammers.
Take a look at this. Looks like we're in the Pacific Northwest.
This makes me fall in love.
There you go. We're falling in love with this weather. Taking a live look outside, Catalina Island, where it looks like it's about to be dark outside.
Yeah, but we're laying in with Paul Diano right now, our meteorologist. You're telling us about all of the storm system coming our way and what we should worry about.
Well, we got to worry about what's outside right now. There is an increasing flooding threat. We're already seeing widespread street flooding just from this, and this is ahead of the front. Man, is it pouring. We haven't seen a radar like this in more than a year, where the entire San Fernando Valley, all the way up past Santa Clarita and all the way into the Antelope Valley, just covered in steady rainfall. Anything you see with yellow is 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of rain per hour. That's a pretty heavy rainfall right now. Mind you, later today, it'll be 1 inch of rain per hour as a cold front comes through. Steady rain along the 210 and the 15 in the Inland Empire. It's raining in Orange County, and you can see just piles of rain. Now that Palisades burn scar, that's just getting a lot of rain right now. That may be my bigger concern over the Eaton burn scar because it's just consistently heavy rainfall. Now, Futurecast has just updated. This is a change. I have to go back and change this graphic after we put it on the air because before at 5:45, that front was right over Los Angeles. Now it's already past LA. So the timeline is moving up. The front will get here earlier. Guys, back to you.
Hey, Paul, thank you so much, and thank you for watching KCAL News at 11:30.
KCAL News at noon with Amy Johnson and Sheba Turk is coming up next.
Haley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now for the premier festival that celebrates the stars and creators of hit shows, including Severance, Cobra Kai, Agatha All Along, Matlock, The Handmaid's Tale, Hacks, Poker Face, and Gilmore Girls, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Etoile, the Amy Sherman-Palladino multiverse. Get an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Don't miss Paley Fest, March 21st through the 29th. Tickets sell fast, so visit paleyfest.org to buy now.
Guys, still working, eh? Take tomorrow off. Keys.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Now at noon, from mudslides to flooding, we've got our eyes on the hillsides and recent burn scars. A storm is dumping steady rain across our area, and the worst of it is still ahead. Hello and welcome to KCAL News at noon and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Sheba Turk joining you for the day. This latest storm has been pouring down across Southern California since early this morning, with much of our area seeing a steady amount of rain over the past few hours.
Yeah, we have live team coverage. Our reporters are tracking the conditions across our area, but we begin with KCAL meteorologist Paul Diano here now with our next weather first forecast. Paul.
Big news, the timeline of all of this is moving up a bit. We'll get to that in a second. I want to show you what's going on right now, because as we get into the lunch hour, a lot of folks out and about. It is going to be crazy slow anywhere you go today, because everywhere in Southern California is covered in rainfall right now. This is a non-discriminatory storm. It's getting all of us. So I'll take you to a few specific spots to show you what's going on there. Lesser rain south of the 210 and south of the 10, but get into the foothills. It has been pouring all morning long in the foothills of the San Bernardinos. Fontana coming up on 2 inches of rainfall. San Bernardino nearly an inch just over the past couple hours. Pouring also in Rancho Cucamonga. It is raining everywhere from Pasadena all the way to Santa Clarita, all the way south past Woodland Hills, all the way west to Thousand Oaks. We are just covered in steady soaking rainfall in western LA County and eastern Ventura County. Look at all that rain piling in and over a couple of our burn scars as well. Eaton Fire up here, the Palisades Fire over here, both of them experiencing heavy rainfall right now. I want to take you outside. This is the view from Mount Wilson. It's raining, not snowing in the mountains, but the mountains are the concern because that slope, all that debris could work its way down and liquefy if we get too much water over the next couple hours. This will likely be the wettest day we've had in more than a year. Highway flooding, likely, it's already happening. Mudslides are possible with this intense rain moving in, and a late day cold front. If I had the chance to update that graphic right now, I would change that, because the timing of when the cold front's going to arrive has changed by about 2 hours. Let's bring in meteorologist Alex Biston with more on that, because that is a big deal. Alex.
It is a big deal, Paul. And you know, we want to show you a snapshot of exactly when that front is going to move through, especially for our areas, you know, our fire burn scars. And that is the big concern as we move into the afternoon. So our Futurecast snapshot is going to show you that front moving through around 3:55, 4 o'clock. That is when we are expecting some of that heaviest rain to come down. And you can see that is indicated when we see these colors of yellow, orange, and red. So when we see rainfall rates closer to an inch per hour, that is when we look at issues with debris flows, rock slides, mudslides. Of course, that's something that we will be watching as we head through the next few hours. But yes, it is a big deal, because this is when we are expecting that heaviest rain to arrive in Southern California. So flood watches have been posted. So typically when we talk about a flood watch, we are looking at all of the ingredients coming together for flooding. It doesn't mean it's actually happening at that hour. But then when we have the flood warning or flash flood warning in effect, that means that it is happening, it is imminent, and that is what we are going to really meticulously watch as we head through the next few hours, through the 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock hour. So we've got those flash watches in effect, flash flood watches in effect. As far as the rain, really the bulk of it arriving this afternoon into this evening. Still that chance of showers as we head into Friday, but really that storm system is going to move out. We're dry by the weekend. A closer look at your extended forecast and, of course, the Futurecast model to show you what the rest of the day will look like here in Southern California. That is coming up very soon. For now, we send it over to Kalina. She is watching the roads. And Kalina, it's one of those days, right? You just want to try to stay off the roads.
Yes, exactly. That would be great. And you know what? I am seeing that in the Inland Empire in Orange County. It was much lighter for your morning commute. Now we have a little bit of a break between the morning commute and the afternoon rush, which is good news because lighter conditions overall. However, I'm still seeing several drivers lose control out there. This is the camera, Caltrans camera out on the 18 in Crestline. You can see it shaking around. You can see how gloomy it is, how wet it is out there this morning as well. And cars coming on by, but you got to give yourself plenty of space between you and the car in front of you. I do have a SIG alert. This one's a big rig crash, and I've been saying this all morning for the past couple of hours. There are so many accidents involving big rigs this morning. If you are driving on the roadway and plan to later on today, got to make sure you stay away from them because these crashes just keep on popping up. 118 west at Balboa, carpool left lane blocked off. Then on the opposite direction at the same exit, the carpool lane is also off limits. This is an issue also on the 118. Bottom line here, if you have to head out the door, make sure you slow down, you take it easy, check your tires, check your wipers, and just be careful as you head head out the door. Ladies, back to you.
All right, thank you, Kalina. Evacuation orders are in place for parts of Sierra Madre over concerns about mudslides and debris flow.
KCAL News reporter Cara Finstrom is live in Sierra Madre with a look at the conditions right now. Cara.
Well, it's raining. You know, it has been nonstop since early this morning. Some periods heavier than others, but, you know, this area just getting soaked. You can see the streets behind us. All the water is running down right now, as it should, heading into the storm drain, being diverted by those sandbags and also the K-rails further up the street. And it is clear, which is a good sign. But there are big worries about potential mud flows. And a little earlier today, we were up in a hillside community where officers were taking bullhorns and going up and down the streets, letting folks know they are under mandatory evacuation orders. And this is the area right around Mary's Market. There are lots of homes tucked into the hillside up there, and the roads are really narrow. So the concern is if we start seeing mud flows up there, it'll be hard for folks to get out and for first responders to get in. We also had folks with the city going door to door, talking with people and kind of just explaining the risk to them, hoping that they will leave because they say, you know, a little bit later, folks may not be able to get in to help them. We saw them stop and talk with one woman who was hoping that the way her backyard is situated would be able to protect her.
They provided sandbags for folks, so we got a couple out here. And, you know, if the mud's come down heavy, I don't think it's going to stop it, but we're trying to do what we can.
There's a tremendous amount of burn scar above us, way more than we've ever had in any previous fire, and it's got nowhere to go than to come down. This is the first storm that we've received word from the LA County of a phase 2 mud flow alert.
And a phase 2 mud flow alert means that they are expecting moderate to heavy rain. And the woman we heard from there, actually, she is not in the evacuation zone, but she's right outside of it, just across the street. And she's hoping that those sandbags may be able to divert some water away. But she says if it gets much heavier, she will be monitoring the situation and ready to go. So we will be as well. And again, the word from local officials here is just keep your fingers crossed, but they want to be prepared for the worst. Back to you.
Certainly key to be prepared. All right, Cara, thank you so much. Well, more than 100 homes near the Palisades fire burn scar have been evacuated.
And KCAL News reporter Tina Patel continues our live team coverage on Temescal Canyon Road, where one of the homes was ordered to evacuate. Tina?
Yeah, good morning. You can see behind me one of the hillsides that was affected by this fire. There are homes up above there. And actually earlier, before the rain got really heavy, we could see some of the tarps that have been put on those hillsides to try to prevent any runoff or any debris flows. It's a little bit hard now to see because the rain is coming down so hard. The hope is that the work that Public Works crews have been doing over the past few weeks will be enough to stop any problems or prevent any problems. But as the rain starts to come down heavier, we just don't know what's going to happen. And that's why earlier today, the city here, LA, and the mayor and police started talking about mandatory evacuations. And I want to show you some video of the rain that we have been getting. In the last hour, it has definitely picked up. We have been going up and down the burn scar area here through Pacific Palisades and Malibu all morning. And for the most part, there were not a lot of problems that we saw. We talked to Caltrans crews. They say they're constantly patrolling. They have heavy equipment stationed in areas where there have been mud flows in the past. But they said for the most part this morning, things have been okay. But part of the reason that they closed PCH is because they knew there could be more problems as the rain got heavier. That's also the reason that there were evacuation warnings through much of Malibu and the Palisades area issued. And again, as we heard just a few hours ago, some evacuation orders were issued. Here's what Mayor Karen Bass said about that.
106 homes were contacted, again, through individual door knocks. Those individuals should have also received a warning, a text, the alert. So if you are in an area where there is an evacuation warning, you will have received it on your phone. If you live in one of the 106 houses that is ordered to evacuate, you will have been personally contacted on your cell phone, a door knock, and a door hanger if you were not there.
And the mayor wanted people to know that even though the highest risk is in the areas that were affected by the fires, the amount of rain that we are already getting and expecting as the day goes on really could cause flooding and other problems in any area. So they're asking everyone to kind of stay alert, keep an eye on conditions. And again, the roads here, many of them are closed, but if you don't need to be on the roads, probably best to stay inside and just let the storm pass. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Great advice, Tina. Thank you. Let's get a closer look at those evacuation orders and those warnings.
Assignment Manager Mark Liu is at the desk where he's been monitoring those maps all morning long. Mark, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Sheba, so for the most part, these evacuation warnings and orders have remained stable throughout the morning. But as this rain intensity increases into the afternoon, we could see some of these warnings being converted into evacuation orders. Now, we've been monitoring them here at the desk. Let's come out to my screen and look first at the Palisades fire evacuations. Now, Tina Patel, she was right down here near Temescal Canyon doing her report, looking north into this very large evacuation order that, well, has been here multiple times in the last 45 days. It must be exhausting to live in this area to have to be constantly under an evacuation warning or order. Now, most of the Palisades area was destroyed in the Palisades fire, but then this area here in Malibu, there is some destruction, but there are people who still are occupying this area. This is the evacuation warning zone right now. It goes all the way up to the Franklin Canyon burn scar on the left. And then over here, the Mandeville Canyon area, where there are still plenty of homes standing there, they are under an evacuation warning as well. Everyone in these two yellow areas should be ready to leave in case the rain increases in intensity, and they have to leave right away because of a debris flow. There's also an evacuation warning here for the Kenneth fire in the Hidden Hills, Calabasas area. That one burned about 1,000 acres in early January as well. Now, if I come out a little bit further, let's go back over here to the Eaton fire. That's where Cara Finstrom has been reporting all morning in the Sierra Madre area right about here. Rick Montanez is here in the Altadena area. His story is coming up just a little bit later, but this is the area of concern for Sierra Madre. It's under an evacuation order. It was a warning earlier this morning, converted to an order because of the concern of debris flows coming down from the south. Now, this entire area, almost 10 miles in length, and we've got a huge amount of evacuation warnings for the Altadena community. They are advising everyone in these yellow areas there to be packed and ready to go if the rainfall intensifies. It could come at a moment's notice, as debris flows can happen very quickly, and you'll want to evacuate as soon as that order is given. That is the very latest here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
That is the key, Mark, to be ready now. All right, thank you so much. Our storm watch coverage continues throughout the hour. Up next, we'll be checking on the burn scar area from the Eaton fire.
Yes. The AI expert from Fiverr just launched our app.
The app significantly improved the site's conversion rates. The freelancer received a 5-star review, while Zach received all the credit for the app. And Jared, he's still waiting for that high five to this very day. Hire a freelancer today and start your own success story.
Eating healthy is hard, but now everything we eat is easy, delicious, and good for the whole family. How? Hungry Root.
Hungry Root delivers healthy groceries with easy 4-ingredient recipes, so you can have a healthy home-cooked meal in minutes. With Hungry Root, you save hours planning, shopping, and cooking. That's why 90% of customers report improved health with Hungry Root. Hungry Root. Healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
You can see the backup already building here.
One thing I really love about KCAL is that we have cameras everywhere. We want to show you a visual of what is happening, and I'm here to help.
Evacuation warnings are in place in the Eden fire burn zone.
KCAL News reporter Rick Montanez is live in Altadena with what homeowners need to know to protect themselves and their property. And Rick, we can hear that rain coming down on you.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it all around us. There is a lot of rain coming down. We're on Loma Alta at Lake Avenue, and so this is an evacuation warning area. And let's take you across the street here just to show you what has come down. This has come down maybe in the last 90 minutes or so. All of this, you know, kind of debris and water flowing through here, some mud and sand, things like that, because of some heavy rain that moved through the area. And I mean, you could see this sand was not here when we parked out here this morning at 10:15 or so. And then look at all the mud that's coming down here right now. And so this is just a precursor, we believe, of what could happen with that heavier rain as the cold front moves in that Marina and Paul were talking about, and Alex, you know, just looking at their equipment, seeing that there is a lot more on the way. So let's show you some video. This is from when I was talking about when it was starting to come down pretty heavy. This new video, this is from just before 11 o'clock this morning. We were standing in a cell that was pretty much right at, like, I would say about 20 minutes that it lasted, and we really started to see some of that debris come down and flow down off the burn scar, off those hillsides and mountainsides. And really that is the concern, because things can change rather quickly. And so officials are warning people, you have to be careful, be aware. And as Mark was talking about a few minutes ago, an evacuation warning can quickly turn into an evacuation order because things can turn very dangerous very quickly.
My main point here is there's still a lot of uncertainty in exactly what's going to play out. There's a large range of scenarios that extend from at least minor flooding and debris flows that are on the minor side, mudslides and rock slides, all the way up to something significant or extreme occurring. A lot of uncertainty in exactly what plays out. So now is the time to be weather ready. Now is the time to be thinking about what you do to protect your life and those of your loved ones.
You know, Mark was talking about that 10-mile or so stretch of areas that are under these evacuation warnings or orders and areas of concern. This is one of them. This is about 1.5 miles from where we are right now. This is on Glen Allen Lane. It's a really small street, but there's 4 homes there that are still standing after the fire, and you can see some of the topsoil has come down. That is before the heavy rains moved in. That is just from the light rain. And so we have not been able to make our way over there just yet to see what it's like now, but just an idea that, you know, they are prepared for the ground to move, and that's why those concrete barriers are in place. Back here live, you see the rain is still coming down pretty good, expected to get stronger. So really people just have to be on alert and aware of what is happening, where you are, and notice that things can change rather quickly. Reporting live in Altadena, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
All right, Rick, thank you. And of course, we are tracking the conditions outside. KCAL News meteorologist Paul Diano back with your next weather forecast. Paul?
Hey guys, we're hoping that this turns out to be just a big rainmaker and not a big flood maker. The likelihood of that is decreasing as these rainfall totals keep going up. We're now up near 2 inches of rain in Fontana, in Porter Ranch, and in the San Gabriels themselves. Thousand Oaks, 3/4 of an inch of rain and 7/10 of an inch of rain in Long Beach and also Ontario. Next hour and a half or so, this is all ahead of the cold front. The cold front will begin to move into Ventura County at about 2 o'clock, won't exit the Inland Empire until about 8 o'clock. So 6-hour window, but it's a moving target. It's moving from west to east. Within that front, we expect rainfall rates to be anywhere from 1/2 of an inch of rain to 1 inch of rain per hour. The intensity is important when it comes to landslides and mudslides and flash flooding. It's not the total rainfall, it's the intensity of a burst of rainfall. And we may in fact see a heavy burst of rainfall as that front moves through this afternoon. All of that said, it's really raining outside right now. It is a steady, soaking, widespread rain. This is all the way from Arcadia up to Mount Wilson, west along the 210 through Pasadena, La Crescenta, Shadow Hills. We head east on the 210 all the way out to the Inland Empire. It is soggy in Fontana, soggy in Rancho Cucamonga. I'll zoom out and show you a 2-hour time lapse here. Just LA County just getting pounded right now. It was Ventura County where we have a flood advisory in effect until 9 o'clock. Right now it's Metro LA County getting some very heavy rainfall. I do want to show you where the front is. That's where we expect that intense rain and a small chance of thunderstorms. That's sitting back towards San Luis Obispo. So all of this stuff ahead of it is ahead of the actual front. The boundary itself and that heaviest rainfall is still a couple hours away. So all this rain way too quickly is a problem and could cause flooding. So we have flood watches and flash flood watches up through this evening. Mudslides and flooding possible at any of our recent burn scars. We have reporters at each of them, so we'll keep you updated throughout the afternoon and night. Here's the good news. You want to get all this out of here in time for the weekend? Mother Nature will oblige. Rain is likely today. Showers possible early tomorrow morning, but the earlier this front gets here, better chance you're going to wake up to sunshine. And then on Saturday, we're back up near 70 degrees in San Bernardino with partly cloudy skies. The storm is quickly moving into Northern California. There's the boundary right there, and all of that rainfall piling up ahead of it. The strong front is almost here. So Futurecast, this morning we had widespread soaking rain. There's your front. Not just yellows, we get into different color codes. We're talking oranges and reds. What does that mean? Well, about 1/4 of an inch of rain, 1/2 inch of rain per hour, 1 inch of rain per hour. You don't want that sitting over you. Thankfully, at least it's moving from west to east pretty quickly. Over LA County and Orange County, 5, 6 o'clock, if not sooner. Sits over the Inland Empire for a couple hours. Exits about 8 o'clock tonight. Not much left. There'll be some showers in the mountains. There'll be some snow showers above 5,000 feet, but the majority of the rain is done by about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, and tomorrow is trending drier. Today, it's going to be a mess. Rain likely, flooding is possible. Highs only in the 50s. Tomorrow, it'll be a chilly day. It'll be a breezy day, but showers will be out of here by Friday morning, if not sooner. In its wake, we're looking at sunshine both Saturday and also Sunday. That's your next weather forecast. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Paul. Revving engines, backflipping trucks, and smash cars.
Sounds like a good time, and it sounds like Monster Jam, which returns to Anaheim this weekend. Coming up, a special guest is going to tell us what fans can expect.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you suddenly feel okay. We're going to get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
Reaching your financial goals can feel impossible. But those goals aren't as out of reach as you think. Credit Karma gives you personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more, so you can find your way to money. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on.
At Bombas, we dream of comfort, movement, softness. We believe your basic things should be your very best things, which is why we make the most comfortable socks in the history of feet. Slippers you'll float in, and underwear and tees that feel like clouds. No, bunnies. As always, one purchased equals one donated. Bombas. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first order.
When we started Warby Parker, we just sold glasses. And only online. But people liked them. A lot. So we offered more things, like sunglasses and contacts. And then we thought, what if we sold eyewear online and in stores? So we did that. And now we have stores in neighborhoods all over. There you can chat with friendly opticians and get eye exams from top-notch doctors. Now, no matter where you go, we've got your eyes covered.
To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
Anderson, welcome. And I have to say that you are son of a digger.
That's me. I'm the real son of a digger, too.
Yes, because this is really a family affair for you.
Yeah, absolutely. My dad was the crazy old guy that invented Gravedigger in 1982. And now me and all my siblings race Monster Jam, where all of them are in Gravediggers except for me. I'm in Son of a Digger. So I hold that little bit of a something over my siblings.
Yeah, but you and your brother will be competing.
Yeah, it doesn't happen normally. So me and my oldest brother, Adam, we're going to be competing together. And it gets crazy. I mean, obviously, when we line up side by side, we're brothers.
Yes.
It gets out of control. It's
Yes.
awesome to watch. But most of the time, it's all the other competitors. We have 12 trucks there this weekend. All the other competitors have their sights set on us. They want to take the Anderson brothers down, and we're not going to let it happen.
Oh, no, you can't. One of you has to end up winning.
Yeah, that's right.
But I was asking you earlier, when you two are competing, who does your dad vote for?
Definitely my little sister.
Okay.
He leaves the older brothers times for 2 events each time. And I can promise you every time is electrifying. And if you went to all 6 of those events, you would never see the same show. It's the same format, but what's happening on that track is real deal. We have a racing competition, a best trick competition we call a skills competition. And then my all-time favorite is Monster Jam Freestyle. And that's where every one of the competitors gets 2 minutes on the track to go absolutely wild. It's when you see the huge air, the crazy crashes, the backflips, all the crazy stuff that in normal life is insane, but is exactly what we're going for at Monster Jam.
Wow. And I have to ask you, what is your favorite little stunt that you do?
Man, there's a few, so it's hard for me to pick, but my favorite competition is Monster Jam Freestyle, and that's just the madness of our event. And my favorite trick during that, which is definitely a crowd favorite as well, is a backflip. And that's where we take a 12,000-pound Monster Jam truck and we essentially built a wall that we can ramp off of, and the trucks do an entire backflip, sometimes up to 30 foot in the air, landing back where we started and then continuing on. It's still to this day, I've been driving for 15 years, and it is mind-boggling, inside and outside the truck.
I just always wonder when you are doing these tricks, how do you practice for this? Because, I mean, to land back on your tires, there had to be some mishaps along the way.
Yeah, no, and we mishap all the time still. That's one of the best parts about Monster Jam is it is not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed except you're going to have a good time. So, yeah, it doesn't make it all the time. Sometimes the ramp is not exactly right, the trucks are not exactly right, and we've got it figured out as best as we ever have. But there's still no guarantee. So, yeah, it crashes, and it crashes hard. But it's exciting to see. I mean, there's no doubt there's going to be probably wheels breaking off. The truck's going to be upside down. The bodies are going to shred off, but it's all part of it. We love it. It is my most exciting thing is to be climbing out of the truck while it's upside down and the body's all crushed in, which I'm okay. This thing's like a capsule inside. And the crowd is absolutely roaring on their feet, not sitting in the seat they paid for, because what I did on the track was so insane.
Wow. Well, this is going to be a very exciting weekend. We're so glad that you joined us. Again, this coming weekend is your last chance to see Monster Jam at Angel Stadium. And you can find more information by going to KCALnews.com and clicking Seen on TV. Still ahead, steady rain, and it's supposed to pick up significantly this afternoon. Our live storm coverage continues. Coming up next.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now to see stars and creators behind hit shows, including Matlock on CBS. Don't miss Paley Fest. Visit paleyfest.org to get tickets now.
When my hair started to thin, I thought, am I going to have any hair left?
After I gave birth, my hair wasn't even thinning, it was gone.
As I got older, I couldn't grow it past my shoulders.
Nutrafol has different formulas for all the different changes so many women go through.
Within 3 months, my hair is significantly fuller.
It's longer, it's thicker.
My friends noticed it. I felt like a completely different person.
Try the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com.
is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Taking a live look outside where the rain continues to fall. It's getting a bit harder in some areas.
Yeah, let's check back in with meteorologist Paul Diano for your next weather forecast. Paul, still coming down out there.
It's so weird. We couldn't buy a drop of rain for like 2/3 of a year, and now it's like, all right, we're good. Like let's stop this. And the problem is it's not going to stop for like 5 or 6 more hours. We got some heavy rain out there. It's a lot of colors on the screen. You may know this already, but just play along with me. The green is the lighter rain, darker shades of green. We're getting a little steadier. You get to the yellow, and that's kind of the soaking rain, the stuff that the windshield wipers might be on that super fast speed. Then you get to the oranges and reds, and that's the really heavy stuff that we would be concerned with if it was over a fire zone. A lot of yellow up and down the 215 and the 15 and the 91 in the Inland Empire, including San Bernardino, including Moreno Valley, and especially in the foothills. You get an elevation change. All that moisture, the storm hits the mountains, and it has to go one direction. It's going to go up. As it goes up, brings out more rainfall, and we're seeing a ton of rain in our foothills right now. This is concerning. This is Metro LA County. There's the 110, the 5 rolling right through and heading down toward Disney. Southgate, Downey, Montebello, Alhambra, downtown Los Angeles, all the way west to Inglewood and Hawthorne. It's just covered in steady rain. Are getting a bit of a break before the front gets here. Ventura County, you were our wettest spot. Now you're not. You're getting a little bit less rainfall intensity there, but the front is still off to the north and west, and that front is going to kick up our rainfall rates to a 1/2 inch or inch of rain per hour coming up pretty soon. It is stormy in the mountains. This is Mount Wilson, where it's a windy, wet 41 degrees. Today is going to be the wettest day in a year. For some of you who are already there. Highway flooding happening right now. Mudslides are possible. It's not a guarantee that we have a big mudslide, and that is our hope and prayer that we don't. But the weather conditions are set up that the chance is really high. And we have a late day cold front coming. But the front is the key to all of this, because the front is when the heavy rain is going to move in, and the timing of the front has now changed. With more on that, meteorologist Alex Biston has a look at Futurecast and where we go from here. Alex.
And you know what, Paul, we were looking at, earlier in the evening, and now we're looking at that front moving through right around 3:30, 4 o'clock. So that looks to be our timing. I want to show you the Futurecast. This is going to give you a snapshot of what we are expecting as we head through the next few hours. So like Paul mentioned, you can see those oranges, yellows, reds on the screen. That's an indication of those heavier rainfall rates closer to 1 inch per hour. So we are going to see that across areas like Ventura. That's going to move over up through the Santa Clarita Valley as we head later into this afternoon, and of course into this evening. That front continues to sag southward over the LA Basin, over areas like the valley communities, and then all the way into Orange County as we head into this evening. So again, I know it looks kind of scary as it moves through. We're going to be here throughout the afternoon, throughout the evening, as we move, and track what exactly this storm system is doing. So we'll continue to see again that front move through down through Riverside County, the Inland Empire, as we head into this evening. Now, I'm going to show you what happens in the overnight hours. Really, once the system moves through, we will have the chance for some, remaining showers, but for the most part, the bulk of the rain is out of here, and we are actually going to be looking at drier conditions as we head into our weekend. So that's the good news if you've got plans outdoors this weekend. I also want to just take a second to talk about the wind, as we are seeing those winds coming out of the south. Wind advisories, high wind warnings in place. So we've got winds anywhere from about 20, 25 miles per hour. So it is wet. It is windy. Of course, we're going to continue to watch the storm system as it evolves throughout the afternoon and the evening. Amy and Sheba, back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. And our live team coverage continues with our reporters fanned out across our area. Luz Delia Caballero is in the Palisades, where it is really coming down, and the street behind you there looks flooded.
They are absolutely flooded, and we've been driving around for quite a while. Not all of the streets look like this, but as you can see, this has become a lake. Like, take a look at this. This is a sidewalk, and just to give you perspective, we're still on the sidewalk here, and it just keeps getting deeper and deeper, and you can just imagine when cars go through here, which one is going to come through right now, and Assad is going to show you exactly what happens. Essentially, this turns into an ocean with waves going over into the sidewalk and onto properties. And as we were driving around, we could also see debris, and it's turning into a situation where now folks who are driving through are considering not going through this area. We've seen several cars turn around to avoid potentially going through and getting stuck, especially those electric vehicles. But take a look at this. We're going to show you exactly what happens when cars go through. Assad, if you can show them my feet. I mean, this is flooded. It is flooded. And you know, folks who are trying to get through here on roads that aren't blocked, this is what they are starting to see, and they're starting to realize, I mean, look, the rain has been coming down pretty consistently, and this is the effects of the rain continuing to come down. Toward the hills, you can also see debris coming down, and we've also seen several people working on those drains to try to clear them to prevent water starting to pile up in certain areas. But right here, there is just a ever so slight dip, and this is what happens. And this is one of several streets where we've seen this happening. Right now, it isn't raining as hard as it was even 20 or 30 minutes ago, but the effects are still the same. So obviously cars that are a little higher, they can go right through this street. But if not, again, more drivers are starting to say, hey, no way, we're not going to go through this area. So we'll keep driving around and looking to see what we find. But overall, we're finding that debris is really starting to pile up in storm drains. And we'll try to give you a look at that a little later. Guys.
All right, Lucelia, thank you.
Our storm coverage continues. New cameras have been installed to help keep an eye on the hillsides. We'll have a look at the Alert California system. That's just ahead.
When I started college, so many people warned me about credit cards. They just seemed really scary. When I needed a car, I realized that I needed to build credit. So I got the Chime Credit Builder card because I could safely build credit without being afraid of fees or interest. And there was no credit check. My score went up over 60 points and I bought my first car. As a busy college student, having a car is an absolute must. I feel like I could do anything. My next goal, a 700 credit score. Join me at chime.com.
This might be a surprise. I don't like traditional makeup. The first time I got my makeup done when I was 15, it made me look awful. I like makeup that makes you look like yourself, but better. Miracle Balm is the center of my beauty philosophy. It's not just makeup, it's not just skincare, it's both. It gives you moisture, and it only takes a nanosecond to put it on. It just makes you glow and look healthy. It's the ultimate you, but better product. Learn more at jonesroadbeauty.com.
I'm Livy Dunn, All-American gymnast and Viore athlete. When you travel and train as much as I do, you find happiness where you are. On the mat or on the sand, movement and comfort are essential. That's why I live in Performance Joggers by Viore. Made from DreamKnit fabric that's made of 89% recycled materials, effortlessly soft and made to move as much as I do. My happiness starts here, in the softest joggers on the planet.
This is Noom GLP-1, and this is Marcos.
Oh, look at that. Noom, weight loss that lasts. Nice little guide booklet here. Dosage schedule, trusted, powerful, sustainable. I just didn't feel good in my clothes. My body kind of hurt. With Noom, it's not just the medication. It is really a very comprehensive program. I'm getting to where I want to be. I'm very confident that I'm going to be able to continue this true lifestyle change. I'm Marcos, and I've lost 8 pounds so far with Noom.
Get started at Noom.com.
Hey, good morning. We have several incidents out there. This is what it looks like on the 5. We head on out to the Inland Empire. You can see that really heavy backup there.
Next traffic on KCAL News Mornings is about helping you get where you need to go.
There are some powerful new tools in place to help city officials monitor debris flows in the burn areas.
That's right. It's time manager Mark Lewis live at the desk with more details on that. Mark?
Yeah, Sheba and Amy, these are several new cameras that have been put in place as part of the Alert California system to specifically monitor debris flow basins during this rain event. Now, if you come out to my screen, these are things that you can see publicly accessible at the Alert California website. This is a map. All these icons are the blue cameras. We looked at them a lot during the brush fires, but the ones I want to focus on here are the Sierra Madre Canyon cameras. These are new, and I'm going to show you a time lapse. What this shows here is the Sierra Madre debris basin. Now, Alert California said they put these in specifically to monitor this rainstorm. And if you look down here, look at this. This is water that is coming down from the Sierra Madre Canyon area. It is jet black. It's awfully a lot of ash and debris as it flows through this debris basin. This is going to fill up tonight, and this is what's going to catch a lot of that debris and hopefully not send it down into the Sierra Madre area. Now, there's another camera that they set up as well. I'm going to show you that one here. That's called Sierra Madre Bridge. There's a little less action going on here right now, but this is the hillside that they are concerned about. Here you can see some rain. This is a 3-hour time lapse, but city officials are going to be monitoring this, and this is going to be a good indicator if something goes wrong in the Sierra Madre area. We're definitely going to see a mud flow here. Now, there's also another camera system that was set up called the Cloudcroft Debris Basin. This was going to be for the Palisades fire, but unfortunately, it appears that camera's down right now, and it's been down since about 2:30 a.m. I'm not sure if it's because of a power outage. I've called to see, but they don't have an answer for us. But that's the last image. Hopefully it will come back up before the rain gets worse. And there is an active camera. This is LA County Helispot 69 that's in the mountains of Palisades. Look at the visibility right now. This is a 3-hour time lapse. Visibility essentially zero in the Malibu area. So this is what's concerning for officials out there. This is why there are evacuation warnings in effect because of the rain. And as it intensifies in the afternoon, they could convert to orders. So pay attention. If you're ordered to get out, you should leave. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. Well, Valentine's Day is tomorrow, and up next we are joined by Southern Girl Desserts, who will give us a taste of some sweet treats that you can enjoy with your lover.
That sounds wonderful, and we're continuing, of course, to track the conditions outside and in your community. We'll have a live report next.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: to provide a higher standard of care. Safe, reliable, nurse-led care right in people's homes. That's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be. Now, local agencies are looking for experienced nurses and caregivers who have the passion it takes to deliver that higher standard of care.
You hear a lot about all the work that comes with parenting.
Careful.
But what about the fun? With Love Every, you'll experience the most fun and rewarding version of parenting. We hear it all the time from our customers. Children play with every single thing in their play kits over and over again. And we'll walk you through all the different ways that you can help your child learn through play. When you design with intention, the experience is just better for everyone. Visit loveevery.com.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades. Custom configurations create a space that's uniquely timeless, yet distinctly personal. Elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
Changing diapers doesn't have to be so boring. Right, little guy? Hello Bello makes diapers that make babying better. Say hello to seriously cute designs that have as much personality as they do. Snug and comfy fit, super soft and ultra absorbent, and made without bad stuff. Because happy booties make for happy babies. Happy parents too. Hello Bello. Let's change your diapers.
$29.06.
There's an easier way to bank and get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less when you download Dave.
When you need a break, Paramount Plus has the perfect escape. And with a Paramount Plus subscription included with a Walmart Plus membership, you can get all this without breaking the bank.
Just what I was going for.
A Paramount Plus subscription is included with a Walmart Plus membership.
Well, some areas in Sierra Madre are under evacuation orders right now. Burn scars are saturated, and that means a risk of debris and mud flows.
KCAL's Amanda Starantino is live in Sierra Madre with a look at the conditions there. Amanda?
Well, the rain is really coming down here, Sheba and Amy. We're at Alta Vista and Vista Circle up near the burn scar area. These homes right behind us are actually just along that mountainside right there. And that's the big concern, because where that Eaton fire burned, it burned all the way up to these homes. And that area is really, really dangerous and could have those mudslides. And that's the big concern of today. So you can see here, we're on that slope. The rain is already starting to flow down, which is what we want it to do. But in some of these areas, we're already seeing some, not a lot, but some mud and dirt starting to flow down, just a sign of what can come later in the day as more rain starts coming down. And, you know, just in the last hour, it's starting to come down even stronger. But hopefully these sandbags that we're seeing a lot of residents put up and these K-rails as well will come in handy. And we're seeing that on throughout the homes in this area. So this area that we are in right now, about 1,000 homes in Sierra Madre ordered at 7 a.m. this morning. Police were coming through the neighborhood actually on their loudspeakers telling residents they were under an evacuation order. So 1,000 homes ordered to leave because of how dangerous this can be. Some people in the area have decided to stick around. It really feels like a ghost town here right now, but I did see one man actually just walking down from his home here with his luggage, loading up his car. He says he's not going to go just yet, but he is ready to go when it's time. And I did talk to a man a little bit ago. His name's Edward Lopez. He actually lives just a little bit down the road by Nature's Friends, which is actually, we lost that during the Eaton fire. And he said he's ready to go when the time comes. Take a listen.
So far, it's pretty much okay. I mean, we've been through this before. I would say that I'm more concerned about later on after water piles up and it really starts to saturate and see if it's going to blow out. Because it burnt out right next to us, just up the canyon.
So when will it be the time for you to leave?
I would say, you know, if I start to see stuff coming down, our cars are moved.
So you're prepped.
So we're prepped, but if I see stuff coming down, we can walk out our back door.
So the county has issued a phase 2 mud flow alert, so they're expecting moderate to heavy rain in this area. We're already seeing, I would say, moderate to heavy rain already coming down, and more is expected later. It's actually coming down even stronger right now as we speak. So there are places for evacuees to go. So you can go to the Pasadena Convention Center. Also, the Pasadena Sierra Madre YMCA is also available if you have to evacuate this area and need somewhere to go. But the rain really starting to come down. We're going to be watching this area all day of that possible mudslide for these homes. Obviously, very dangerous situation. So please heed those evacuation orders if you're under them. Back to you guys.
All right, and Amanda, we do see that rain coming down right now. We'll continue to check in with you. We're switching gears now, though, because tomorrow is Valentine's Day, and it's the perfect time to show love for the special people in your life.
That's right. And one of the best ways, great food, especially something sweet. Shaniji Robinson with Southern Girl Desserts is here to show us. I love that you always let us get involved, even if we're not as, well, creative or talented.
We don't promise the results.
Listen, it's always great. It's always great. So per usual, you know, we make it as easy as possible. So we want it to be things that you guys can do at home, you know, with the kiddos or what have you. So, Amy, we've got some frosting here. We're just gonna make some little heart pull-apart cakes.
Okay.
So you just wanna make a little heart outline there.
You got this, Amy.
Push, 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 push. Give it some
Doing
pressure.
It with love. Put some love in there. There you go.
Yes,
I'm going all the way down
Yeah,
there?
yeah, you're making a whole heart. Yes, keep going.
Okay.
There you go.
This is a little,
looks good to me.
I mean, I'm getting a little handwork out here. This is a little harder than it looks.
There you
It
go.
looks great.
And then you would just fill this in.
Okay.
If you want me to
my
help you, I
goodness.
can help you fill that in, and then I'll let you
I like
decorate
how she
it.
said that so nicely.
It's okay.
You want me to help you?
It's okay.
I think what she was saying was that I wasn't quite doing.
No. You
maybe
always
we
do
should have given
great.
Sheba the frosting, and I should have done the sprinkles.
That definitely would not have gone any better. I think you did a great job. But you know, you're setting us up for success, and what I think people like is the effort. That if you're giving something that's not for Valentine's Day, you put some effort into it.
Absolutely, and it's personal. So you can decorate it with some sprinkles.
That's where I come in, right?
Yes.
Okay. What you got? Put these in here.
Yeah.
I want to let's go.
Oh,
yes.
You know, she's got
Get
the
that
flair.
up and down action.
You got the flair.
Look at her wrist.
The flair.
There you
the
go.
flair. I think she's just trying to show me up.
Okay, you do the final touch, and then it'll be a joint effort.
Okay, we're each going to do one of these. Okay,
we go.
let's go on each side.
See?
All right.
You can call it the shamey.
Oh, there you go, the shamey. Yes, and I mean, if you don't want to make, you can go buy.
You can always come and see us at Southern Girl Desserts. We are located inside the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall, right on the first floor, right off the parking lot.
Wonderful. What are the flavors you brought for us?
So we have red velvet, we have a vanilla with strawberry. But we have all kinds of flavors in store. And we also do nationwide shipping. It's a little late for the Valentine's Day thing, but you guys can get it wherever you are.
That's
Love
right.
that so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
we always
you
appreciate
for
when you
always
come.
having
Even
us.
though I don't always look the most talented when
You
when
made
you
us
do
look
come.
good, though, and
great.
we appreciate that.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
And you can find more information about Southern Girl Desserts by going to our website, KCALnews.com, and click Seen on TV.
All right, up next, Paul Diano is back with a check of your next weather forecast.
With True Green, we got a great price on a golf course quality lawn.
Which attracted golfers.
Morning.
Who needs a warm-up?
And because True Green's doing the work, we get to have more fun.
Please don't post that.
Too late.
They don't have grass this thick in Australia.
That's what happens when you have a great lawn.
Shanked it again, huh? They're fun to have around.
PGA Tour quality lawns for as little as $1 a day.
Where are we playing next?
Get started at TrueGreen.com.
How are you feeling about the exam?
All good. If I don't sleep, I mean.
If it helps, I'm using Check. Total game changer.
Maybe I should try.
Yeah, he definitely needs Jug.
Therapy really can make a difference in your life, especially when you're feeling stuck. As a therapist on BetterHelp, I'm here to help clients find their why. What brightens your day? What gets you excited? What wakes you up in the morning? Through BetterHelp, I want to be able to plant seeds in your life that will allow you to shine.
Eating healthy is hard, but now everything we eat is easy, delicious, and good for the whole family. How? Hungry Root.
Hungry Root delivers healthy groceries with easy 4-ingredient recipes, so you can have a healthy home-cooked meal in minutes. With Hungry Root, you save hours planning, shopping, and cooking. That's why 90% of customers report improved health with Hungry Root. Hungry Root. Healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
Hims. Why would I use Hims to have my ED meds delivered to my door? I love pharmacy lines.
Why would I use clinically proven ingredients to regrow my hair through Hims? I love wearing hats 24/7.
Why would I choose weight loss treatment I can afford through Hims? I love selling off my prized possessions.
Why wouldn't I get high quality care I can trust? I love Hims.
Get treatment you'll actually love at hims.com.
Well, the rain is being blamed for this downed tree in South LA. The collection of moisture loosening the soil around the base of the tree. This is on Wall Street, south of Vernon Avenue, and it looks like the tree fell into the street and may have actually buried a car. No word on whether there was any damage. City crews have been called to remove that tree.
Like a big tree. Well, that rain is picking up, and so is the runoff. These videos of the Washy and Sierra Madre Canyon taken 20 minutes apart. Big difference there. On the left, a light stream of water, and on the right, again, 20 minutes later, that flow really picks up. Parts of Sierra Madre are under evacuation orders because of mudslide concerns.
All right, meteorologist Paul Diano is back with the final check of your next weather forecast. And Paul, that rain's still coming down.
Rain's coming down, and there's probably a more technical term for this, but think of all the junk that's left over on a hillside after a fire. All of that is loose. It doesn't absorb water like soil typically does, and if you get too much water too quickly, it just runs off and becomes that mud flow or debris flow. We're hoping to avoid that today, but Mother Nature may have other plans because it is pouring, especially in our foothills, in those mountains where gravity may pull some of that stuff down. All along the 210, I'm talking from Pasadena, Altadena, Arcadia, all the way out to the Inland Empire, well past Rancho Cucamonga. It just continues to pour. I'll show you a wide shot because I want to show you where that front is. It doesn't look that strong or that different from the rainfall rates that we're seeing right now, but see this line right there, that last image from southwest to northeast over Santa Barbara County. That's the front. When that front moves through, the rainfall intensity is going to pick up perhaps as much as 1 inch of rain per hour, which is double what we just saw in Simi Valley over the past hour, and it's triple what we just saw in Van Nuys over the past hour. So it continues to rain. Live look outside, showing you the rain in Mount Wilson and throughout much of Southern California. Good news is front's out of here by tonight. Most of tomorrow is going to be dry. Weekend and beyond, we dry out with highs in the 70s. The problem is today, and the flooding risk continues to increase. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Paul, and thank you guys for watching KCAL News at noon.
Our storm watch coverage continues through the afternoon right here on KCAL News. We will be right back with more team coverage of today's storm. Stay with us.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now for the premier festival that celebrates the stars and creators of hit shows, including Severance, Cobra Kai, Agatha All Along, Matlock, The Handmaid's Tale, Hacks, Poker Face, and Gilmore Girls, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Etoile, the Amy Sherman Palladino multiverse. Get an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Don't miss Paley Fest March 21st through the 29th. Tickets sell fast, so visit paleyfest.org to buy now.
Socks, underwear, and t-shirts are the most requested items in homeless shelters. Bombas was founded to help, so for everyone you buy, we donate one. One purchased, one donated. It's a tangible act of kindness for those who need it most. Distributed by 3,500 giving partners across all 50 states. And with 140 million donations and counting, the impact is real. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first order.
And we are on storm watch this afternoon as a powerful storm moves across our region.
And with it, we're tracking strong winds and the potential for flooding and mudslides, especially in the recent burn areas. The San Gabriel Valley is expected to get some of the heaviest rain in the storm. This is video from Altadena in the Eaton fire zone. You see the mud already flowing in the street there.
Yeah, similar story along the coast in the Palisades fire burn areas. All eyes are on the hillsides, bracing for more damage. LA City crews have been out there all morning long monitoring the rain.
And the storm is also causing dangerous driving conditions. This is a crash involving a car and a FedEx big rig on the 118 freeway in Granada Hills.
And from the mountains to the basins and off the coast, everyone is feeling this system. Hello and welcome to this special edition of KCAL News. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Sheba Turk, and we'll be here all afternoon and evening to bring you the latest information about this storm. We do have team coverage across Southern California. Meteorologists Paul Diano and Alex Biston are both here tracking the storm cells.
Paul, we're going to start with you for the current conditions.
Yeah, and guys, we're typically not on TV this time of day. The other programming is on, but we're going to stay on because it's not, none of this is a guarantee other than the fact that it's raining right now. I can show you that. We don't know if there's going to be flooding in a specific spot. We do know that we had a bunch of fires with a bunch of soil that can absorb water in a number of different burn zones, and now we're getting a ton of rain on top of that. If you add all that together, 2 + 2 kind of sounds like it's going to equal 4, but we'll just see how things play out. We're going to watch this together along with you at home and talk about what's happening and what may happen as a result of all this water coming down, because there's a lot of rain right now. You know that. You hear it outside of your house or your apartment. Here's Orange County. And there's the 5, there's the 405. We're driving through Irvine. We're going through Anaheim. This is light to moderate rainfall. Green is light rain. Yellow is moderate rain. You get to those reds or oranges. That's the heavy stuff that we do expect later today. You can see some here. Now, you may be wondering why the difference between image 1 and image 2. There's an elevation change here. You can't see this on a two-dimensional map, but once you get north of the 210, you're getting into the hills. And when you get a pile of moisture coming in from the ocean, it rains. But then when you get an elevation change, it rains more, and it rains more intensely. And we're seeing that, and these are the areas of concern. We even have burn zones from 2 summers ago in the Inland Empire that we'll be watching, because that's a lot of rain falling right now. I want to zoom out because the peak of all of this, and Alex Biston will talk more about this in a second, the peak of all of this is a cold front, which ahead of the cold front, we're getting a lot of rain. After the cold front, there will be very little rain, but as the cold front moves through, it's going to be really intense rainfall. Rainfall rates maybe 2 or 3 times stronger or more than what we've seen over the past couple hours, and it's been pouring outside. So there is the front. It stretches all the way from the Sierra, like north of Mammoth, past Bakersfield, across the mountains into San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. When that gets here, the flooding threat will hit its peak. So we're not even near the peak of the flooding threat yet, because that thing is still about 2 or 3 hours away from moving into Los Angeles. How much rain has fallen already? Well, one of our lower totals would be Chino, and you've already had 3/4 of an inch of rain. Most of us have had more than an inch of rainfall. A lot of it happening over the past couple hours. That's Yucaipa, that's Agora Hills. Then you get to 2 inches of rainfall, and most of these spots are in those foothills that we talked about. Fontana, 2 inches of rain. Porter Ranch, 2.36, and in the San Gabriel Mountains, 2.48 inches of rainfall. So there's the risk. Now notice, flood watch. A watch and a warning are 2 different things. If you've ever looked on Twitter and looked up the difference, the watch would be like all the parts of the recipe, but it's not cooked yet. The warning would be the cake, meaning it's happening right now. You've got the finished product. A watch means conditions are favorable for it to happen, but it's not happening yet, and that's where we are. Mudslides are possible. Flooding is possible at any of our recent burn scars because of all the rain that's moving through. Looking at the next 7 days, I'll tell you that we have sunshine coming up this weekend, but we want to talk more, and Alex Biston is here to talk more about the fact that the timing of that front getting here has changed, and that may change how we approach the afternoon. Alex.
Absolutely. And Paul, you know, we've sped up the timing just a bit on this front coming through. So we are looking at, yes, that heaviest rain moving through this afternoon into early this evening. It really depends on where you live. That's why we are going to pinpoint on your Futurecast exactly where that heavy rain is going to fall and what time. So we're starting the clock at about 2 p.m. You can see that front moving through the Santa Barbara south coast. So right along the 101 freeway in areas like Ventura County. You can see that orange and red on the screen. That's an indication that rainfall rates are getting a little bit heavier. And what does heavy mean? Well, anywhere from about a half an inch to an inch per hour. That's when we start to see some issues with the potential for rock slides, mudslides, mud flows, debris flows, all of that we've been talking about. So I'm going to now kind of move us through. So watch as we head into around 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. That heavy rain is falling over Malibu. It's falling over Pacific Palisades up to Santa Clarita, San Fernando Valley. You're seeing all of that heavy rain up across the San Gabriel Valley into Long Beach and starting to push into areas like Orange County. Now here's 4:55, 5 o'clock this afternoon. A lot of that heavy rain moving out of Ventura County and now starting to move south into Long Beach, Anaheim, El Monte, Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino. So a lot of our foothill communities in the Inland Empire starting to see that rain really come down. Corona, Rancho Santa Margarita, Irvine. So it is going to be a soggy afternoon commute. If you can stay off the roads, probably best to do so, because we'll continue to see that rainfall as we head into 6, 7 o'clock this evening. But Los Angeles is going to move out of Los Angeles and really focus over the Inland Empire as we head into tonight. Here's 10 o'clock. Maybe you're going to sleep. It will be dry in areas like Pomona and Irvine with that rain really focused over Palm Springs, right along the San Gorgonio Pass, the 10 freeway. Let's talk about what we will see tomorrow morning. 5 o'clock in the morning, most areas are dry. We're just looking at a few lingering showers, really the bulk of the system moving through this afternoon and as we head into tonight and early tomorrow morning. So this is a flash flood outlook, and the areas outlined in red here, this is an indication of a high flooding risk. So this includes Santa Barbara, it includes Oxnard, Simi Valley, parts of Los Angeles, Pomona, and of course we are hyper focused on our recent burn scars, the Palisades fire burn scar and the Eaton fire burn scar. Areas that you see in yellow, that's a marginal risk for flash flooding, but really the areas in red is what we are monitoring as we head over the next few hours. Sheba and Amy, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Alex. And now let's turn it over to our Amanda Starantino.
She is live in Sierra Madre, an area that's getting some of the worst of the rain. Amanda?
We were getting some really intense rain just about 10 minutes ago, but it's really slowed down just in the last couple of minutes. So that's nice to see here because we were really starting to see that water flow down these hillsides right here. We're on Alta Vista at Vista Drive and, Vista Circle. And, we can see this is where 1,000 homes have been ordered to evacuate this area because of the concern of those intense mudslides. But, you know, walking around, a lot of people I've seen have chosen to stay in their homes. They have their cars loaded. We saw them loading up the luggage. But a lot of people choosing to stay until they really start seeing some of that debris come down, which might not be the best idea with how fast the situation can change, especially with how much rain we're expecting in the next couple of hours. So this is some of the problems we're talking about here. You have these issues where there's these cracks in the road right here. We can already see some water going through the tunnels through here, and that's going to be a problem on hillsides like this right here, where you have all this mud and debris. And look how easy it is for just my foot to just move some of this mud, especially with more water coming down. And then if you look a little further down, what we're seeing on these hillsides is all this dirt already coming down in these areas. And we were looking at the canal down the way over by the restaurants, and it's really, really flowing already, so that is not good for this area. But that is what the concern is as this rain continues to come down here. So this weekend, I was moving a 1,000-pound bag of sand from Home Depot. And those bags, they're about this tall and like this wide. 1,000 pounds. That's not that much, but it's extremely heavy. So you can only imagine how heavy all of this is. And when that gets pushed down onto a home, how much damage that can cause. So there's evacuation orders, 1,000 homes in Sierra Madre under an evacuation order right now with this rain coming in. So if you can pack up, get ready to go and head out if you can, especially with these small roads we have here. Not easy to navigate through, especially when the rain starts coming down. And with this fog coming in too, it's difficult to see as well. So there's evacuation centers for you to go to. You can go to the Pasadena Convention Center and the Pasadena Sierra Madre YMCA as well if you need somewhere to go while this rain comes down. But for now, we're going to continue to monitor the situation here. So far, nothing crazy coming down from the hillsides where the Eaton fire burned just yet, but we will be watching it, and we hope everyone just stays safe today. Back to you guys.
All right, we definitely hope the same, Amanda. Thank you so much. We want to take a closer look at the evacuation orders and warnings in effect, which now include parts of Orange County.
Yeah, assignment manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with the latest maps for us. Mark.
Yeah, as Paul had mentioned, and Alex, this rain is everywhere right now, and we are entering a more intense form of this storm. And there are evacuation warnings all over Southern California, and the ones in Orange County just converted into an order. I'll get to those in just a second. Let's start with the big areas, though, of the Eaton Fire and Palisades Fire. This is the evacuation orders and warnings for the Eaton Fire. This is 10 miles long from end to end, so that's a lot. Amanda Starantino, she was right about here doing her report in this evacuation order zone of Sierra Madre. Now, they ordered this evacuation order at about 7 this morning. However, the rest of this yellow area of Altadena has stayed as an evacuation warning, but as this storm increases in intensity, these areas could change red as the storm is passing through the San Gabriel Valley. Now, this is not the only area I want to talk about. Let's go over to the Palisades Fire. Our Tina Patel was down here near Temescal Canyon. This entire area here has been red all day. That's an evacuation order. This is an extremely devastated area. The hillsides, there is no vegetation here whatsoever. And of course, most of Pacific Palisades has been leveled by the Palisades Fire. Now, this area here, for probably the 10th time in the last 45 days, is under an evacuation warning again. It goes right up to the Franklin Canyon burn scar, and Mandeville Canyon itself also under an evacuation warning. These could convert to orders if the rainfall intensity increases. Up here, we also have a small evacuation warning for the Kenneth Fire that burned about 1,000 acres in early January. Now let's look at Ventura County. It's been clean for most of the day except for this evacuation warning zone that's here. This is part of where the Mountain Fire was in November of 2024. That one burned about 20,000 acres. This is a mudslide prone area there. Now Orange County, this is the new one right here. These areas in red just converted to an evacuation order. This is a pretty remote area of Trabuco Canyon, Bell Canyon, and San Juan Hot Springs. There's still warnings here in Long Canyon and Majeska Canyon. There's not a lot of people that live this far up into the canyon area, but the evacuation warning has now converted to an order. San Bernardino, they don't have an active map. They're just tweeting these out. This is an area of Highland to the northeast. That's under an evacuation warning all day. Parts of Mount Baldy Road, that's way up in the hills of the Eaton Canyon burn scar. That's under an evacuation warning. Wrightwood, the city of, under an evacuation warning as well. Riverside, looking pretty good. They have one evacuation warning in a pretty small neighborhood called El Carrizo Village. It's along Ortega Highway, not far from Lake Elsinore. And if I zoom in here, I can kind of show you where it is. This is Lake Elsinore. El Carrizo Village is like this community right here in the mountains. Not too many people live there, but they are concerned about sliding along the Ortega Highway route there. So they're asking people to be ready to leave if they have to. I'm going to keep monitoring all of these evacuation warnings and orders as the rain intensifies throughout the afternoon. Coming back out live here to me, the desk is going to be monitoring this. And if there are any that convert from warnings to orders, we'll definitely let you know. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. And joining us now by phone is Captain Sheila Kelleher-Burko from the LA County Fire Department. Captain, thank you so much for joining us. Usually we talk to you when, we're dealing with fires, but things are very different. Let us know what you all are doing right now to prepare for any landslides, mud flow, debris flows. What are you all doing?
Yeah, listen, this is no surprise to us that this weather has been on its way, so we've been warning the public for quite a while now, and we are fully staffed. We have our extra swiftwater rescue staffing in place. That's really important, and I think it's just critical that we keep getting the message out for people to stay away from those flood channels, catch basins, canyons, and waterways. Those are incredibly vulnerable for maybe people that just aren't paying attention but want to watch the spectacle of the size of the swell of this water. That's always brings a few rescues for us every storm. So please stay away from those things. And I think the other thing is really heed those warnings. It is incredibly unpredictable what these hillsides will do and what they'll give away when the water comes down so quickly.
Yeah, and absolutely the areas of most concern are those burn scar areas. Talk about how this is happening right after the fires, and that's adding extra concern for people in those areas.
That's the big one. Your house may have survived the fire, but that land and that hill above you is so volatile and easy to give way because it doesn't have anything holding it in place. I was struck. I worked on the Palisades fire for the whole duration of that fire, and as I drove through those canyons, I was just struck by there is zero vegetation up there, zero. And I know it's the same up in the Sierra Madres, and that is what holds our hillsides in place. So if you did get an evacuation order, please get your stuff, just be gone for the day, come back tomorrow when that rain is given way, because even the next, hours after those orders or the rain is passed, those hills are still susceptible to give way.
And, we don't always get a lot of time to evacuate when it's a fire, but I think it's almost even less time if the hillside starts coming down.
Oh, absolutely. And the force is we can't stop that, right? So that's why we have everything in place. That's why they get hurricane warnings, weeks in advance or, days in advance. You can board up and get out and then come back and deal with what may come. So as you're looking at how much water is in these basins, it's a lot. So we have the potential for some serious damage.
Absolutely.
Don't take it lightly.
We're already seeing some flooded streets. We have some areas where some of that mud is already being pushed into the street. Have you gotten any calls or requests for help so far today?
A lot of that from on my side, no, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened over in another area where I'm not at right now. But we have people in place. Public Works has people in place. There is, website lacounty.pw/sandbags if you still need some sandbags. And, just pay attention to lacounty.gov/emergency if you are questioning whether you're in an evacuation zone or order. But, well, you guys have sure put it up there pretty clearly who needs to really pay attention and get on out.
Yeah, and you just mentioned the sandbags. I was going to ask you, is it too late to be putting those sandbags in place, or is there still time?
I mean, depending on what your situation is, you may have a little bit of time to, do those last touches. But the big ones have really, the big agencies that have been helping out, like Team Rubicon, have really put a bunch down in some very vulnerable spots. So, my warning for the residents that are in those areas, just evacuate for now, for the rest of the day, and then to tomorrow, and then at least stay safe, please.
Yeah. Better to be safe than sorry. Captain Burka, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, you too. Well, our storm watch coverage continues all afternoon.
Yeah, here's another live look at our weather radar, and we'll be back with the latest conditions after the break.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Roe now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper. With results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not one, but 2 hormones to curb hunger with less nausea. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at roe.co/TV.
My wife told me my hair was thinning, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs.
Let's go, baby. I stopped hanging out with the guys because I didn't want to hear the wisecracks. So I did some research and found Nutrafol, which was cool because I had no idea there was a supplement for hair.
I liked that it was drug-free and then it was clinically tested.
My hair was getting stronger and thicker.
Nutrafol has just given me more confidence, which allows me to carry myself a little taller.
It felt real good to ditch the hat.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com/men.
At Great Wolf Lodge, there's excitement in every slide, adventures waiting to begin, and dance parties every night. So bring your pack together and book your stay today and strengthen the pack.
You can see the backup already building here.
One thing I really love about KCAL is that we have cameras everywhere. We want to show you a visual of what is happening, and I'm here to help.
In place in Sierra Madre, which is near the Eaton fire burn scar. Let's get right back to our meteorologists, Paul Diano and Alex Biston, for the current conditions and what's ahead. Paul?
Hey guys, good afternoon to you at home. Rainfall rates, that matters a lot when it comes to landslides and mudslides. You can get 3 inches of rain over a week, but if it's all coming down as light rain or drizzle, you're not going to get mudslide movement. That often happens when you get a burst of heavy rainfall and really high rainfall rates, like how much rain fell within the past hour. Well, let's look at how much rain just fell within the past hour, because it was a really stormy hour. Ontario got about 1/10 of an inch of rain over the past hour. Arcadia got double that, 2/10 of an inch of rain. LA got 1/4 of an inch of rain in 1 hour. That's pretty intense for Los Angeles. Van Nuys, 3/10 of an inch of rain. Simi Valley, nearly 4/10 of an inch of rainfall. And in the Malibu Hills, that was the most intense rain we've seen anywhere in Southern California so far with the storm. More than 1/2 of an inch of rain per hour. I'm showing you these because it was, I looked outside too. I'll just open the door and hey, it's raining outside really heavily. That was intense rainfall. The rain that's coming with the front has the potential to give us rainfall rates of 1 inch per hour, which would be triple what you just went through in Van Nuys and quadruple what you just went through with Los Angeles. So as intense as the rain was, there's the opportunity that the rain will be even more intense as we get into the afternoon. As a cold front comes through, we'll time that out for you coming up in a second. Long Beach, this view probably looks like the view outside of your apartment or condo, maybe, or if you're listening in the car, drive safely. Windshield wipers are on because this is what's going on. It's just raining everywhere. This will be the wettest day in a year. You have to go back to February 4th and February 5th, the last time that we had a storm that gave us more than 2 inches of rain. We got 6 inches of rain early in February in 2024. So it's been more than a year. It's been a year and about a week and a half. Highway flooding is already happening. We call that urban and small stream flooding. There's already a flood advisory out for Ventura County until 9 o'clock tonight. Mudslides, as much rain is falling, I'm here to tell you, it's not a guarantee. We don't know how many hills may fail or how much mud may move with the rain that we're going to have. So we'll just say that it's possible. We're under a flood watch, not a flood warning, and it is a cold front that's coming in late in the day. Here's a look at the radar right now. Lots of spots still getting some soaking to heavy rainfall. Orange County, one of those spots. The green is lighter rain. The yellow and orange is heavier rain. Some heavier cells just to the east of Anaheim and Santa Ana heading into the mountains themselves. It's the foothills of the San Bernardinos. You've been taking the cake over the past couple hours. It is absolutely pouring. You head up toward Cajon Pass. Very, very messy drive. I want to zoom out, and the last thing that I'm going to show you before we send it over to Alex is where that front is. So intense rain now. More intense rain, that burst of rainfall is coming. You can see a line in the last image here. It's beginning to form. Two things you see. A lot of rain out ahead of it, almost zero rain behind it. That's the front. It's almost to Bakersfield. It's almost to Santa Barbara. It's past San Luis Obispo, and it's heading toward us. When does it get here? Because that will have the highest potential for flooding. With more on that and more on all of what to expect moving forward from where we are right now, meteorologist Alex Biston has that. Alex.
Of course, and Paul, you know what? It's really important to kind of really hyper-focus and pinpoint over the next few hours what is going to be happening. So I'm going to show you the future cast here, and I want to show you exactly not just the times, but the areas, because wherever you are, whether you're in Orange County, whether you're in Ventura County, Los Angeles, you will be seeing the rain, but really it depends on the intensity of the rain and when it is going to hit your neighborhood. So here's 2:15, so we're going to start the clock around then, and you can see that front moving through, just inching through Santa Barbara, the south coast, up through Ventura County. So you can see that yellow and orange and red, that's an indication of rainfall rates, half an inch closer to possibly an inch per hour. And that is when we hit that threshold, possibly for debris flows, for mud flows, rock slides. So that is the concern and what Paul was mentioning as we head through the next few hours. Here's 4:30, a snapshot over Los Angeles, the San Gabriel Valley. You can see that heavier rain falling over the San Gabriels, over the mountains. Now Lancaster, it's typically just, that light, steady rain, but it's as we head into the LA Basin this afternoon, 4:30, 5 o'clock, that we will see that pouring rain. Long Beach, it's going to hit you by around 5:15 into northern Orange County and starting to move into some parts of the Inland Empire. So again, we're following that front. We're tracking it as it moves southward. Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino, you are up at about 5:15, 5:30. About 6:30 this evening, it will be pouring in Mission Viejo and southern Orange County. In Paris, right along the 10 freeways, you make your way along the San Gorgonio Pass, so we can track that front as it moves across Big Bear, the San Bernardinos, the San Jacintos, as we head into this evening. Here's about dinner time tonight. Continuing to pour in some parts of Riverside County, Hemet, Temecula. Still seeing that rainfall in areas like Palm Springs. 10:30 tonight, Los Angeles is dry, Ventura County is dry, and a lot of the Inland Empire is dry. Once the bulk of that rain moves through, we will say goodbye to the heavier rain. Here's a snapshot of 5:25, 5:30 tomorrow morning. Maybe you're waking up, you're getting ready to make your commute into work. Well, it's mostly dry. Again, a few lingering showers into early Friday, but really most of the system moves out of here once we kind of get past that time frame. So it's really the next few hours and this evening that we are hyper focused on. That flash flood outlook you can see in red. So that indicates a high risk of flash flooding. So Paul talked about the flood watch and talked about, all of the ingredients. Once we have a flash flood warning, that means the ingredients have come together and we are looking at flooding that is happening or that is imminent. So let's talk about the next 7 days, because I know, next few hours very important, but I know you're also probably planning for your weekend, want to know what is incoming. And the good news is if you have plans outdoors this weekend, you're good to go, okay? Temperatures will still be on the cooler side. We're talking 60s this weekend, but we are dry, we are rain free, so still that possibility of some lingering showers into early Friday. I think second half of Friday looking pretty nice once the bulk of the system moves through. Our last stop here, the Inland Empire. Of course, rain heavy at times today, lingering showers into early Friday, and then dry by the weekend. Amy and Sheba, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. Dozens of homes in the Pacific Palisades have been evacuated because of the storm.
KCAL News reporter Luz Delia Caballero is there live with the latest for us. Luz Delia, a lot of rainwater there behind you in the street.
A lot of rainwater, and that rain is really starting to come down. And this was one of the main concerns for folks we talked to yesterday. It is knowing that mudslides could come, but not knowing when, and also the dangers of flooding. This is just one street of several that we've seen where water kind of starts stockpiling in one area. Granted, there is a divot here, but just so you get an idea, this is a sidewalk here. And the closer we get to the street, the deeper the water gets. And throughout the course of the last hour, we've seen how drivers are now reconsidering even going through this area because, again, depending on how low their car is, they just don't want to get stuck here, get their engine wet. So we'll see if a car comes. In the meantime, we want to show you, already you can see that runoff here on the road. You can also see debris. And this is another thing that folks were concerned about here in the Palisades area, given that, yes, there are drains, but again, all of that debris, even though there are sandbags around a lot of these drains, depending on how quickly that water is going down the hill, that could change and change quickly. Assad, here's a car coming if you want to whip around so you can show them. So essentially, this is becoming kind of a river that cars have to navigate. The higher the cars are, the easier it is for them to travel to. But as we walk to this corner, which we will eventually show you what most streets actually look like, you see more and more debris. Until we get here, we want to walk through evacuation warnings that went into effect at 7 a.m. for burn areas, at least in the Palisades fire area, to include the Getty Villa area, Highlands near the burn areas, Bienvenida area near Temescal Canyon Park, Reseda Boulevard area, Marinette Road near Will Rogers State Park, Mandeville Canyon above Tanner's Road. And of course, this is a very fluid situation. These evacuation warnings could go until tomorrow at 2. And what Assad is showing you here is what we have been talking about and the big fear, right? So you see water kind of starting to accumulate here, depending on how quickly that water comes from the hillside and how it goes into this area. you can see debris starting to jump these sandbags and these tubes that are essentially, the green tubes are supposed to soak up any hazardous materials, chemicals, toxic waste, to prevent it from going into the storm drain, right? So once this water goes and kind of gets soaked up here, you still see all of this debris accumulating. And I should note that we have seen people coming out with shovels and bags trying to get all of these leaves and debris that lingers into these storm drains out, but they just can't move fast enough in some areas because you have to think, right? The water has been saturating the hillsides for many, many, many hours up until now, and it's only supposed to get worse. So at this time, they are just trying to beat all of this debris that, as you can see, has accumulated quite a bit just in this area. And again, I can't stress enough, this is just one of many. So again, these concerns continue to grow with residents who have homes that are still standing, who are below these hillsides, and you have to think, they are living nightmare after nightmare, first with the fire, and if their homes are still standing, some are still significantly damaged, but they want to preserve anything and all that they can. So what does this mean? They want to make sure that their homes are protected for the rain, for any flooding, any runoff, any debris. And again, it goes back to that initial fear of not knowing what's to come, only knowing that they have to be ready to go and try to protect their home as much as possible. So as of now, this is the theme of the last couple of hours as the rain starts really coming down hard and not letting up, and then it kind of lightens up a bit. So you see the roads that are quite flooded start going down a little bit, giving some time for the drainage to really go down, but it is not by much. And given that these conditions are going to worsen within the next couple of hours, it raises several questions. And the main one is, will these mudslides, will these landslides come? The answer is we just don't know. We just have to be vigilant, and everybody just has to be safe. And the last thing I will say is that LAPD officers did go into all evacuation warning zones, and they knocked on doors. They made sure people were out, and if they couldn't find anyone, they hung signs onto those doors to let residents know, hey, be ready and be ready to go. You are under an evacuation warning zone. And we did see with the fires that evacuation warnings, officials were telling people, heed these as orders, because again, things can change in a matter of a second for the worse. And the last thing we would want is for anybody to be in harm's way, given that we are so close to those hillsides. And once a mudslide comes, and with all of that debris and with the inertia that comes with the runoff coming down and the mudslides coming down, it could just be a very dangerous situation very quickly. So let's all take these warnings and orders very seriously, and here on KCAL we'll keep you updated with any changes and any extensions for those warnings and orders. Send things back to you.
All right, we're back here at the studio, and what you're seeing on your television screen or smartphone is a time lapse of what's going on radar-wise over Southern California right now. The National Weather Service meteorologists in Oxnard, that's their home base, they've been working so many hours over the past several weeks, first talking about fires, now talking about rain. One of their meteorologists, Dave Gomberg, is joining us on the phone right now. Dave, thanks for taking some time out of a busy day. The first question that Alex and I wanted to throw your way is, can you explain to our viewers why rainfall intensity and rainfall rates mean so much when we're talking about landslides and mudslides post fires like we are right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, Paul and Alex. So we're always concerned more about the higher intensity, shorter duration rainfall. We're not as concerned when it's kind of a more gradual, long period, moderate type rainfall. But when you get those heavier bursts that we've seen with history and past debris flow situations, including the famous Montecito burn scar, it was really the sub-hourly rainfall rates that were high intensity that seemed to cause the more dangerous, significant debris flows.
Yeah, and I think, sometimes, Paul, you could probably talk to this too. Sometimes it gets a little bit confusing, right? Because we talk about rainfall totals as a whole when the storm system, and then we talk about those rainfall rates that can reach a quarter of an inch, half an inch, up to an inch per hour. That's when things get dicey. Dave, I want to ask you about this timing, because earlier, and even yesterday, we were talking about this main front moving through Los Angeles County and those burn scars about 5:30, and now the timing's moved up just a little bit for more in the afternoon. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we are kind of experiencing the first piece of energy that's kind of moving through right now. But what we're more concerned about is, like you mentioned, the back end of that front, where we're seeing more powerful, more widespread, heavier rain across San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara counties. Kind of the leading edge now moving towards the city of Santa Barbara. So it's that piece of energy with that cold front that has us most concerned. And like you said, Alex, looks like we could bump those timings up a couple hours. So really any time, I would say, after 3 o'clock all the way through about 10 p.m. this evening, it's going to take a few hours to push all the way from west to east across the county.
Dave, can you take us back to the Montecito slides and explain what happened there versus what we're experiencing today, and tell us the similarities, but also tell us the really important differences between the two?
Yeah, first of all, we could start with some similarities. It happened right after the Thomas fire. It was very fresh fire, similar to what we're seeing here. So that's concern is the time frame. How recent the burn scar is. But in terms of rainfall rates, so when we talk about debris flow thresholds, we actually receive that as guidance from the USGS. And we use those thresholds as guidance to issue our flash flood warnings and even our flood watches that are currently in effect. So, for instance, the main threshold for many of the burn scars are somewhere around 0.5 to 0.6 inches per hour. But as Alex alluded to earlier, we're also looking at 15 and 30-minute thresholds. So sometimes it's not even a full hour. It can be these really heavy bursts, thunderstorms, or just heavier and enhanced cells that come through in just a short duration, 15, 30 minutes. And that's actually what caused the Montecito situation. It wasn't even really a long period of rain. It was just a very heavy burst in about 15 minutes. So to give you a perspective of what we saw with Montecito, that was 0.75 inches in 15 minutes. Why is that so important? Well, the threshold for that burn scar at that time was only 0.2 in 15 minutes. So it was literally almost 4 times the USGS threshold. So the way we like to look at it is when you first hit the threshold, whether it's 15, 30, or 60-minute thresholds, that's when you probably start to get some minor movement of the debris flow. And, not necessarily damaging or life-threatening. But once you start getting well above those thresholds, say 2 or 3 times, and in the case of Montecito, almost 4 times the threshold, that's when you get the really dangerous and life-threatening type debris flows.
Yeah, and we definitely don't want to see anything like that ever again. Dave,
Right.
I have one more question for you regarding the rainfall rates. What are you seeing? What are the rates you're seeing over the Central Coast right now where the front is? And do you expect that to kind of continue as it pushes south into Los Angeles?
Yeah, so we have seen some pretty high rates already. I've seen some 0.7, 0.8s, anywhere from Ventura northward. And to be honest, we've even seen a few 0.75s over LA County in some of those favored orographic areas, meaning areas against the foothills, the coastal slopes of the Santa Monica's, the San Gabriels. Those are the most favored areas in this kind of flow pattern. So we're already starting to see, some 0.7, 0.8s that are very isolated right now over LA County. But when that main band comes through in the next few hours, that's when we expect it to be more widespread. And we feel pretty confident that we're going to see those 0.7, 0.8s in those most favored foothill coastal slope locations. And again, the concern is the Eden burn scar and even the Palisades, Franklin burn scars along the Santa Monicas. So they're going to be at high risk for hitting some of those higher thresholds. There is an outside chance we could even see some isolated pockets getting close to 1 inch an hour. So that's kind of the upper end of what we're thinking. And again, the latest computer models seem to be focusing those highest rates over the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains and some of the higher terrain up there. So that will be the greatest concern, and that would probably be sometime between 3 and 10 p.m. today.
Awesome, Dave. Great information. We appreciate the collaboration with us as we stay on the air, waiting for that front to get through and leave Santa Barbara County, and Ventura County and LA County will be first. Dave, thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Guys, back to you. That was great information from the Weather Service, telling us what the thresholds are and telling us that there is a chance.
Okay, Paul, we are having some trouble with your microphone. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit.
All right, KCAL News is here with your storm watch coverage all afternoon.
And we're going to check back in with our meteorologist for your next weather forecast, just moments away.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now to see stars and creators behind hit shows, including Matlock on CBS. Don't miss Paley Fest. Visit paleyfest.org to get tickets now. I'm Livy Dunn, All-American gymnast and Viore athlete. When you travel and train as much as I do, you find happiness where you are. On the mat or on the sand, movement and comfort are essential. That's why I live in Performance Joggers by Viore. Made from DreamKnit fabric that's made of 89% recycled materials, effortlessly soft and made to move as much as I do. My happiness starts here, in the softest joggers on the planet.
Well, the storm system is hitting some areas harder this afternoon, and conditions will continue to change as the day goes on. This is a live look at our live weather radar, and you can see plenty of rain out there, and at times very heavy.
Absolutely. We're still monitoring that. And here's a live look at the LA River from our lot here in Studio City to see how high the water is there. All right, let's get right back to our meteorologist, Alex Biston, for the current conditions and what's ahead. Alex?
Hi, you know what? I'm looking at the radar. If you can take my computer full here, I'm going to give you a look at the radar, and I'm going to zoom you in into all of the areas that are seeing the rainfall right now. So we're actually getting a little bit of a break over Malibu and Pacific Palisades up near the Palisades, Burn Scar, Santa Clarita. But watch as we move into the LA Basin and, of course, the Eaton Fire, Burn Scar. We are seeing that rain come down. And you see these yellows on the screen. That's an indication of really that steady soaking rain. So that is moving in areas like Downey, up through Monterey Park, West Covina. And then as we head south into Orange County, areas like Santa Ana, Huntington Beach, and Laguna Niguel, it is pouring there. Up through the Inland Empire and even all the way up into the highest peaks up in the San Bernardinos, we're seeing snowfall there. So it is a mixture of rain and snow up and until that point. So I want to now kind of focus over what we are seeing in Santa Barbara right now up through Solvang. So along the 101 freeway, Lompoc, Solvang, we are seeing that front move through. So those bands of heavier rain that is starting to move into the Santa Barbara South Coast, up through Cuyama, and even up into areas like Taft, Buttonwillow, right along the 5 freeway, if you've ever traveled through that area. So this is kind of that main front. You can see that line there. So that's that heavier rain, and we are expecting that in Southern California as we move into the next few hours. So I'm going to get to the exact timing of that here. I'm going to pull up the Futurecast so you can see when that rain moves through in your neighborhood. So that's loading here. Okay, so here's the Futurecast. We're going to walk you through as we head into around 2:30. You can see that front, that main line there of that heavier rain is centered right over Ventura County. So it is going to be moving over Ventura County as we head into about 2:40. 3 o'clock this afternoon, starting to push into areas like Calabasas, Agora Hills, the San Fernando Valley. I'm going to continue to move the time here as we move into 4:50, 5 o'clock. And you can see that heavier rain, that front is now starting to move past Los Angeles into Orange County and into areas like the Inland Empire, Rancho Cucamonga. At 5:30, it is going to be pouring for you. So a lot of these foothill communities will be dealing with the heavier rainfall as we move into about the dinner time hour tonight. Really, the takeaway is this heaviest rain is going to move through tonight. And then as we head into the overnight hours, really a lot of this is subsiding. And we are going to be looking at drier conditions as we start off Friday. So the good news is if you've got plans outdoors this weekend, looking good to go. We are drying out. Amy and Sheba, back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. And as expected, evacuation orders are in effect for the Eaton Fire burn area.
That's right. Our Amanda Sorrentino is live in Sierra Madre. And Amanda, I hear that rain coming down where you are.
Oh, yeah, it's really coming down now. We got a little bit of a break, and it's starting to come greet us once again. But this paints a really good picture of just how much rain has already come through this area. So this canal already has water flowing through it throughout the year. That's not uncommon, but this much with this much speed and force is what's not common. And that's because of the rain that we've already received today. And this is before the heavy amount that we're expecting that Paul and Alex and all our meteorologists have been talking about that we will be getting. But you can see just how much mud is in here. The area we are in right now is not under the evacuation order. That's a little bit above us. You guys are okay to go if you need to go. Sorry, there's a few cars driving around here right now. So we're going to make sure this car is getting through. We want to make sure we're getting out of everybody's way. Okay, we're good. So this order, what I was saying was this area, not under an evacuation order, but a lot of people I talk to in this area, they say they are prepared to leave just in case. The concern is when you get higher up where that Eaton fire burn scar is. So I'm going to walk over this way. We're going to be careful of what we're walking by. You can see, though, how much the rain is really coming down here in Sierra Madre right now. And some residents I talked to, they're just standing by watching the rain. I'm going to hop over this side really quick. I met Glenn Lambden. He's actually the former mayor of Sierra Madre over here. He's watching the rain for us. And you say you're not really too concerned just yet, but you said the city's really put in a lot of effort to make sure residents are prepared.
I think the city has done a spectacular job. Every box has been checked. Tuesday night, our council meeting, the council unanimously voted to name our city manager as directing all the emergency operations. Every communication between all the agencies has been done. Even while the fire was still burning, our city staff were already preparing for the mud flows, the rain.
So what was done? Because we can see the sandbags, we see the K-rails up, but how are residents being prepared as well?
Well, I think a lot of this, residents have to secure their own success in this. The bags were made available for us. We had to go down to the city yard. Some of us had to fill up the bags themselves, but they were available a week in advance. K-rails have been placed. County engineers have been up here. County crews have been here cleaning the wash. Again, every box has been checked.
Okay. Living in this area, you're a lifelong resident of Sierra Madre. You're prone to Mother Nature coming at you guys. Is this just another event for you, or does this rain really have some concern?
I am concerned. I mean, I've gone through fires here before, and this one maybe is a little different, maybe a little more severe, but I believe we're prepared. And we can't control what nature does, but we can, put our faith in what we do. And I feel very confident that the city has done everything that they can possibly do.
Okay, well, Glenn, yeah.
And I'll put my faith in that.
Yeah. Absolutely, and we hope you stay safe and your neighbors. Thanks so much for talking with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, stay safe, stay dry over here. What we have been seeing, though, you see some police cars going through the area at 7 a.m. this morning. Police were coming through on their loudspeaker telling residents a little higher up, hey, you got to go. More than 1,000 homes have been evacuated in the Sierra Madre area under that evacuation order. But, when I was just up there with my photographer, Gus, We talked to a lot of people that said, you know what, we're going to stay tight. Our bags are packed. We saw them loading luggage into their car, but they're not leaving just yet. They're waiting for that heavier rain to come down. But the concern with that, if you've been through Sierra Madre, there's really, really tight and narrow roads, and a lot of water is flowing down them right now. So if you can leave, if you have the opportunity to, please do, because if that rain really starts coming down like it is projected to, as our meteorologists have said, it could be a really dangerous situation just trying to get out of here, because we know how quickly things can change when it comes to Mother Nature and just how much damage is already done to those hillsides because the Eaton Fire burn scar right there, and there's homes right up against it. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on it, continue to monitor it. There are evacuation centers at the Pasadena Convention Center and the YMCA you can go to as this rain continues to come down. But, you know, county workers are out here making sure those debris basins are cleared out. We see CAL FIRE actually driving through the area as well as police officers, just making sure everyone stays safe. But right now, it's just a really rainy and soggy afternoon in Sierra Madre, and hopefully that's all that it will be. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Amanda. Always good to be prepared. So if that evacuation order comes through, you are ready to go. Our storm watch coverage continues all afternoon.
Yeah, we want to take another live look at our weather radar. You see all that rain over our area. We'll be right back with the latest conditions.
Larry, check this out. With On Deck, we could get a small business loan fast and start hiring more help right away.
Or loan cannon!
Huh?
Why, loan cannon, why?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
I'm Martha Stewart, and this is one of my new kittens. Of course, I want to give them the happiest, healthiest life possible, which is why I choose Pretty Litter. We love this litter because it's tough on odor and helps keep tabs on their health by changing color to show high, low, and typical pH levels. Pretty Litter is also low dust. And whether you're a new cat parent or a lifelong cat lover like me, this low-maintenance litter is the game changer. Try it today. Go to prettylitter.com.
When my hair started to thin, I thought, am I going to have any hair left?
After I gave birth, my hair wasn't even thinning, it was gone.
As I got older, I couldn't grow it past my shoulders.
Nutrafol has different formulas for all the different changes so many women go through.
Within 3 months, my hair is significantly fuller.
It's longer, it's thicker.
My friends noticed it. I felt like a completely different person.
Try the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com.
To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
We're meteorologist Paul Deano for the current conditions and, of course, what's ahead. Paul?
Hey, guys, we're going to take a little tour on the radar here just to look at some of those rainfall rates. We heard that the magic number that we don't want to go over is about 0.7 of an inch of rain per hour. We're not there yet, but the storm up by Santa Barbara, the front there, may exceed that threshold. So let's zoom into some of these wetter spots. We'll go up to the Inland Empire first because some of those foothills north of the 210 showing some pretty intense rainfall. So we'll pop a few rainfall rates on here. Right around Monrovia, that is a rainfall rate of about 1/2 an inch of rain per hour. We'll go over to Glendora, and we're looking at a rainfall rate there of about 1/4 an inch of rain per hour. And then closer to Rancho Cucamonga, about 1/3 of an inch of rain per hour. So some pretty decent rainfall rates in the Inland Empire right now. Let's move the map. We'll head down to the south. We'll go over the Santa Anas and head into Metro LA County and Metro Orange County. Let's zoom in on Irvine. We'll see the difference. You just saw the yellows and oranges, quarter to a half of an inch of rain per hour. What's going on in and around Irvine? You're going to see a big difference here. It's only about 0.06 of an inch of rain per hour with the rain that's falling in Irvine. That's about 6-7 times less intense than what we're seeing in the Inland Empire. We'll zoom back out. Wrong way. We'll zoom back out and head up toward Metro LA County, seeing some really intense rainfall rates sitting just offshore of Marina del Rey. And rainfall rates there, about a half of an inch of rain per hour. Torrance, about a quarter to a half of an inch of rain per hour there, and down toward Long Beach and the Port of Los Angeles, about a sixth of an inch of rain per hour. Now, mind you, that magic number is about 0.7 of an inch of rain per hour. That would be strong enough rainfall rates to give us the high risk of landslides and mudslides, and nowhere in what we just saw, even in those yellows and oranges, are we seeing those rates. Now, where's the actual front? It's back here towards Santa Barbara. That's where the boundary is, and that will be the line of concern that is heading slowly in our direction. I'm going to zoom over to a different map and show you that progression of that front. You see it oriented from northeast to southwest. It stretches all the way from Mammoth, south and west of Bakersfield, all the way to Santa Barbara. That's the boundary that's heading toward us, and that is the boundary that may raise those rainfall rate thresholds to a point that we begin to see landslides or mudslides. We hope it doesn't happen, but the possibility is there. How much rain has fallen so far? Just updated these rainfall totals. In a few spots in the San Bernardino Mountains, 3.5 inches of rainfall. The Malibu Hills, about 2 inches of rain. Fullerton, 1.5 inches. Arcadia, 1.25 inches. Garden Grove and Ontario, about 1 inch of rain. Last thing I want to show you here before we throw it back to you guys is the flood watch and flash flood watch map, which shows that most of coastal Southern California is included in this. Almost all of LA County, all of the Inland Empire, all of Orange County, and the majority of eastern Ventura County under a flash flood watch or a flood watch with mudslides possible. But they're not happening yet. And guys, what we're seeing is video of a lot of water moving. What we don't want is the earth moving. And we haven't seen that yet. And the hope is that the rain comes through and we don't have any widespread issues, because boy, do we have so many burn scars that are primed for flooding, but the rainfall rates as of yet have yet to exceed that threshold. So guys, good news so far. Let's hope we keep that good news going through the afternoon. Back to you.
Fingers are crossed. Paul, thank you so much. There are some powerful new tools to help city officials monitor debris flows in those burn areas.
Assignment Manager Mark Liu is live at the desk now with all the details for us. Mark?
Yeah, that's right. It's a set of new cameras that have been added to the Alert California camera system. These are mountaintop cameras that have time-lapse imagery of things like wildfires and damage, and now debris basin as they fill up. We're going to take a look here. This is the Alert California website. All of these blue icons, these are all cameras that are mountaintop cameras, and there's a couple of new ones right here in Sierra Madre. The one I want to take a look at is the Sierra Madre Canyon debris basin camera. Take a look at this. This is all water flowing into the Sierra Madre debris basin. You can see down there, that flow really starts to increase in the next 3 hours right there. Now it's really flowing. This is just about a half an hour ago. This is all water that is coming out of the Sierra Madre burn scar. And you can see how dark it is. It's full of ash and other fire, just dirt from the fires up there. And this is going to flow into this debris basin and keep this away from the homes that are down in the Sierra Madre area. Now, this is the only new camera that they have installed here. They've got another one. It's on an area called Sierra Madre Bridge. And I'm going to show it to you here. This one, there's not as much action, but this is what city officials are going to monitor here. If there's going to be debris flows and mudslides in the Sierra Madre area, we'll very likely see them on hillsides like this. You can see the rain coming down here. This is a 3-hour time lapse of this area near the Sierra Madre Bridge in the canyons there. And then these aren't the only cameras that they installed. They put some new ones down here in the Pacific Palisades area, but unfortunately they're not online. There's 2 of them here called the Crowdcroft Debris Basin. They were up this morning, but you can see they're down at about 2:30 a.m. This was the last image that you had here. It's showing a mountainside. They're going to try and get these back up, but one of them that is active here is LA County Fire Helispot 69. This is a landing spot for LA County Fire helicopters to refuel and pick up more water during brush fires, but the visibility here is basically zero. This is just about 2 hours ago, now going into an hour ago here in the Malibu area, and you can see just how hard the rain is coming down in this area, and this is why there are evacuation warnings and orders in both the Eaton and Palisades burn scar areas. I want to keep monitoring these cameras. They're going to be one of our first ways that we're going to learn about any debris flows in either of those major burn scars. If any of that happens, we'll jump back on and let you know. That's the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. Well, KCAL News is here with your storm watch coverage all afternoon.
We're going to check back in with our meteorologist for your next weather forecast just moments away.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now for the premier festival that celebrates the stars and creators of hit shows, including Severance, Cobra Kai, Agatha All Along, Matlock, The Handmaid's Tale, Hacks, Poker Face, and Gilmore Girls, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Etoile, the Amy Sherman Palladino multiverse. Get an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Don't miss Paley Fest March 21st through the 29th. Tickets sell fast, so visit paleyfest.org to buy now.
With True Green, we got a golf course quality lawn at a great price.
That's when the golfers showed up.
Whoa, she's a beaut. I told ya. And because True Green does all the work, we get more family time.
Did you know it was this kind of tea time?
Everybody knew. Good luck with that.
They're actually kind of helpful.
And our lawn has never looked better.
You playing through?
PGA Tour quality lawns for as little as $1 a day.
Fairways look great.
Get started at truegreen.com.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of KCAL News. I'm Juan Fernandez.
And I'm Amy Johnson. We'll be here all afternoon and evening to bring you the latest on this storm.
And we have team coverage for you across all of Southern California. Meteorologist Evelyn Taft and Marina Jurica are tracking the storm cells.
Evelyn, we'll start with you for the current conditions. What's happening now?
Yes, we're going to get right to it. I'm going to backtrack for you right now. I was just setting up your futurecast to show you exactly what we're talking about as far as that radar goes. But you're going to bear with me because, again, everything is sort of fluid at the moment. And as we get a look at that radar, I'm stepping off and I'm showing you exactly what we're contending with right now. You'll notice right here that we are looking at heavier cells coming through Southern California at the moment. Steady rain all across Southern California. That's what the green is on your screen. And what I like to do is I'm showing you your 3-hour radar loop. And then we are going to start to see, as I pause it, where the heaviest rain is now. We're going to be talking about your futurecast coming up in just a little bit as well. But we will continue to take a look at where these cells are. So we are going to take a closer look right here. You'll notice as I zoom in, again, bear with me, but you're looking at yellow on your screen. Remember, yellow indicative of heavier rain. So that's what you're seeing right there. We're seeing some heavier rain over Glendora. The 210 corridor is also starting to see a little bit of rain. There is a little bit of snow coming up right now, but again, that is just not really a big part of the story because snow levels are so high at about 8,000 feet. I do want to come in right here. And as we take it out of LA and Ventura County, the Tehachapi's starting to see some very heavy rain, and that's what we're going to start to see in our forecast area as well. As I zoom out and sort of get a bird's eye view of Southern California, you're going to see this really next line of storms coming through, sitting over Santa Barbara County. That's what's really going to intensify as we move through the next few hours. We're going to have more coming up in your futurecast. I'll have that for you, but I do want to take a closer look at the radar as well with meteorologist Marina Jurica. Marina.
Thanks, Evelyn. We are looking at the heavy rain
at least the heaviest of the rain for this storm system still to our west. That will progressively move from west to east as we head into the rest of the day. So we are going to be looking at our radar right now, and you can see that heavy rain is pushing in to the Long Beach as well as Torrance and Lakewood and Palos Verdes area. This is that area that we saw just a little bit ago that was giving us some rain about 45 minutes to an hour ago in portions of Ventura County as well. And giving you the broader perspective here and pushing this in motion, you can see really well where that cold front is just starting to enter into Santa Barbara, Ojai, and getting into Ventura County. So once it shifts into Ventura County, we will be looking at that pushing into then LA County, getting into the San Gabriel mountain range as well as the Inland Empire as we head into the next 3 to 4 hours. And this is the storm system. Behind it, just a little bit of wraparound moisture expected once we head past that 10 p.m. to early Friday morning hours. So now through 4 o'clock, we've just got those soaking rains. That's ahead of that cold front. From 4 to 8, that cold front is moving through from west to east progressively. So yes, your evening commute is going to be hit hard. So you want to make sure that you leave yourself plenty of time and take it easy out there. We're talking about 1 inch of rain in 1 hour possible, with the highest risk of mudslides moving in this evening, because collectively there's going to be a lot of pressure already on the land placed by the 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches that we have already seen. Taking a look at our future cast, you can see from 4 to 5 p.m. moving into our heaviest rain from Thousand Oaks, Santa Clarita Valley, Malibu, then shifting over into the LA Metro 210 corridor, heading down towards the heart of LA and then Long Beach, San Pedro, and just about to enter into the Inland Empire in Orange County. So this is where the heaviest of rainfall will be pushing at rain rates of up to 1 inch per hour. Then we'll shift this all to the south as we move into that 6 to 8 o'clock hour. So then it's going to be more of the Inland Empire, then of course Orange County, then after that moving into the desert areas. So we do have a flood watch and a flash flood watch in effect through 10 p.m. this evening for pretty much our entire viewing area, as the heaviest rain rates are yet to come. I want to stress that. We've already seen a lot of heavy rain, but there's still a whole lot more to move in here. So mudslides and flooding possibly, especially at those recent burn scars. Remember, in our mountain areas, they create their own lift. So not only are we getting an added oomph and that lift coming in from the cold front, which is injecting that moisture in, then the mountains create their own lift. So it's almost like a double whammy. And so that's why we are so concerned in areas like the Eaton Fire burn scar, where we are going to be looking at the potential of not only the lift from the cold front, but the lift from the actual foothills and the mountains in that region. So we're going to be seeing rain across the area pretty consistently as we move into the rest of the day, with the heaviest between 5 and 8 p.m. So please keep that in mind as you are out and about. Back to you, Amy.
All right. Thanks so much, Marina. And now joining us live is LA City Council member Tracy Park, who represents much of the West Side, including the Palisades. And we want to thank you for joining us.
Happy to be here.
All right, first question here, Ms. Park. What measures has the city taken ahead of the storm, and is that plan changing as the day goes by?
City crews have been working around the clock getting ready for this storm. Our Bureau of Engineering has conducted geological assessments to identify areas at high risk of flooding, debris, and mud flow. They have been shoring the area up with K-rails and sandbags. We also issued some evacuation warnings and orders to specifically at-risk homes and area. And we are keeping the Palisades area itself closed except to residents only. We're really trying to keep people out of this area because these conditions are dangerous, and we're not out of the woods yet.
And we know that sandbags were available before, but is it too late to get sandbags now?
Folks can pick up sandbags at most local fire stations. They can also contact my office. You can go to cd11.lacity.org for more information on where to get sandbags.
And Ms. Park, any advice for residents? I know here at KCAL we tell them if they get that evacuation order to please go. It's important for them to go. And we're looking at just how much water has already come down. Any advice for your constituents? And also, have you been hearing from them at all?
Yes, actually, we have been hearing from them. We are aware of some mud and debris flow already in the Palisades area. Crews and the fire department are actively responding to those. But it's really important that all residents, first of all, just avoid PCH and the entire Palisades area. Unless you are a resident with a real reason to be there, just avoid it entirely. Also, very important that people heed the evacuation warnings and orders. LAPD is actually door knocking at houses that are under an evacuation order, and they are leaving door hangers to let folks know that they need to get out of the area. Really important for folks to follow along with official channels because the circumstances can change in an instant. And if that happens, additional warnings and orders will follow.
Yeah, and we need to stay on alert for the time being because as we've seen before, the rain may stop and it may be several days before we see a mudslide happen in our area, right?
That's right. So we're going to be keeping very, very close eyes on all of this until the storm is over and we are satisfied that the risk has passed.
And there is enough space for everyone who is evacuated in shelters, or you have locations set up and there's enough space for everyone.
So we haven't had any issues with folks not being able to find a place. If folks do have a problem, again, reach out to my office and we're happy to make efforts to assist folks.
Okay, wonderful to hear. Councilmember Park, thanks for your time and being with us here on KCAL News.
Stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
Let's turn it over now to our Jeff Nguyen. He's live in Altadena. And Jeff, what are you seeing there?
So Amy and Juan, we are on Glen Allen and Loma Alta Drive, and this is one of the areas where a combination of both evacuation warnings and mandatory evacuation orders are in place. We're talking about nearly 100 homes impacted, and the reason for that, you can see right behind me, all of this rain runoff and some of the debris flow that is coming right down this hill right here, and that is why when John Schreiber opens up the shot, you can see all of the K-rails that have been placed out here. The idea is whatever comes down the hillside, they don't end up on the street. The reason is because this is a very important street to get east and west along Altadena. We have seen a number of public works crews going through here, and the main concern is the hill right above. A week ago, I saw a contract crew out here laying some of that straw wattle up there to try to absorb some of the moisture coming down. And then in recent days, the hydro seeding, the green mixture that you see up there has been sprayed. In there is a combination of seeds as well as fertilizer. And the hope is that with time, it's going to help to speed up the regrowth along this barren hillside. In addition to that, right below the green is actually a property that burned away. So you've got all of the slopes here completely gone, not a whole lot of vegetation, and you can see some of the loose soil that has ended up on the roadway. As I walk in this direction and you've got the K-rails over here, you notice right in front of me there is a lot of dirt and mud along the street. Well, some of that is because of this. I'm going to ask John Schreiber to get ahead of me a little bit. And over here you've got this gully, and even though we've got the K-rail right in front of me, there are a couple of other K-rails along the gully, but even with the triple layer, if you will, there is still a lot of debris and mud that has come down the gully, so much so that they have basically forced their way through the cracks on the floor here and pushed all of this mud and debris. And so to give you a sense of why there is a bit of urgency, when we walk in this direction, you'll notice there is a sheriff's unit. Oh, I'm sorry, that's out of view. Take my word for it. There are homes on the other side of where we are, and we spoke to some folks who live along the street, and they talk about the concern right above.
Safety, because look at the hillside right in front of us. There are no homes left, so that could come down any minute.
Any concerns are pretty much the mudslide from the debris from the fire, so hoping that doesn't come down. That's pretty much our biggest concern, so I'm hoping it still doesn't come down from the rain.
Back out here live, you will see the National Guard vehicle right there along with the Sheriff's Department vehicle. So a lot of the folks out here, in addition to their concerns of mudslides, they are also worried about looting. The Sheriff's Department, since the early on stages of the aftermath of the fire, Sheriff Robert Luna, he talks about how he wants to make sure that looting does not happen. We're going to get out of the way so this vehicle can get by us. But we have seen a number of Sheriff's Department vehicles patrolling out here, as well as a Public Works vehicle out here as well. So they want to be very mindful of preventing looting out here. In addition, earlier, the corner right there had a lot of debris runoff, and Public Works scooped up all of the mud there. So we've been seeing this sort of constant hum of activity out here throughout the morning. But as the on again, off again rain comes down again, there are plenty of people and resources out here to keep an eye on the situation. For now, we're reporting live in Altadena. Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News. We'll send it back to you.
It's really nice to see those clear roads behind you there, Jeff. All right, thanks so much. And our Storm Watch coverage continues all afternoon.
Here's another live look at our weather radar. We're going to be right back with the latest conditions for you.
Listen up, I'm Scott Disick. You guys want to know the real secret for making my house smell like a 5-star suite? It's all about hotel collection. Whenever my friends walk in, they're instantly impressed by how amazing it smells in here. You could fill your entire space with incredible scents through your air conditioning. It's that easy. Right now, there's exclusive offers to help you elevate your home. Get ready to transform your space. Once you try this, you'll wonder how you ever lived without it.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper. With results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not one, but 2 hormones to curb hunger with less nausea. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
I'm Livy Dunn, All-American gymnast and Viore athlete. When you travel and train as much as I do, you find happiness where you are. On the mat or on the sand, movement and comfort are essential. That's why I live in Performance Joggers by Viore. Made from dream knit fabric that's made of 89% recycled materials, effortlessly soft and made to move as much as I do. My happiness starts here, in the softest joggers on the planet.
I avoided credit cards most of my life, but when I started to create a streaming platform for musicians like me, I knew it was important to build my credit to set my business up right. I heard about the Chime Credit Builder Card and I signed up right away. I didn't have to worry about fees, interest, or credit checks. Within a month, my score went up. Now it's up over 100 points. I feel set up for success, and so is my business. I tell everybody about the Chime Credit Builder Card. Here we go. Check it out at chime.com.
And it looks like the hood of the FedEx truck flew off and landed in the opposite lanes. No word on whether anyone was hurt.
Busted up that center divider, too. We have team coverage across Southern California. Meteorologist Evelyn Taft and Marina Jurica are tracking the storm cells for us. Marina, we'll start with you.
Thanks so much, Juan. Amy, we've got a lot of heavy rain, but believe it or not, this isn't even the heaviest that's going to push through our region as we head into the next 4 to 6 hours. Let's take a look at our next weather live radar right now, and we are able to see that the heavy rain is slowly shifting from Ventura County and moving from west to east. And that will be the general direction of the rain as we move forward into the rest of the day. So the cold front is still off into Santa Barbara area, and we can look at our next weather live radar and see that that's exactly where the cold front is situated. It's just moving into the Ojai area, and as it continues to shift, we will be looking at that moving in. So looking at that next weather live radar right now, we can see that we've got that heavy rain that is pushing in, and it is going to continue to push in from that Ojai, Ventura, Santa Paula, Fillmore area and head into Camarillo. This area just saw some heavy rain about an hour and a half ago, and so now it's getting the bulk of that cold front. So as we shift a little further down towards the east, you can see that this is where that area saw that heavier rain earlier, and now that's moving into Commerce as well as Hacienda Heights and Glendora, so that 210 corridor around the San Gabriel Mountains. And then as we shift further even into the Inland Empire, we're starting to see some of that heavier rainfall in Riverside, Grand Terrace, San Bernardino, Fontana, and also Rancho Cucamonga. Giving you this huge perspective here, you can see where that cold front is very nicely. It is right in that Santa Barbara region. As it shifts in, this will be the heaviest rain rates that we see in a very short period of time. So now through 4 o'clock, soaking rains ahead of the cold front. From about 4 to 8, that front is going to be moving in from west to east. So that'll be the heaviest rain rates at about an inch per hour possible. And that's why we're super concerned, because the ground is already saturated for those mudslide problems and the debris flows to move in. So currently right now, some storm rain totals to get you almost at 3.5 inches in the San Bernardino Mountains. Malibu Hills just over 2 inches now. Arcadia, 1.25 inches. Ontario almost at 1 inch. And so with that ground already being saturated, we are pushing forward into the heaviest rainfall amounts of this storm with the dynamics of this cold front coming in. That creates lift, that injects moisture into the system. And that is why we have a flood watch and a flash flood watch in effect through 10 o'clock tonight, because the heaviest of rains have yet to come in. And giving you a snapshot of 4 to 5, your evening commute is going to be rough, because this is when it's going to shift into LA County. And as that moves out of Ventura County into LA County, we are going to be looking at heavy rain rates that will last all the way through 6, 7 o'clock for Los Angeles County. So if you're going to be on the roads at that time, please leave yourself plenty of time as you are commuting, because it will become problematic as we head into this evening. And that's why both Evelyn and I have our eye on later on this evening, because that is where we are going to be looking at the heaviest rain rates, which will be problematic for those burn scar regions.
Absolutely, Marina. And you were talking about those thresholds, and it looks like we're going to exceed those thresholds in all burn areas with rain rates of 1 inch an hour. I mean, we don't even have to get to 1 inch an hour to exceed those thresholds for at least the Palisades and Eaton burn scars. So we're going to continue to watch all burn scars tonight. We're going to continue to track this rain that's coming in. And as Marina mentioned, this afternoon, again, things are picking up, but it's this evening. If you plan to be out and about, hopefully you don't have to be, but if you are, just be cautious. Roadway flooding is certainly a possibility already happening across lots of neighborhoods, and we're expecting it to get even hairier as we move through the night. Now, 5 o'clock tonight, things start to move out of Ventura County. They start to move out of LA County, and not completely, but starting to push to the south, to the IE, to Orange County, and our mountain and foothill communities along the 210 corridor. We're going to continue to see very heavy rain. The orange and red on your screen indicative of extremely heavy rain and the possibility of maybe a bit of convection, which means maybe some thunderstorms. The chance isn't super high, but it's with us. And when we see red on Futurecast or on radar, there's always a chance there. Now, let's take a closer look. As we take a look at the coastline right there, we're looking at yellow and orange, meaning heavy downpours at 5 p.m. Now, 7 p.m., things start to let up a little bit for some of us, but not for all of us. We are looking at much drier conditions through Ventura and LA counties at this point, but of course, Orange County and a concern tonight, especially in Majeska, in Silverado. We're going to continue to see these heavy cells come through, and in the IE. Now, by 9 p.m., a lot drier for all of us, but I do want to remind you that flooding or debris flows, which commonly sometimes we refer to as mudslides, but debris flows could happen even hours or days after the rain comes through. So we're not going to be completely in the clear once it starts to dry out this evening. It will get a little easier to maneuver around town, but even then we could get a lot of flooding out on the roadways. Now overnight, we're just looking at a few leftover showers. We could see snow levels drop off a little bit, but not by too much. We're still remaining above resort level. Now 2 a.m. we're still looking at a few showers working their way through the 3 o'clock hour and continuing on through 4 a.m. even 5 a.m. Still a few showers. A lot drier as we head into tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. We could even get a little bit of sunshine potentially mixed in with some cloud cover and drier once we hit the weekend. So we're going to continue to track it all, again, getting the last snapshot of satellite radar here. And we'll continue to take you through the evening because, of course, we are in the thick of it right now. And this is really the worst of the storm for Southern California. For now, though, Juan, Amy, back to you.
And we'll be here for it. Thanks, Evelyn. Our team coverage continues with KCAL's Rachel Kim.
Yeah, she's live on PCH in Malibu, where there's certainly concern about mudslides. Rachel.
Yeah, Amy, Juan, specifically we're along PCH near Big Rock Drive, and right now PCH remains closed to the public because, as we all know, rock slides, mudslides, always a concern since the canyons and bluffs are so close to the highway. Now, Suzanne, my photographer, is pointing to the hillsides. So far, you can see, fortunately, the hillsides are still holding at this point, but precautions have been put in place all along PCH here. You can see all the K-rails. And walk with me over to the other side of PCH here where we're standing. You can see that sandbags are also placed all along the backside of these homes that remain standing. Right now, I want to take you to some video that we shot as we drove to Malibu this morning and early afternoon. As we were driving here, we saw front loader trucks clearing the road of rocks and all the rain along Canaan Road. When we made it down onto PCH, we saw a lot of runoff going down into the ocean. Just shows you just how much water had been collecting up there. A series of road closures are also in effect in Malibu because of the possible mudslides and debris flows. Residents only are being given access to certain areas. You can also see homes that sit on top of these burned hillsides precariously. Those homes are, of course, at risk when the rain saturates the soil below them. Now, this morning, Sheriff Robert Luna said mandatory evacuations were issued for 49 homes in Malibu so far. And LA County Fire tells us they have additional staffing and pre-positioned strike teams in these vulnerable areas. But authorities tell us, fortunately, no major incidents so far. So back now live, Suzanne is showing you the destruction here in Malibu along PCH and the ocean. We can tell you that all morning long, the early afternoon, we've had light rain, breaks here and there, but we know that the big heavy storm is coming this afternoon, as our meteorologists have been telling us. We also talked to some crews up along Big Rock Drive who told us that there was some minor rock slides on Las Flores. So we do know there is some activity going on. So telling us it's dangerous to go up there. So at this point, there's a lot of closed areas, as I mentioned, that sheriff's deputies are blocking off. So again, right now, light rain, but of course we are expecting that heavy rain to come down. Fortunately, we are reporting no major incidents or problems so far here along PCH in Malibu. Amy, Juan, back to you.
All right, Rachel, thank you. And KCAL News is here with your Storm Watch coverage all afternoon.
We'll be checking back in with our meteorologists for your next weather forecast. Stay right there. We'll be back.
Haley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now to see stars and creators behind hit shows, including Matlock on CBS. Don't miss Haley Fest. Visit paleyfest.org to get tickets now.
When my hair started to thin, I wasn't feeling so confident. After I became a mom,
my hair, my health, everything was frazzled.
When I entered menopause, nobody tells you about hair thinning.
I started taking Nutrafol because I had seen that it worked with my friend.
And I really respect how it works from the inside out.
My hair was getting longer and stronger.
I'm a lot happier.
I feel better than I did in my 20s.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com.
Well, this storm system is hitting some areas harder this afternoon, and conditions will continue to change as the day progresses on. Here's a look at our live weather radar.
Let's go to some breaking news right now. Firefighters are responding to an SUV in the Washington Panorama City. Cell phone videos showing the vehicle submerged in the water near West Parthenia Street. Firefighters are staging with trucks and are flying a helicopter. They say no victims have been identified.
Let's go back to our meteorologist, Marina Jerica, for the latest storm conditions. Marina.
Well, Amy and Juan, we are continuing to see the heaviest of rain still to our west, but that is pushing in. So we need to know that, yes, it's raining pretty hefty right now, but it is going to be much heavier as we move into the next 3 to 6 hours. So here at 2:30, looking at our next weather live radar, you can see that the cold front is just starting to push into the Santa Barbara, Ojai area. So as that continues to shift into Ventura County over the next 30 to 45 minutes, the rain will intensify there. And then we are looking at some heavy rain throughout Thousand Oaks, heading down into Calabasas. And then we're seeing that heavier batch of rain that was throughout our western areas moving into portions of Arcadia, Glendora, Pomona, Chino Hills, and heading into the Inland Empire. So the 210 corridor from the San Gabriels to the San Bernardino Mountains are seeing the heaviest of that really prefrontal rainfall. So this is that rainfall that gets a little boost from the front, and then you get a whole big boost coming in once that front moves over top of you, because it actually lifts the atmosphere. It injects moisture into the atmosphere, and that's when we see our heavy rain rates. And as Evelyn and I were talking about earlier, the instability. It is that frontal system and that lifting mechanism that creates the instability and gives us that 10 to 15% chance of a thunderstorm popping up. We don't want to see that, but it is a potential moving in later on this afternoon. Let's give you the big perspective here and put it into motion. So you can see where that cold front is. You can see that strong delineation right there from Santa Barbara. That is the heaviest of rain. So that is going to start to gradually move in towards the west to east as we head into pretty much now all the way through 8 o'clock tonight. So that is the zone. And that is why we have a flash flood watch and a flood watch in effect for pretty much our entire viewing area until 10 o'clock, because the ground, especially in our burn scar areas, is already super saturated from the rains that we started seeing yesterday and this morning. It's not going to be able to handle a lot more, especially with the lack of vegetation. So we're going to really watch out as we move closer into this evening for the potential of mudslides in those recent burn scar regions and those debris flows. So let's push this forward. 4 to 5 p.m. LA County, downtown LA has the strongest rainfall, so it's not going to be a fun evening commute. We'll be looking at rain rates up to an inch per hour, so standing water is a definite possibility as we head into especially our freeways near small urban creeks and streams, and that is going to be the case throughout the evening. As we push forward past 5 o'clock, you can see that it starts to shift out of LA County, out of the Santa Clarita Valley, out of the 210 corridor, and by 5:45, 6 o'clock, we're moving into Orange County. So the heaviest of rain rates will then start to shift into Pomona, Anaheim, Costa Mesa, and slowly start to move into the Inland Empire. But it's really not until that 6:30 to 8 o'clock time frame that we get the heaviest of rainfall shifting into the Inland Empire and exiting off to the desert locations. Overnight, it's wraparound moisture, so our snow levels are going to drop because it's a warm system right now, but behind it, behind that cold front, we'll see those snow levels drop tomorrow morning pretty early to 5,000 feet, and that will allow for some snowfall in our higher mountain areas. And then wraparound moisture will just give us a few scattered showers here and there as we head into Friday morning. But by Friday night, everything should be moving out for a very calm weekend, which we're desperately going to need after the last 48 hours. So this is our next weather rainfall futurecast as we move from now into tomorrow morning. So this is on top of what we've already gotten, and you can see that this is the sliver that we're most concerned about from the San Gabriels into the San Bernardino Mountains, where we could be looking at an additional inch to inch and 3/4 across that area. And so that is why we are really watching that region for the mud flow potential. Everywhere else, an additional up to 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches. So that's pretty substantial on top of the numbers that we've already reached, because the heaviest rain is yet to come. So that is what's moving in later on this evening. Please be careful. And as you are out and about, just know that the heaviest of rainfall will be as we head into now and 8 o'clock. So the Inland Empire over the next 7 days, as I mentioned, there's our collective sigh of relief. You'll see the rain linger a little bit longer because you're further east, but then it'll start to shift and everyone will be clear by Friday night into Saturday and Sunday. We'll get warmer and it looks like it's going to be a really nice stretch for the extended period of some weather where we're going to need some quiet, dry weather all the way through about the end of next week. The models aren't showing any rain in the near future for probably the next 7 to 10 days. And then for the valleys, you can see that we'll still see some lingering showers in the morning, but then gradually those 60s will turn into 70s as we move into President's Day. And for LA and OC Metro, same setup, but the early showers will leave us quite quickly. If we see a few sprinkles here and there until about 9 or 10, that'll be about it. And then we're going to be looking at mostly sunny skies ruling. The fog will come back as we move into the morning commutes next week. We will be looking at some foggy conditions pretty much settling with us as we head into a good part of next week. But that is so much better than all of this heavy rain. So we desperately needed it, but it's coming, and it's coming very quickly. And as we head into the day today, we will keep you prepared here in the next Weather Center team as we continue to progress into this evening when the heaviest of rains are going to be with us. Amy, Juan?
And luckily, Friday night is not too far away. Marina, thank you. All right, joining us now is USC professor John West of Earth Sciences and Environmental Studies. Professor, thanks for joining us today.
Can you hear us okay?
I'm not hearing you all. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear us now? Professor?
Now I'm hearing you. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you talk to us about burn scar vulnerability and why it can last for years?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you can, just looking at the hill slopes, see the vegetation that's been completely cleared away during these fires. And it takes years for that vegetation to come back. We already start to see little, grass, little bits of grass growing back, but it takes a while for the vegetation to come back and stabilize those hill slopes. So unfortunately, we can expect the kind of scare that we're having at the moment in storms for the next year or 2 years, even 3 years down the road.
And Professor, regarding the storms we're seeing right now, how long can the immediate danger of this storm last? I know we're all waiting for possible mudslides and debris flow, but they don't necessarily have to happen today, right? They can happen a week from now as the water continues to soak into the earth, right?
That's right. I think the greatest concern is during the storms and immediately afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the time for people to be most vigilant. But absolutely, those living in hillside areas, especially around burn scars, should continue to have their attention on the potential for debris flows, landslides, over the coming days as the soils have been saturated by all this rainfall. And it can take some time for the effects to be seen.
And Professor, what can people, whether they live near burn scar areas or not, do to keep themselves safe in times like this?
Yeah, I mean, the number one thing, of course, is to pay close attention to the weather forecasts and to any evacuation, flood warnings, certainly to evacuation orders. Those living, most close to the burn scars should obviously heed those warnings particularly carefully. And there's a number of steps that people can take in advance, especially homeowners in debris flow prone areas. A lot of that's outlined on the LA County website. They've got great resources, and for those who are particularly concerned, they have a form you can fill in or a number you can call to get advice about hill slope engineering and sort of debris flow risks specific to properties.
And Professor, something we see a lot during this time is people laying out those yellow tarps or blue tarps around their property to keep the water away from the ground. Does that work? Does that help? Is it helpful to do something like that?
Yeah, I think there's a number of like local scale interventions that you can take. You know, sandbags. The county actually offers a sandbag service, so that if you need to pick up sandbags, you can do that from the county. Tarping, you know, all those kinds of efforts to divert water and potentially to divert sediment if there is a mudslide in your area. Again, there's some great pamphlets and resources on the county website that go into a lot more detail, but certainly those preventative measures are worth looking into and taking if you're concerned.
Yeah, they don't look great, but they sure do the job, right? Yeah.
All right. Well, absolutely, and you don't have to keep them around forever. So it's really
That's right.
You'd rather have them there for the day, or the days around rainy weather like this than have major damage.
All right, Professor Josh West, thank you so much for joining us and for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right, our Stormwatch coverage continues all afternoon right here on KCAL.
Yeah, the storm is hitting right as people hit the road. We're going to take a look at the latest traffic conditions coming up next.
Eating healthy is hard, but now everything we eat is easy, delicious, and good for the whole family. How? Hungry Root.
Hungry Root delivers healthy groceries with easy 4-ingredient recipes, so you can have a healthy home-cooked meal in minutes. With Hungry Root, you save hours planning, shopping, and cooking. That's why 90% of customers report improved health with Hungry Root. Hungry Root. Healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
Huh. Noom has GLP-1 meds now?
The psychology-based weight loss company?
Yes, Noom combines medication and healthy habits so you can lose the weight and keep it off.
And they guarantee it. Sustainable weight loss? Yes, please.
Whoa.
Noom gives you an off-ramp so you don't have to be on the meds forever.
Whoa.
That's really smart.
That's Noom smart.
Oh, you want to hear the best part?
They start at $149.
Whoa.
Want to know the other best part? They're delivered to your door in 7 days.
Noom, the smart way to lose weight.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: to provide a higher standard of care. Safe, reliable, nurse-led care right in people's homes. That's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be. Now, local agencies are looking for experienced nurses and caregivers who have the passion it takes to deliver that higher standard of care.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
The system. Once a frontal system moves in, it really creates a lot of dynamics in the atmosphere that are able to provide lift, more moisture, and instability. And those are the keys to really hiking up those rain rates to over 1 inch per hour. And that's when things could become dangerous. And so that is why we've been focusing on this evening now for the last 48 hours as it being the roughest spell. So as you can see from our Next Weather Live radar, there was that frontal system moving out of Santa Barbara into Ventura County around Ojai, and this is the residual moisture in front of the frontal system. So just some light to moderate rainfall in downtown LA, down into Commerce, Downey, Lakewood, Glendale, the 210 corridor, heading into Arcadia, and moving down towards just some light rain into Orange County right now from Anaheim, Yorba Linda, and Glendora, giving a batch of heavier rain right now, with the heaviest of rain for sure in the Inland Empire at this moment in our viewing area, but that is about to change in the next 30 minutes. You can see from Rancho Cucamonga down to Riverside into San Bernardino and Fontana, really all along that 210 corridor, we are seeing some heavy rain. Giving you the large perspective here so you can see that frontal system moving out of Santa Barbara, just heading into Ventura County now. It is going to get very heavy on the 101, and standing water is not going to be out of the realm of possibilities as these rain rates increase. So this will move from west to east across our entire viewing area. As that cold front moves through, it will draw that moisture in, and it will allow for the storm totals to continue to move up at a more rapid rate because it is a large amount of rainfall in a shorter period of time. But we've already seen almost 3.5 inches in the San Bernardino Mountains. Malibu Hills just clocked in over 2 inches. We've got Fullerton, Arcadia, and Garden Grove anywhere between 1 inch and 1.5 inches, and Ontario at almost 1 inch. So our Orange County folks are starting to pick up on 1/2 inch to 1/4 inch as well, because you folks are just starting to see that heavier rain, and we will be looking at continuing for the rest of the evening. So that's why we have a flood watch and a flash flood watch in effect through 10 o'clock, because we are going to be looking at a lot of heavy rain throughout your evening commute, and then moisture hanging on as we head into this evening. It's really not until tomorrow that we can collectively breathe a sigh of relief and start to dry things out as we head into the day. So giving you a Futurecast snapshot with our next weather tracker, you can see that between that 4 to 6 p.m. time frame, we're going to be looking at this system slowly make its way through the heart of our LA and OC metro and into the Inland Empire. These are rain rates of up to 1 inch of an hour or more. So we are going to be looking at the threshold, unfortunately, exceeding what a lot of those burn scar areas can have a load capacity to deal with. And that's why we are most concerned in those target areas. It is cold out there. It's going to remain cold for the next few days. It's really not until Sunday that we start to see those temperatures warm up. But dry conditions starting by tomorrow evening, which is going to be great. And Evelyn, you're going to target some of those areas on our Futurecast that's going to show us where we are going to see the heaviest of rain tonight and why we are so concerned about those totals.
Yep, that's exactly right. And we're going to get right to it. Of course, we are watching those thresholds in burn areas. And that's exactly right, Marina, because if we do get even close to 1 inch an hour, even a little less than that, we can actually start to exceed those thresholds for our burn areas. And that's where flash flooding could happen. That's where debris flows could happen as well. And also, they could happen hours or even days after this event. So we just have to stay vigilant over the days, over the hours to come. I do want to take you through Futurecast. We were just showing you the snapshot of the 5 o'clock hour because that's really where we're getting sort of that bullseye for LA and Ventura County. But as we stop the clock at 2:45, this is exactly where we are right now. As the radar was just showing you, we're looking at some of the heaviest rain coming through Ventura County and through the I-5 corridor currently. So Ventura County really getting hit especially hard. And then it's starting to become heavier for parts of LA County, the 210 corridor, and even parts of the IE in Orange County. But take a look at what happens once we stop the clock at 3:40. Okay, so an hour from now, we're starting to see widespread orange and yellow and just heavy downpours. That's what orange and yellow means. The warmer the color, the heavier the rain, and the potential for thunderstorms where you're seeing those red spots on your screen as well. So if that happens, rain rates will be even higher. Now, 5:30 this evening, again, if you plan to be on the roadways, please be careful. Or if you have any friends or family that will be driving at this hour, we're looking at the heaviest rain at this point through the San Gabriel Valley, Orange County, and the IE. And this is where the storm starts to shift from Ventura and LA County to Orange County, Riverside County, and San Bernardino County. As we stop the clock at 6:30 this evening, you'll see the heaviest rain again indicated by the orange on your screen and the yellow situated over San Bernardino County and Orange County as well. And we're continuing to see some heavier spots in our mountain and foothill communities. 7:45, things really start to let up for us a little bit, and then we're going to continue to see much drier conditions as we head into the 9 p.m. hour. I just want to remind you, even though it does look dry, we're not in the clear because we still could see movement as far as hillsides go, as far as debris flows go, and as far as flooding goes. And we could still see pooling and flooding on the roadways even after the storm passes through. Now, overnight through tomorrow morning, we're just going to see snippets of rain, just some isolated spots, some isolated downpours, but really very, very small. See the little yellow on your screen right there in our foothill communities, again, above the 210 corridor. Of course, we are concerned about the Eaton burn scar. We could get over 5 inches of rain in the upper echelons of the burn scar. So again, rain rates more important as far as flooding goes, as far as the triggering of flooding, and those will remain pretty high as well. So you will see first thing tomorrow morning, we are just so much drier, but again, we're still very much on alert as we move through the day, the afternoon, we're still expecting very dry conditions. So again, just to reiterate, satellite radar, as Marina was just showing you, we're looking at the heaviest rain, that cold front now starting to come through Ventura County, and it's going to continue to become widespread in the next 2 hours for LA County, and then after that, it'll be for Orange County and the IE. We're going to continue to track it all. We'll talk more about that extended forecast, of course, coming up in just a little bit. But for now, Amy and Juan, back to you.
All right, Evelyn and Marina, thank you. Let's check in now with Orange County reporter Michelle Geely.
Yeah, she's live in Trabuco Canyon where evacuation orders were issued. Michelle.
You guys, we really haven't seen a lot of heavy rain, but what you're seeing behind me here, a road closed, is what we are anticipating for Orange County in the coming hours. This is Trabuco Canyon Road, and the K-rail here has been placed over the bridge at Trabuco Creek. You're looking in the direction of Rancho Santa Margarita. I am standing in Trabuco Canyon, and this is a heavily traveled thoroughfare for those people going in and out of the canyon. And because of what we saw happen here several years ago with the creek overrunning its banks during a storm and debris flowing over the roadway, the K-rail has been moved from the side of the road to kind of a blockage, if you will, so cars can't pass through. Before I get to Shannon Weedor with the County of Orange Public Works, I do want to share that there's a school over here, Trabuco Elementary. It has been relocated, meaning the students relocated up the hill to Robinson Elementary out of the area where there could be some debris flows and potential problems. The area that Tim Kimball is shooting in there is near where the airport fire happened in 2024. That's September, October of 2024. It's about a mile up a gravel road up there. This is a remote control airport there, and that is where the fire started. So now I'm going to bring in Shannon Weedor. Shannon, thanks for making the trip across the bridge for us. And we're going to talk a little bit about your strategy here and what you have heard, what your intelligence is telling you about rain here in Orange County and why this road closure is so necessary.
Excuse me. So following the airport fire, we knew when heavy rain would be coming that we'd see conditions like this. So we've been coordinating with our county sheriff's department, our OC Fire Authority partners. Here we are today. We haven't seen too much of an impact today. We've seen some light mud and debris make its way under the bridge. It has that smoky, burnt smell to it. But we're getting ready for later this afternoon and tonight when rainfall rates are really expected to increase. And that causes great concern for us. So proactively, an abundance of caution, we did close Trabuco Canyon Road here because we're not far from the fire burn scar area. And we saw following the Holy Fire 2018, we saw those effects where debris flows overtopped the roadway here, dangerous conditions, closed access. So we closed the road at noon today, and we're just preparing for what we may see later this afternoon in the evening time with those heavy rainfall rates.
And what are you hearing as far as what might happen with regard to how many inches per hour?
So total of inches, we're hearing anywhere from 3, 4, maybe above 4 inches up here in the foothills by the airport fire burn scar area. It's not so much the total amount of rain. What really keeping an eye on is the rainfall rate. So our hydrologists, they identified about half an inch per hour is what would trigger, an evacuation warning, a road closure, where we're really reaching that level, half an inch of rain per hour. We need to really take proactive measures. Well, we're seeing numbers beyond that. The Weather Service has said we could see rainfall rates about 3/4 of an inch per hour. And what that is that's a lot of rain in short periods of time over a charred hillside where the water can't saturate into the ground. So you're going to see this water just make its way off the hillsides and down here where we are by the road.
And the hillsides that we see in the foreground are not the hillsides we're talking about. We're talking about a mile up the road to the left here that, like I said, there's a gravel road. There's a little remote control airport. There are some cabins there moving into Forest Service land, right?
Correct. Not much what you see here. We're a good couple of miles away, mile and a half, couple miles away from the burn scar area. But what we saw from the Holy Fire 2018, similar situation, burn scar area was a couple miles away, and we still saw Mother Nature bring that force down here and basically affects roads. So we're not talking about only protecting lives, protecting property, but now it becomes a public access issue for us as well along this roadway. This Trabuco Canyon Road, this stretch here, is one of the main connections between Rancho Santa Margarita and Robinson Ranch and the canyon areas. There is another way around through the El Toro Santiago Canyon Road area, but this way, one access point, it's going to be closed probably through tonight.
Okay. Shannon Weedor, Orange County Public Works, thanks so much. You are our source of a lot of great information. Thank you. We should tell you, in this canyon area, for those of you who are not familiar with this part of Orange County, there are homes dotted throughout the hillsides here. So this isn't really a heavily populated area. There are several thousand homes, but the development is sparse here. These are on big pieces of land, and we spoke to a couple of people who live right up the road here at Rose Canyon, and they say they are not going to leave. They don't anticipate any problems. They think that they'll get some rain and maybe some issues with broken tree limbs and the like, but they don't have any plans to evacuate. And while we talk about that, we should say that there are mandatory evacuations in effect, not for all of Trabuco Canyon, but for a section in the Trabuco Creek Road area, as well as Bell Canyon. That's near the community of Coto de Caza, and Hot Springs Canyon, which is off of Ortega Highway. This fire, the airport fire that burned last year, started in Orange County, but really migrated into the Inland Empire. And so there's a wide swath, thousands of acres that burned into the eastern part of our county, as I said, and into the IE. So there are a lot of areas there where they are concerned about debris flow. So for the moment, this is really the most action that we're seeing. I should tell you that earlier in the day, we made our usual trek during storms along Pacific Coast Highway, moving from Newport into Huntington Beach and Seal Beach. The roads were open at that time. That was around 11, 12 o'clock. We really didn't see any problems. Didn't see any problems in Seal Beach at that time either. So we're all, like everybody else, hoping for the best, but at this point, the canyons appear to be kind of ground zero for any concern about problems, and specifically this here, the bridge over Trabuco Creek. So we're going to be here for several hours monitoring it for you, and as you can see, light rain falling, so really we're not getting that pounding rain in this part of Orange County, at least yet. Back to you guys.
Michelle, thank you so much. And our Storm Watch coverage continues all afternoon.
We'll check back in with our meteorologist for your next weather forecast. That's just moments away.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now for the premier festival that celebrates the stars and creators of hit shows, including Severance, Cobra Kai, Agatha All Along, Matlock, The Handmaid's Tale, Hacks, Poker Face, and Gilmore Girls, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Etoile, the Amy Sherman Palladino multiverse. Get an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Don't miss Paley Fest March 21st through the 29th. Tickets sell fast, so visit paleyfest.org to buy now.
If we weren't proud of the craftsmanship and level of detail that go into every pair of Warby Parker glasses, Well, we probably wouldn't show you how they're made, including this part, which is our favorite. Wow. And this is also great. For every pair of glasses or sunglasses sold, a pair of glasses is distributed to someone in need. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
Hello and welcome back to this special edition of KCAL News. I'm Juan Fernandez. Our storm coverage continues this afternoon and we will continue throughout the evening as well, so stay right there. Meteorologist Evelyn Taft and Alex Biston have been following the storm's movements all day long. We'll start with Evelyn for the very latest conditions. Evelyn.
And Juan, we're going to get right to it, and I do want to get to radar, and here we are. So I want to start off with radar. We are tracking this front that's now moving through Ventura County, and this is sort of the meat of the storm that we've been talking about. This is what we've been forecasting, and this is where the biggest concern lies as far as flash flood watches and warnings go. We don't have any official warnings up yet. We do have flash flood watches up, and we're going to show you those in just a moment. But I want to get right to radar, and as I do, you will see that front now starting to move through Ventura County, quickly exiting Santa Barbara County. And this is really what we were concerned about. All of that yellow on your screen, that is the heaviest rain that's going to start to move in. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here on satellite radar. And you will see a lot of yellow on your screen as we get a closer look at what's happening right here. So you will see Ventura County, parts of the IE. We are expecting to see really that heavy rain continuing to come in through the next hour or so through LA County, through the metro area. Now take a look. This is where we are right now. You will see live radar showing you the heaviest rain coming through PV, the 110 Long Beach, and you will see along the 213 PCH as well, the 22 as you make your way through the gateway cities into Orange County. We're looking at steady rain currently, and offshore looking at some of the heaviest rain as well. Now we zoom out again, and I do want to show you your live radar. I want to pause it in just a moment and show you exactly where we're looking at some of the heaviest rain currently, as we were just noticing all of the yellow on your screen indicative of the heaviest rain. And again, that front is now starting to move through Ventura County, and it's starting to enter the picture here at home. I'm taking a snapshot for you of your futurecast. It is set for 3 o'clock, so really it is 3 o'clock. This is exactly where the storm is. This is the heaviest rain, as we were just showing you, through Ventura County. We're still looking at some pockets of heavy rain through Orange County and through parts of the IE and the 210 corridor into the San Gabriels. Now, we want to take you through this futurecast, show you exactly what to expect hour by hour. And with that, meteorologist Alex Bisson has all the details. Alex.
Hi, and Evelyn. Yes, we will continue to watch as we move into the next few hours. So yes, this is the futurecast. Now we're going to kind of move you through over the next few hours to show you exactly when that heavy rain is going to impact you and your community. So let's go through the next hour or so. That front moving through the San Fernando Valley, still moving through parts of Ventura County, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Ventura, all the way down toward Malibu, and of course Pacific Palisades. That is an area that we will watch intently as we head into the next few hours. Right along the 210 freeway, it will be pouring by around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now let's focus over northern Orange County, areas like Palos Verdes, up through the 10 freeway as you make your way into the Inland Empire. That is when that heavier rain is going to start to enter that area. So you see the yellows, the oranges, and the reds. That's what Evelyn was talking about, indicative of heavier rainfall rates. And it's really when those rainfall rates get over a half an inch per hour, closer to even an inch per hour. that's when we look at those issues with near our burn scars, with debris flows, mud flows, and of course that's something we will continue to monitor. That front 610 this evening over areas like San Clemente, so into southern Orange County, into Temecula, of course parts of Riverside, San Bernardino County, and up into the mountains. It's really mostly about the rain. Higher peaks, we're talking snowfall, as this is a warmer system that we are dealing with. This system continues to move over the Inland Empire. So here's 6:50, 7 o'clock dinner time tonight. It is going to be pouring in areas of Riverside County, Hemet, Temecula, out towards San Clemente again. So we'll continue to rain down in Orange County as we head through this evening. So we're not out of the woods just yet. Here's 12 o'clock. A lot of us sleeping at this hour. So the main front has moved through. We are looking at scattered showers behind that, and that is going to be the case as we head through early Friday. But really the bulk of this system will have already moved out. Here's a snapshot, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, mostly dry, a few lingering showers out there. But the good news is if you've got any plans this weekend, looking good to go as we are expecting to stay dry. I want to just take a second to talk about the wind because I know the rain is really the big story, but we have winds out of the south and it is blustery. I mean, we're talking about those winds really picking up as this front is moving through. So wind speeds upwards of 20 to 30 miles per hour. Camarillo, you can see those wind speeds about 32. We're seeing those stronger winds up through the Ojai Valley, areas like Fillmore, Piru. Take a look up toward Palmdale, 45-mile-an-hour winds. We're seeing that in Wrightwoods, the mountain communities, desert communities, feeling those stronger winds. Santa Ana, we've got wind advisories, high wind warnings in effect too, along with that flood watch. So again, flooding, the primary concern, but we also have concerns with wind as well. Wet and windy, that is the story over the next few hours. I just want to give you a quick snapshot of the 7-day forecast here because you will see that we're dry this weekend. So again, if you've got anything outdoors, looking good to go. Soggy start to Valentine's Day, so we could see some lingering showers in the morning of tomorrow morning, but really for the most part, the bulk of the system moving through today and into tonight. We are looking dry and warmer across the valleys as temperatures will be in the low 70s Sunday and Monday into next week. So warming and drying trend after the bulk of the rain moving through today. Back to you.
Alex, thank you. Well, as we've mentioned and seen, the storm has caused some dangerous driving conditions out there. We want to check in now with Total Traffic's Pedro Moreno for a closer look at our roads. Pedro. Okay, it looks like we don't have communication with Pedro. We'll try a little bit later. Now, you may have noticed today we haven't been using our helicopter. Our Desmond Shaw joining us now to explain why that's happening. Des.
Yeah, Juan and Amy. So here we are, obviously on the ground in Van Nuys. We've just got the chopper here parked right at the edge of the hangar. And as I look across the runway, boy, the visibility is so low right now. This is actually what we're calling low IFR. I'll explain what that all means in a minute. But, you know, I've been at this for a very long time, and it just never ceases to amaze me how quickly the weather can change. Because earlier today in the 1 o'clock hour, it kind of looked like the skies were lifting. I could actually see planes on final approach for Burbank. So that was telling me that the ceilings were lifting, and then a half hour later it dropped more than 500 feet. Weather, definitely one of the biggest hazards for helicopters. So it's something that we always have to keep apprised of, and visibility, of course, is one of the most important things. So let's just go over a couple of the categories here. VFR, that means visual flight rules, and that just means that that's like a green light, all clear. We have great visibility. There aren't any clouds that are going to hinder us. Then you have marginal VFR. That's just a little bit lesser of visibility, but still safe to fly. But once you get into IFR, that means instrument flight rules. That's where you're talking about clouds 1,000 feet or lower. Once it gets to that point, we need to stay on the ground. We typically fly between 1,000 and 1,200 feet, and so we cannot be flying in clouds. When it says instrument flight rules, that means that you have to have special instruments to be able to actually go through clouds safely. That's what jetliners have, all of the jets that take off here out of Van Nuys Airport. We don't have that on board because there's really no point to do it, because we wouldn't be able to show you anything if we're flying through the clouds. But what we're actually at right now is low IFR. That's where ceilings are lower than 500 feet right now. And as I peer across the roadway, I mean, the runway, it's hard to even see these palm trees just about 1,000 feet away. You can see they are starting to kind of sway. We've got some winds beginning to pick up right now. Sometimes sometimes we have these torrential rainstorms where the clouds are really high. That's where you'll see us up flying in the rain, covering water rescues. There's no issues for us. And then you have other times where it's barely drizzling, but you have really, really low clouds. And that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. And you just never know what the forecast. Yesterday we were grounded for a couple of hours, and it seemed like it wasn't going to clear. And then magically the skies opened up, and we were able to go see some of the preparations in Eden Canyon as well as the Palisades. And then other days where it's projected to be okay, and then all of a sudden, the clouds can come in. So even, the way with these forecasts, especially when it comes to the intricacies of aviation weather, things can just change so quickly, and you can never really trust the forecast as far as, what's going to happen more than even 2 or 3 hours out. So we'll see how the day progresses, but right now it is definitely a no-go for KCAL here with these extremely low clouds. We'd have to see a lot of clearing, and then we need to see clearing not just around the airport, but obviously anywhere else that we're going to be flying around. There's a lot of times where it's fine to fly in the valley, but we're kind of restricted just to the San Fernando Valley. We can't get over the Sepulveda Pass or the Cahuenga Pass or even, southbound 5 over by the LA Zoo. So again, we'll just see how it progresses, but you can see definitely some very, very low clouds here on the ground across most of Southern California, unfortunately hindering the operations of KCAL for now. Live at KCAL on the ground in Van Nuys, I'm Desmond Shaw. Send it back to you now in the studio.
Yeah, I can definitely see how it would be hard to notice which way is up. All right, Desmond, thank you. We want to check in now with Total Traffic's Pedro Moreno for a closer look at our roads at this hour. Pedro?
Yeah, taking a look at LA County right here, a lot of red and yellow, as you can see, due to the wet roads. And as you make your way through downtown LA, you'll see a crash there that's going to be right along the 110. Maps not popping up at the moment, but as you try to move into the downtown LA area just before the 110 crash there may have just been moved out of the carpool lane. Traffic still backed up to about Santa Monica Boulevard. And if you're traveling through the Cajon Pass, a lot of heavy traffic there as well as you make your way out of the 395 area in Hesperia. And that drive might take you about an hour and a half just to get out of the pass and into the San Bernardino area. We also have reports of a jackknife big rig that's in Linwood on the 105. I have more on that coming up next.
All right, Pedro, thanks so much. A lot of red out there this afternoon. Let's go back to our Jeff Nguyen now. He is live in Altadena for us. Jeff?
So, Juan, we are near the corner of Skyview and Loma Alta, and I'm going to step aside so you can see that the National Guard is posted up right here. Earlier and mostly throughout the day, we've seen a number of LA County Sheriff's Department vehicles out here as well. They have been patrolling Loma Alta because this is basically the main thoroughfare going east and west in Altadena that basically jogs and parallels the foothills, and so it's a very important road, and they want to also basically keep this road open and keep vigilance here. The other thing that you will see along this roadway is a number of homes like the one on the corner right there that is still standing, and when you look along the street you'll see kind of like a hopscotch sort of whack-a-mole situation where a number of homes are burned and then there are other homes that are still standing. Earlier we spoke to a family, their home is still standing, and we want to give you a sense of their main concern right now.
I think my biggest concern right now is the mudslide and looting. Looting is always an issue. Oh, but I do see a lot of police presence, which is good.
Gotcha. The National Guard and
absolutely. Yeah, they've done a great job. Excellent job.
Looting is a huge concern because it's simple. I mean, like, a lot of people just want to go and just take a lot of other people's stuff they lost during the fire and stuff. So I'm just watching out for that.
So Sheriff Robert Luna of LA County, he says since the beginning of all of this that preventing looting is a priority for him. He has assigned a number of deputies to this area to make sure that doesn't happen. In addition, the other concern right now is the threat of landslides. This is one of the areas of great concern to the Department of Public Works. As you can see, there is a lot of runoff going down this hill right here. There is mud and rain runoff going down the hill. And that is why you have the K-rails on both sides. The idea or the goal is to make sure that all this mud doesn't end up in the street and then block the street. We mentioned to you earlier This is the main street that jogs along the foothills, and that's why they need to get crews in and out of here. You know, if you look right above me, you'll see this sort of green mixture that has been sprayed onto the hillside right there. A public works supervisor told us that the property owner here basically had that sprayed there. Inside that compound or the mixture are seeds as well as fertilizer. The goal is to hopefully get the burn scars and to deal with the burn scars and stabilize this hillside. The goal is to eventually get growth of vegetation back there to stabilize the hill. But since there is so much that has burned away, it's going to take some time. Experts say that even though if we don't get any sort of landslide tonight, that doesn't mean it can't happen in the future. I was at this property about a week ago when crew members from a private contractor basically laid out some of the metal netting up there as well as some of the straw wattle to help shore up the hillside. And the reason they want to do that is not just because of the hillside, but the property here that has burned away. All of the vegetation surrounding this house has gone away, and that is why you see so much dirt and debris on this road right here. And some of that has gone down the hill and through this gully right here. You've got actually 3 layers of K-rails, some right in front of me, and then 2 more behind that. But with all of the rain that has come down, we've got rock and other debris coming through, and some of it has actually shot through this K-rail and kind of permeated the pavement right here, which is why you see all of this. The good news is that leading up to all of this rain, Public Works cleared out a number of debris basins and also the storm channels. We got to visit one of the debris basins earlier. A supervisor from Public Works did confirm with us that things are holding up well. The debris basins are doing what they need to do, and so far, at least for now, the hills are also holding up very well. So that's the latest here in Altadena. Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News. We'll send it back to you.
It's looking good so far, Jeff. Thank you very much. Our Storm Watch team coverage continues right after the break. We'll be checking in with Mike Rogers on the desk with the latest information coming into our newsroom.
My wife told me my hair was thinning, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs.
Let's go, baby. I stopped hanging out with the guys because I didn't want to hear the wisecracks. So I did some research and found Nutrafol, which was cool because I had no idea there was a supplement for hair.
I liked that it was drug-free and then it was clinically tested.
My hair was getting stronger and thicker.
Nutrafol has just given me more confidence, which allows me to carry myself a little taller.
It felt real good to ditch the hat.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com/men.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Roe now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper. With results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not 1, but 2 hormones to curb hunger with less nausea. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at roe.co/TV.
Hims was a fantastic find.
Hims makes me feel prepared and comfortable for dating.
Hims makes me feel confident. I went to hims.com and there was a lot of different options to fit my lifestyle.
I was shocked at actually how affordable it was going to be. It's allowed more spontaneity and allowed us to be more playful with each other.
No matter what happens at the end of the date, I know I'm ready because I have Hims.
It's a safe and simple way to get my medication.
Get treatment for ED with doctor-trusted medication. Get started today at hims.com.
At Great Wolf Lodge, there's excitement in every slide, adventures waiting to begin, and dance parties every night. So bring your pack together and book your stay today and strengthen the pack.
Hey, good morning. We have several incidents out there. This is what it looks like on the 5. We head on out to the Inland Empire. You can see that really heavy backup there.
Next traffic on KCAL News Mornings is about helping you get where you need to go.
Ventura County as that front continues to move through, and we're starting to see that southerly wind pick up just ahead of it in LA County. So again, just a sign that the heaviest part of the storm is just about to get here for us in LA County. Again, for us in Ventura County, it's a very different picture right now. We're already getting some of the heaviest downpours, and that's what you're seeing on your screen right there. The yellow, that's the cold front that's moving through, and this is really what we've been anticipating for a while now. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here on radar. This is sort of a bird's eye view of where we are right now. I like to stop the clock and show you exactly where the storm is really positioned. And again, the worst of the rain is still positioned over Ventura County. We're looking at some heavier spots over parts of LA County right there. That's what you're seeing along the 405 into Bel Air, Encino, and all the way to Santa Monica. Of course, Palisades a big concern because as far as those thresholds go, we are at about 3 inches as far as those thresholds. So that's what we were expecting. So threshold wise, we need just less than an inch of rain an hour at this point to trigger any kind of flooding in the burn zone. So we're talking 15-minute intervals of maybe a third of an inch an hour, 30-minute 4/10. And for an hour, we need about 6/10 an hour to trigger this. And we could potentially see rain rates coming in at an inch an hour over the Palisades. So of course, that could mean flooding. At this point, we're just looking at flash flood watches. We'll be getting into those in just a moment, but we're not looking at any current warnings, which means flooding is not happening, but it could be imminent. So let's take a closer look at Ventura County. Again, this is where the heaviest rain is coming in right now from Oxnard to Camarillo. Of course, concerned about burn scars in Camarillo as well. And you will notice along the 101, some of that heaviest rain is starting to come in along PCH as well. Oxnard into Port Hueneme, all the way down the coast as well into Thousand Oaks as we head inland. Along the 23, the 118, Moore Park, we're looking at very heavy rain into Simi Valley along the 118 currently as well. So again, this is where the brunt of the storm is situated. This is the cold front, and it's moving through pretty quickly. So let's take a closer look at radar right here. You're seeing some heavier spots come through Orange County in the IE, but we're expecting much heavier rain as we move into the next few hours. So really, the heaviest rain's moving through Ventura County right now. Then between 4 and 6, we're expecting the heaviest rain through LA County between 6 and 8 p.m. That's where we're going to see the heaviest rain through Orange County and the Inland Empire. And as we get a look at that flood watch that we were just referring to, we could possibly see mudslides, also referred to as debris flows by the USGS, a possibility at recent burn scars. And again, rain rates are higher than the thresholds, at least for the Palisades fire and for the Eaton burn scar right now. So we are continuing to monitor those areas very closely, but everybody could experience some form of flooding, whether it be hillside flooding or roadway flooding. This is definitely something that we could be looking at. And right now, the heaviest rain hitting Ventura County. As far as rainfall totals go, though, meteorologist Alex Biston has the details on what we've seen so far.
And Evelyn, it's really interesting to look at that, right? Because as we see, this system has been moving from north to south as we've been seeing it over the Central Coast, now moving into Ventura County. I want to hyper focus on some of the rainfall totals that we've seen over the past 6 hours. We've seen about 1.5 inches of rain in some of our higher elevations out in Ventura County. I'm going to step out of the camera here, and you can see that we've seen anywhere from about 1/4 inch of rain to 1/2 inch of rain from downtown Los Angeles to Inglewood, Downey, Pasadena, and Hidden Hills to out toward Calabasas. Now let's go up into areas like San Bernardino, Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga. It's been about 1/2 inch so far. Again, this is over the last 6 hours, and of course we are expecting much more as that front moves through. So how is it going to impact you? What time? Let's talk about it here. So as we move through the next about hour or so, here's 4:15, a snapshot, and you can see some of that heavier rain moving across downtown Los Angeles, the basin, starting to move out of Ventura County, really just the southern edge of Ventura County, areas like Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, moving into Agora Hills, Calabasas, San Fernando Valley. You will be soaked by around 4:15. Of course, that rain starting to move in to about northern Orange County and and starting to move into the Inland Empire. It's really about 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight that really you're going to see that soaking rain in northern Orange County, Santa Ana, Anaheim, all the way out to the coastline, areas like Newport Beach, Laguna Niguel. Up towards Seal Beach and Long Beach, too. It is going to be pouring by around 5:25, 5:30 this evening. We're starting to see that push into the Inland Empire right along the 210 corridor. And then as you make your way along the 10 freeway, maybe you're heading out to Palm Springs, the San Gorgonio Pass, it is going to be pouring by around dinner time tonight. So 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight. But what you will notice here is that the rain is moving out of Los Angeles. It's moving out of a lot of our burn scar communities, areas like Palisades, and of course the Eaton Fire burn scar up through Ventura County. So really this front's going to push through tonight, Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County by about 10:15, 11 o'clock. Maybe you're going to bed. By the time you wake up tomorrow, it's going to be dry in most areas. We will see a few lingering showers as we head into early Friday. Really, again, the bulk of the rain moving through tonight, and then we are dry as we head into the weekend. So that's the good news if you've got plans outdoors this weekend. Temperatures staying on the cool side as we head into Friday. Again, that chance for showers, a few lingering showers into early Friday, but for the most part, we're going to dry out for Valentine's Day. Temperatures rebound a few degrees as we head into this weekend. Let's go to the valley communities as temperatures will rebound down into the low 70s, even high 70s by Wednesday and Thursday of next week. So temperatures are going to follow a warming trend. We're going to be drying things out. Inland Empire, our last stop here, high 50s heading into Friday. Again, a few lingering showers early Friday possible, but really for the most part, we're going to dry things out. Temperatures rise to the 70s as we head into the second half of the weekend and into next week. Back to you.
Alex and Evelyn, thank you. Let's get right to Mike Rogers at the desk now. Mike, our fire crews have been already busy this afternoon, haven't they?
Yeah, they absolutely have. Now, luckily, neither one of these calls that I'm about to tell you about really turned into much, but it did prompt large fire department responses just a couple minutes ago. Listening to LA County Fire, who responded down to the Paramount area for a reported person in the water. They brought in 2 full swiftwater rescue teams, searched the water, put a buoy through there, and nothing was in there, which is the good news. This is from earlier in Panorama City when a car was in the wash. Now, this sometimes happens, believe it or not. There are cars that are abandoned in the washes, then the rivers fill up and the cars get carried down the wash. That appears to maybe have been what happened in this situation. Of course, a car in the river is going to prompt a rescue call to make sure that there is nobody inside of that car. That's exactly what happened here. You see City Fire's heavy rescue, USAR, helicopter all above the scene, trying to make sure that nobody was in there. Ultimately, those firefighters were able to get in there and keep an eye on everything. Nobody was inside, which is the good news. We are continuing to monitor several situations. We're starting to get into a position here now where there are a lot of mud and dirt and rock flows on our local roadways. I'm monitoring one out in the Inland Empire out on Glen Helen and Lytle Creek. Now, that one has covered about a half a lane. The good news is really nothing significant to report right there. There are people that are going around. We're starting to see them on the 330 as well as some other of our mountain roads. Nothing totally blocking any of the lanes right now, and nothing is nobody's trapped or anything like that. So we're continuing to monitor those situations and making sure that everything is good. I'm also watching our debris cameras. Remember, Juan, that is new. We got those new Alert California debris cameras, and I'm going to show that to you next time we come back to me. I'll show you how it's starting to rise. Now, nothing is overflowing. Nothing is in any threat in any of those debris basins, but you can definitely see how they are starting to fill up with all that really muddy, dirty water that is coming off the hillsides from all the charred mountainsides that have happened from these fires. So we're continuing to watch that. Fire crews are busy. They're trying to get their helicopters up. Copter 18 from LA County Fire was actually able to get up on its way down to that water rescue call. Luckily, they were canceled because they weren't able to find anybody. Interesting enough, how they do it, Juan, is they put a buoy at the north end of the river. They let it flow through the river, and once they see it on the other side, they have a pretty good idea that it didn't get stuck, and there's probably not a possibility that somebody is stuck inside of there. And again, this river rescue that we're listening to down in Paramount, they actually didn't have anybody witness the person go in. It was just one of those reports. That happens very frequently. I can tell you one, LA County told me, the County Office of Emergency Management told me that they were doing homeless outreach. They were trying to get people out of the riverbeds, out of the low-lying areas so they don't get caught in any of this rainwater. Because as we do talk about burn scars in our local mountains and stuff like that, the rivers throughout the city, the LA River fills up very quickly. You've seen it out behind us, out back. It's very easy for people to get caught up in there and swept away, especially our homeless population, and especially like you saw cars that for one reason or another are already in the washes and then they get pushed down.
And I've heard of fire crews, Mike, going around the San Fernando Valley with a trailer with jet skis on it, even a canoe. to go and perhaps respond to some of these calls.
Yeah, those are our swiftwater rescue teams, and so they're ready to go. They've got the full get up. If they need to get in there with a jet ski, they can. Those boats that you mentioned. They also set up rescue ropes essentially, so they can toss a rope kind of downstream. Somebody can grab onto it. They've got all kinds of things going on, and I'm listening to you right now. There's a lot of traffic collisions out there. Just everything's pretty minor, nothing major, but people are getting too quick and they're running into each other. And it's causing a lot of different crashes. CHP, very busy. There's also something happening down in the Long Beach area right now, too, Juan. I'm going to check in on that and I'll get back.
All right, Mike, we'll check back with you in just a little bit. Thank you. Our Storm Watch team coverage continues all afternoon right here on KCAL as we track this worsening storm. We'll hear from a Caltrans spokesperson about their work during the storm.
Haley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now to see stars and creators behind hit shows, including Matlock on CBS. Don't miss Haley Fest. Visit paleyfest.org to get tickets now.
At Bombas, we dream of comfort, movement, softness. We believe your basic things should be your very best things, which is why we make the most comfortable socks in the history of feet. Slippers you'll float in, and underwear and tees that feel like clouds. No bunnies. As always, one purchased equals one donated. Bombas. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of KCAL News. I'm Amy Johnson. Our storm coverage continues this afternoon and will continue throughout the evening. Meteorologist Evelyn Taft and Alex Biston are tracking the storm. We're going to start with you, Ev, for the latest conditions.
Amy, let's get right to radar because the brunt of the storm, really sort of the heart of the storm, is moving through Southern California now. It was sitting over Santa Barbara County, and we didn't get any flood concerns there, any major flood concerns, which is good news. We haven't seen any flash flood warnings come up yet. Yet being the operative word, of course, we are still on high alert. But now the cold front is moving through Ventura County, and we're getting a nice little wind coming through LA County, that southerly wind that's really indicative of the heavier rain that's moving through. That means the front is coming, and it's certainly arrived in Ventura County. You will see the heaviest rain really sitting from Oxnard all the way actually out to the I-5 corridor in Santa Clarita. So most of Ventura County blanketed with heavy rain along the 101, the 23 as you make your way into Calabasas. It's sort of a hairy commute right now, if you will. We're also looking at some rain now moving through Orange County in the IE, but LA County is just waiting to get hit with the heaviest rain during the peak commute. So we are also looking at flood watches. We're very concerned because we are sort of hitting those thresholds and maybe even exceeding USGS thresholds as far as flooding goes. So we need just close to an inch of rain an hour, maybe even a little less than that, to trigger flash flooding, mudslides, debris flows for recent burn scars, and it looks like those rain rates will hit those threshold numbers where we could see flooding in burn scars. So we're continuing to stay on high alert as the rain starts to approach LA County, and it's currently in Ventura County. And as far as those flood concerns go, we do want to take a closer look at the flood risk with our meteorologist, Alex Biston. Alex.
Yes, and so Evelyn, this is from the, I believe the Climate Prediction Center is the one that issues these flash flood outlooks. And so I want to kind of give you an idea of the areas that we're really hyper focused on, and it's the areas that you see shaded in red. So this is the high risk for flooding and debris flows. Now, we've been watching over the past few hours, the flash flood warnings, if any warnings have been issued. Not yet. We haven't seen any issued yet, but of course we will continue to monitor that. But what you see in red here, this includes areas like Simi Valley, Oxnard, Santa Barbara, downtown Los Angeles, and into areas like Pomona. So these are the areas, again, that we are pinpointing and hyper-focused on as far as the flash flooding. Now, we get down to a marginal risk in areas like Orange County, Torrance, the South Bay, and into some parts of the Inland Empire. Live look outside, soggy as we look over Long Beach. You can see all of the raindrops on the camera lens out there. So soggy out toward Long Beach and really all Southern California. We've been seeing the rainfall over the past few hours. So you might be wondering, hey, what can I expect for the afternoon commute as we head into this evening, maybe your dinner time tonight. So let's go about the next hour or so. 4:25, 4:30, we're seeing that heavier rain, that front moving through just into southern Ventura County and into areas like the San Fernando Valley up towards Santa Clarita. You see this red here? So that's an indication of rainfall rates on the higher side. So over ½ inch per hour. Once we get to about 1 inch per hour, that's when we really start to see concerns with debris flows, mudslides, stuff like that. So into northern Orange County, we'll see that rain move through, so that heavier rain across the LA basin. Really, the takeaway is if you can stay off the roads tonight, probably best to do so. It's going to be wet. It's going to be windy out there. Here's 5:40, 6 o'clock tonight. Maybe you're sitting down to dinner. It's going to be pouring all across Orange County from Anaheim to Santa Ana, Orange, Laguna Niguel, into Corona, parts of the Inland Empire, San Bernardino. The rain continues to move out east toward the IE through 6:40, 7 o'clock tonight, and it will continue to pour in areas like Temecula up toward Riverside County and the San Jacintos, moving right across the San Gorgonio Pass into Palm Springs as we head into about 8:30, 9:30 tonight. Still raining by around 10:25, 10:30 tonight, but what you will notice, it is dry across many areas of Orange County up through Los Angeles and Ventura County. So really, this is the bulk of the wet weather moving through. We'll see a few lingering showers as we head into the overnight hours into early tomorrow. So you might see a few lingering showers into early Friday, but really, once the bulk of the system moves through, we're going to dry out. Let's just take a second to talk about the wind, as we've got winds coming up from the south, and really we're seeing those stronger winds where that front is moving through. Simi Valley, Camarillo, wow, winds about 54 miles per hour out toward Camarillo. Malibu starting to see those winds pick up to about 25 to 30 miles per hour. We're seeing that up through Santa Clarita and into Burbank, up in the mountains, winds about 40 miles per hour. From Temecula to Hemet, it is blustery there, from about winds 20 to 25, even 30 miles per hour. So again, really the bulk of the wet weather moving through today. A few lingering showers into early tomorrow. Then we dry out. We not only dry out, but in fact, we warm up too, as temperatures will rise into the 70s for the second half of the weekend across the valleys, even high 70s. Wednesday into Thursday, our last stop here, the Inland Empire, temperatures in the 50s tomorrow, so still cool tomorrow. Temperatures rising about 10 degrees as we head into Saturday, back to the 70s as we head into the second half of the weekend and into next week. Back to you.
All right, Alex, thanks so much. And this has certainly been a busy time for Caltrans, and joining us now is the Public Information Officer, Nathan Bass. I want to thank you for joining us.
Stephanie, how are you?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm great.
Killing it.
Can you tell us the measures that your team has been taking ahead of and during the storm?
Of course, across the region, Caltrans is clearing storm drains, sweeping highways, cleaning drainage inlets, and cutting down trees, but specifically in the Palisades burn area, that stretch of Pacific Coast Highway roughly between Malibu and Santa Monica, we've prepared for the rainstorms, aiming to limit mud flows and safely channel stormwater into drain inlets. It's plastic sheeting on the hillsides to prevent erosion, cement barriers known as K-rails along the northbound shoulder of PCH to protect homes from mudslides and the roadway from mudslides, and ensuring drainage facilities are clear, as well as patrolling the state route 24 hours a day.
And how can drivers or residents reach out to Caltrans if they see something dangerous or they notice some type of damage?
I would suggest calling 911. The reports from residents to California Highway Patrol will be routed to Caltrans through our traffic management center.
And the worst of the storm is still yet to come. So how dangerous are you expecting the conditions to be as the day progresses?
We'd certainly caution residents by judging the situation just by sight. Conditions can change and elevate and escalate very quickly. So really just avoid driving, as the meteorologist previous to this encourage motorists. So encourage residents to not drive during the storm. And if you do have to drive, plan ahead, expect delays, inspect your car, including your windshield wipers, headlights, and tires before you drive. And please drive slowly, keeping your distance from other vehicles.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. We certainly appreciate it. And we hope you and all your crews out there are safe.
Thank you.
All right, let's get back to our Jeff Nguyen, who is live in Altadena. Jeff, you've been seeing a lot of rain out there today. How are conditions now?
So the rain has been falling pretty steadily over the last hour or so, Amy. And if I may, let me just throw out a few numbers for you, because currently about 80 or so homes in this area are under an evacuation warning. The sheriff of LA County, Robert Luna, says about 9 other homes are under a mandatory evacuation order. Now, this area, we are at Loma Alta and Glen Allen. This is one of the areas of concern where they are focusing a lot of attention. Here is why. You've got a lot of debris runoff and rain runoff going down in this direction because of the hills right above. And that is why they have a series of K-rails out here to basically keep whatever runoff coming down from the hills to stay as close to the curb as possible instead of going into the streets. You know, this street, Loma Alta, kind of jogs along the foothills, and it's basically the only way to get back and forth here. The other thing that I want to draw your attention to is this property right above us. One of the supervisors at Public Works told us that the homeowner here did some of the spraying on the hills right above. That green mixture that you see there is called hydro seeding. It is a mixture of seeds as well as fertilizers and some other binding agents. The hope is that they can help to speed up the regrowth process along that hillside right there, and hopefully establish some stabilization as time goes on. However, experts say that even when you do that hydro seeding, it's going to take some time. So even if we don't see any landslide in the next few hours or the next few days, it doesn't mean that it can't happen down the road. Now, we were here about a week ago when they basically installed some of the straw wattles up along that hillside. From this vantage point, you may not be able to see it, but if you're here, you can also see some metal mesh or metal netting that they've installed up there to hopefully keep the dirt up there stabilized. As we walk in this direction, what I want to draw your attention to is this gully right here. As you see, one of the rescue teams from the Altadena Mountain Rescue from the Sheriff's Department drives by. You know, there is a number of sheriff's deputies out here as well on patrol. But this gully is important because all of this debris and runoff has been going down this gully. And even though there is 1, 2, 3 layers of K-rails, you can see all of the dirt that has basically permeated onto the pavement. There is a series of homes on the other side of this mountainside, and we spoke to some of the homeowners and some of their concerns right now. Take a listen.
Safety, because look at the hillside right in front of us. There are no homes left, so that could come down any minute.
Any concerns are pretty much the mudslide from the debris from the fire, so hoping that doesn't come down. That was pretty much our biggest concern, so I'm hoping it still doesn't come down from the rain.
So back here live, you can see there is a black and white unit from the LA County Sheriff's Department, as well as a Humvee from the National Guard. A number of the folks who live in this area say one of the concerns that they have, in addition to the possibility of the hillside giving way, is the possibility of looting. So some of the folks who have homes in this area. They periodically try to check on it, but they are very glad to see some of the security measures in place as more rain comes down. But if you drive through this area, you'll see a series of Humvees and black and white units out here as more rain pours down on us. For now, we're live in Altadena. Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Jeff, thank you. And our storm watch coverage continues all afternoon. The storm is hitting right as people hit the road. We're going to take a look at the latest traffic conditions next.
This is Noom GLP-1, and this is Angelia.
Take a look at this. This is so neat. Trusted, powerful, and sustainable. I really did not know weight gain was going to be an issue through menopause. I had tried so many things before that just simply did not work. Noom is helping me feel my best at this stage of my life. It was life-changing, and I have learned that I'm so resilient. I'm Angelia, and I have lost 17 pounds with Noom.
Get started at Noom.com.
If we weren't proud of the craftsmanship and level of detail that go into every pair of Warby Parker glasses, well, we probably wouldn't show you how they're made, including this part, which is our favorite. Wow. And this is also great. Each pair comes standard with lenses that are scratch-resistant, anti-reflective, and UV protective. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
Just happening. So we're going to walk you through that warning. You're going to see it right here on radar. And I want to walk you through it right here. You will notice that we are seeing a little blue box on your screen right there. That little blue area is the flash flood warning that's now up through 8 p.m. for the Palisades burn scar. So the impact here, mud, rock, debris flows. They're going to have the potential to impact drainages, roads, and residences in and directly below the burn area. So just in the last 5 minutes or so, Doppler radar and automated rain gauges in the area indicated heavy rain overspreading the Palisades burn scar. So now there's a high risk for a life-threatening, and we're saying life-threatening debris flow in the area. So life-threatening debris flows in and around the Palisades burn scar right now. So again, we're looking at mud, rock, and debris flows. And this warning means it's happening. It's not imminent. It is happening. So some locations that could experience flash flooding will include Malibu, Topanga State Park, Palisades, again, Pacific Palisades, Brentwood included in this as well, Topanga Canyon Road, through the Santa Monica Mountains, and Mandeville Canyon. So just to let you know, it's a life-threatening situation. Okay, so we're looking at this flash flood warning, but it is a life-threatening situation. We're looking at heavy rainfall, and this will cause extensive and severe flash flooding of creeks, streams, and ditches in the Palisades burn scar. And this is what we were afraid of, because we were talking about rain rates being over an inch an hour in the area, or even just under an inch an hour, and that was hitting that USGS threshold of where we could see flash flooding. So we have now reached that threshold with this heavy rain that's moving in, and now we are looking at flash flooding that is currently happening. So again, heavy rainfall causing severe flash flooding of creeks, streams, and ditches in the Palisades burn scar. Severe debris flows can also be anticipated across roads. Roads and driveways could be washed away in places. So if you encounter floodwaters, you climb to safety. You want to reach higher ground. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here on live radar. There's that flash flood warning that we were just talking about in the Palisades. So again, that gauge, that radar and gauge indicated considerable threat for flooding, and this will remain in effect through 8 p.m. So that's over 4 hours that we could see the potential for flooding, and this already means that flooding is not just imminent, but it's occurring. That is what an active warning says. Live radar showing you just much calmer conditions for the rest of us, but this front that's moving through Ventura County and now through LA County is what's going to continue to move through the rest of Southern California throughout the night. So we're continuing to track it all. There's that flash flood watch surrounding the flash flood warning. At any point, this flash flood watch could get upgraded to a warning. But remember, right now, we are looking at a flash flood warning over the Palisades fire burn scar. And I just want to walk you through the thresholds that we were looking at. And I was talking to National Weather Service a little earlier today, and I was asking, what would be the 15-minute rain rate interval if we were to see flooding? And it was about 1/3 of an inch an hour. Okay, we're past that. The 30-minute interval was 4/10. The 60-minute, the 1 hour rain rate interval, we needed about 6/10 of rain an hour, and we are getting close to an inch in some spots. So again, this was the threshold we were worried we were going to cross. This is why we were looking at flash flood watches, but now that watch has officially been upgraded to a warning at the Palisades burn scar. So again, this will remain in effect at least through 8 o'clock, including Malibu, Topanga State Park, Palisades, Brentwood, Topanga Canyon Road through the Santa Monica Mountains, and Mandeville Canyon is included in this flash flood warning. We will continue to watch it. We are taking a look at your hour-by-hour forecast as well, and with that, Alex has more details.
And Evelyn, I think it's significant too that this flash flood warning with us, not just an hour, not just 2 hours, but till 8 o'clock tonight. Yeah. It kind of just really, shows and highlights the fact that it's gonna take a little bit of time to move through, and that heavier rain is possible to really continue to come down over the next few hours. Evelyn and I were talking off camera too. We wouldn't be surprised if we see more flash flood warnings, popping up over the next few hours as this front continues to move through. So she made a key, statement there. What's going to happen over the next few hours? I'm here to show you that. I'm going to take a step off the camera here and show you that by around 4:40, 5 o'clock tonight, a lot of that heavy rain still moving over areas like Malibu, Pacific Palisades, the Eaton fire burn scar. We are watching that too. Up into our mountain community, some of that heaviest rain is moving through, as you can see indicated in red here. And Evelyn was taking a second to talk about those USGS, the debris flow thresholds. Once we get over about 1/2 inch per hour, even closer to an inch, that's when things get a little bit dicey. Northern Orange County, it's going to be pouring for you about 4:40, 5 o'clock tonight. Maybe you're sitting down to dinner about 6 o'clock tonight. We will see that steady and heavy at times rain move through, the Inland Empire. But you'll notice Ventura County starting to clear out. So, once we see this heavy rain move through, we're going to get past the worst of it. But it is going to be over Riverside County and San Bernardino County by 7 o'clock tonight. Still pouring as we head through the evening hours. So tonight, 8:45, 9 o'clock tonight, areas, of course, Riverside County, Hemet, Temecula, all the way down south into Escondido. It's going to be pouring into some parts of San Diego, too. As we head into about 10:40, 11 o'clock tonight, the bulk of that rain is moving out. We still have some scattered showers as we move into early Friday, but really for the most part, this is moving out, and we are going to see big improvements as we head into Friday and, of course, the weekend, too. I want to take a second to talk about how much rain we've seen so far. And, of course, this makes sense because this front is moving from the Central Coast down into Los Angeles. So we're seeing those higher rainfall rates, or totals, I should say, up towards Santa Barbara County. So about 1.5 inches up through the Santa Barbara County mountains, Ventura County mountains as well, areas like Fillmore, Santa Paula, Piru, anywhere between about a half an inch so far to an inch and a half. Again, this is over the past 6 hours, so we're expecting much bigger totals too. Of course, anywhere between a quarter of an inch to a half an inch across Los Angeles over the past 6 hours, and into Orange County, San Bernardino, about a half an inch, Fontana. So some of our foothill communities, Rancho Cucamonga, on the higher side over the last 6 hours. Quick look at the 7-day here. We've got the rain moving through today, bulk of it. Still some scattered showers possible into early Friday. We dry out by the weekend, and then temperatures warm up through next week. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Alex. And we want to check in now with Total Traffic's Pedro Moreno for a closer look at our roadways. Pedro, we know it's starting to get close to the time when people are going to start heading home.
Oh yeah, and this cam right here is a look at the Cajon Pass. Not only is it the wet roads affecting your drive, but you can see the wind in this area also making you slow down. So as you make your way southbound through the Cajon Pass area, coming away from the 395, heavy delays, you can expect up to an hour and 48 minutes as you make your way into San Bernardino. And as we make our way through Orange County, you'll see a stall. This is going to be on the 22 heading westbound right at Hastert Street, right lane taken away there. So as you come up to the 5 and 57 interchange, that's where you're going to start seeing some brake lights. And as we make our way on the 91 westbound, that's just before the 605, a crash there has the carpool lane off limits. So your drive is pretty busy as you make your way from Knott Avenue.
All right. Thank you. Well, you may have noticed we haven't used our helicopter today. Our Desmond Shaw joining us now to explain why. Des, you're sitting there, I'm sure, hoping to eventually get up in the air.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll just see how it goes. It definitely is a no-go right now. The rain is definitely beginning to pick up here at Van Nuys as I show you the view here from just the edge of our hangar and a couple of the surrounding aircraft. Visibility is actually slightly better than it was earlier when we did a report, but it's still got a long way to go before we're going to be able to fly. We are still in IFR conditions, instrument flight rules. That means that clouds are lower than 1,000 feet. We typically fly 1,000 to 1,200 feet, so we need that to go up to at least marginal visual flight rules, which is going to have us with visibility of about 3 miles and clouds higher than 1,000 feet right now. So weather definitely one of the biggest factors when it comes to flying in a helicopter. One of the biggest hazards out there. You don't really need to recall, you know, what happened to Kobe Bryant. Obviously, you do not want to go flying into a cloud where you can instantly lose your horizon and you don't know which way is up and which way is down. So we're still in those IFR conditions right now, and we will see how it progresses. Yesterday, it was looking like we weren't going to be able to fly, and then after about 5 o'clock, everything lifted, and we were able to get up and fly most of the rest of the evening. So it's just going to depend on the cloud layers. Sometimes we can have torrential downpours, and the clouds are really high, and we're able to get up there. Other times, it's barely raining, and we have really low visibility. Right now we have pretty significant rain and low visibility. It may clear up a little bit later tonight. Just have to see how the evening progresses. Live on the ground in KCAL Van Nuys, I'm Desmond Shaw. Send it back to you now in the studio.
All right, Des, thanks so much. And KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers is here at the desk. And Mike, you've been tracking our debris basins?
Yeah, I've been tracking the debris basins, Amy, but I quickly want to tell you about that river rescue I was mentioning earlier that LA County Fire is working on. They've also gotten Long Beach Fire in. Let's jump to my computer here. I'm going to show you some of the video from that area. This is right off Del Amo. This is in the Paramount area. They've got 2 LA County Fire helicopters that have searched all the way down to the Pacific Ocean, and they've gotten Long Beach involved because obviously the river runs down through Long Beach. The good news is they have not seen anybody yet. There was a brief report of them possibly seeing somebody from the helicopter, somebody waving them down potentially. That did not materialize in anything, so they're just searching for the rest of the river to make sure that they don't find anything. But that is the good news, is they have not found anybody yet. They are starting to release some resources. I want to show you this. This is the debris basins that I was telling you about here. These are from one of our brand new Alert California wildfire cameras that, yes, I said wildfire. We're usually used to seeing those, but in this situation, we're looking at a debris basin. Now, this camera starts at 1:30. I'm going to play it through here because I want you to see the debris basin just kind of slowly start to fill up. Nothing dramatic, really, right? It's not getting too crazy, but as you can see the weather move in, you can see the debris that is in the basin very, very slowly start to move in. I can tell you that I have also seen people there as well, some of these public works crews that have been monitoring the situation there. You can see them kind of walking through the shot every now and again. And let me just take you really quickly to one more, and I'll show you right over here. This is the Cloudcroft one. I'll leave you with this, guys. We're monitoring them very closely.
All right, And our storm watch coverage is far from over. KCAL News at 4 starts right after this quick break.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now for the premier festival that celebrates the stars and creators of hit shows, including Severance, Cobra Kai, Agatha All Along, Matlock, The Handmaid's Tale, Hacks, Poker Face, and Gilmore Girls, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Etoile, the Amy Sherman-Palladino multiverse. Get an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Don't miss Paley Fest March 21st through the 29th. Tickets sell fast, so visit paleyfest.org to buy now.
At Great Wolf Lodge, there's excitement in every slide, adventures waiting to begin, and dance parties every night. So bring your pack together and book your stay today and strengthen the pack.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Now at 4, it's a SoCal soaker. Rain drenching our region all day long, making for a wet commute and putting burn areas on watch.
And with that, we do have flash flood warnings up over the Palisades fire. But how long will they last, and how long will this last?
Absolutely. We're watching the brunt of the storm right now. What about the weekend? Rain in store, more rain? We'll have the details coming up in your forecast.
And a live look at the radar as we brace for a torrential downpour into the evening. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. All right, take a look at this. A submerged SUV in the river in Panorama City. You can see the silver car sitting underwater. Firefighters confirmed nobody was inside, thankfully, but it's not clear how it ended up in the wash. You can also see a taped off broken fence, possibly where the car broke through. All right, it may be the best to stay inside this evening as the brunt of the storm takes over SoCal over the next few hours.
Yeah, the incoming rain is causing some real concern for our burn scar areas as the threat of mudslides and debris flow has Angelenos on high alert. Now we have boots on the ground in the fire zones and beyond as the rain comes down.
To kick off our team coverage, our meteorologist Evelyn Taft and Alex Biston are tracking the storm and what's next in next weather.
Juan, Amy, let's get right to it because we do have a flash flood warning that is now up over the Palisades burn scar. That is that blue highlighting on your screen right there. Let's take a closer look at what's happening, and you will see flash flood warnings remaining in effect across Southern California through 8 p.m. And again, across Southern California, we could see more warnings pop up. But just to be specific, this is for the Palisades burn scar. So we have reached the thresholds, now exceeded the USGS thresholds that we were planning on exceeding, and that's why we're already looking at flooding. So a warning means that flash flooding is happening, not imminent, but it's currently happening. So we are now looking at a very dangerous situation in the Palisades as that flash flood warning remains until 8 o'clock tonight. That's until 8 p.m. tonight, so we have 4 hours to go. We've got mud, rock, and debris flows that have the potential to impact drainages, roads, residences in and directly below the burn area. I want to reiterate, this is a life-threatening situation. Heavy rainfall will cause extensive and severe flash flooding of creeks, streams, and ditches in the Palisades burn scar. And severe debris flows, can also be anticipated across roads. Driveways could be washed away in places. So if you encounter floodwaters, please get to higher ground. We're going to continue to watch it for you, and we're watching the storm as it moves throughout Southern California tonight. And with that, Alex has all the details.
And Evelyn, significant that flash flood warning with us until 8 o'clock tonight. And yes, we wouldn't be surprised if we see more pop up over the next few hours. So flooding a big concern. Let's talk about where this storm is headed, because that front is situated over Ventura County and parts of, Los Angeles County too, as it moves through Malibu, Pacific Palisades. Let's continue to move the clock forward. 5 o'clock tonight, you can see all of that heavy rain moving over northern Orange County. So Anaheim into the South Bay, Long Beach, all the way up into the San Bernardino County mountains, starting to see that rain continue to pour into the 6 o'clock hour. But you'll notice Ventura County starting to dry out. So this system will continue to move south and east as we see all that pouring rain by 7 o'clock tonight. Maybe you're sitting down to dinner. You will continue to see that rainfall over San Clemente, moving into San Diego County, Riverside County. You are just slammed with rain all throughout tonight. And then the good news is the brunt of this system moves out, and we will be looking at some scattered showers as we head into early Friday morning. And really the bulk of your Friday, your Valentine's Day, expected to be dry, but really it's the next few hours that we are hyper focused on with the forecast. Evelyn and I will be here throughout the 4 o'clock hour. And of course, Evelyn and meteorologist Danny Roberti will be here throughout tonight. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Sounds good, Alex. Thank you. And Evelyn. In Altadena, dozens of homes are under an evacuation warning as residents brace for debris flows and mudslides.
And fewer than 10 homes are under an evacuation order. That means people there are urged to leave now. KCAL's Jeff Nguyen is live in Altadena to show us what it's looking like out there right now. Jeff.
So Amy and Juan, right behind me, you'll see the strobing lights from that black and white unit from the LA County Sheriff's Department. And throughout the day, actually, you have 2 vehicles right now. And throughout the day, we have seen a very visible presence from the Sheriff's Department as they have been both on patrol and also connecting with the members of this community. And then as a force multiplier right across the street, you've got the National Guard out there as well. And the reason for this is because even though the Eaton fire wiped out thousands of homes in this area, there are still many that are still standing, like the one on the corner right there. You know, the hedges out front are charred, but the home itself is still standing, and that is why you have the Humvee in the foreground. As John Schreiber pivots a little bit, it moves the camera along this K-rail right here. You can see some of the dirt that has spilled down into this gully right here as some of the runoff has been going down the gully. And so you have 2 prongs here of concern. Take a listen to what folks in this area say they are so worried about.
I think my biggest concern right now is the mudslide and looting. Looting is always an issue. So, but I do see a lot of police presence, which is good.
Gotcha. The National Guard and
absolutely. Yeah, they've done a great job. Excellent job.
Looting is a huge concern because it's simple. I mean, like, a lot of people just want to go and just take a lot of other people's stuff they lost during the fire and stuff. So I'm just watching out for that.
So right now, this is one of the areas of concern for Public Works as well as authorities. We are at the corner of Loma Alta Drive and Glen Allen Way. And just to give you a sense of how hard the rain is coming down, I'm going to stop talking for just a second, and I'm going to hold my mic up against the rain runoff just for a few seconds. So you get a little bit of the sense of the pacing out here with all of this rain that's coming down. That's why you see this debris flow coming onto Loma Alta, and that is why they've got K-rails all along this street, because this street runs parallel with the foothills, and this is the only way to get back and forth east and west along Altadena to get access to the foothills. Right above us, you can see this property completely burned away. About a week ago, I'm sorry, I'm being told by the control room to wrap, so I'm sending it back to you.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much for that live report. Well, steady rain is saturating vulnerable burn scars in Pacific Palisades.
Evacuation warnings are in effect for those areas, and KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero is live in the Palisades where many are heeding those warnings. Luz Delia.
Many are heeding those warnings, at least where we are. It is a ghost town, given that you still need passes to get into these areas. But a lot of people that we've spoken to have either already gone to their properties to take whatever is left, whatever they can, or they just don't want to be out here in the rain. Even within the last 5-10 minutes, that rain has started to come down significantly from a light drizzle to now it is really starting to come down. And the worry here for residents is for them to come back to any toxic waste spilling from these burnt homes. And right here you can definitely see this is why this is a concern, because already we are seeing some of this sliding onto the sidewalk, and it seems like EPA and also the county has prepared putting these sandbags down. So you see along the sidewalk, this is all lined beautifully to try to trap any debris coming down from these homes, from these burned buildings. But the question is, will this be enough? That's where Caltrans crews and county crews come in that we've seen on roads trying to clear up any and all debris that they can in real time to make sure that everything is clear. But again, we just don't know how heavy this rainfall is going to be in this area. You can already see puddles starting to form. We were at Chautauqua and Sunset 2 hours ago, and that street, that area was completely flooded, where drivers were really starting to think twice whether they should go through that area or not. Here on the road, you can definitely see debris. It looks like a tarp here in the middle of the street. That's because the winds are starting to pick up. So naturally, concerns do start coming to mind. Will there be mudslides? Will there be landslides? The answer is simply, we don't know how saturated the dirt is in the burn scar area, and just given that the rain continues to come down, a lot of question marks here. Evacuation warnings went into effect at around 7 a.m. for burn areas within the city of Los Angeles. Those areas are affecting several fire areas, to include the Palisades. So we're talking the Getty Villa area, Highlands near the burn areas, Bienvenida area near Temescal Canyon Park, Reseda Boulevard area, Marinette Road near Will Rogers State Park, Mandeville Canyon above Tanner's Road. Also want to say that LAPD officers were able to go to each of those affected homes to notify people of the order. Those homeowners, whether they were home or not, did receive information to leave. And at this point, like we said, most people have heeded those warnings. So at this time, we're going to keep an eye on several streets, keep an eye on where things are starting to flood. But as of now, just keep it here on KCAL News as we work to show you the conditions out here, and of course extend any extended orders of evacuation warnings or evacuation orders that you should all definitely heed. Send things back to you.
Delia, thank you for that. And KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers is here at the desk now.
Mike, you're monitoring a couple of things happening right now.
Yeah, and I wanted to jump on because I wanted to let you know about brand new mandatory evacuations that have just been issued in Sierra Madre. I want to come to my computer here. I'll show you exactly the area that I'm talking about. Now, they're calling this the San Bernardino, or Sierra Madre rather, and it's 06A. So basically, when you're looking at the map here, it's everything that is already kind of not on the red right here, right in this middle area. And forgive me 1 second, I'm going to pull up a thing here so I can draw on this for you. It's right in this area. So it's basically this chunk that has already surrounded the area that we're talking about. So Churchill Road, Pleasant Hill Lane, everywhere that was kind of already being surrounded by mandatory evacuations has now been added to that list. So if you're in this area, the local officials there are encouraging you to leave. They say this is an emergency situation. Again, Churchill Road from North Mountain Trail Avenue, including Churchill Glen, Forest Lane, Madre Lane, Pleasant Hill Lane, Casey Street, all of that is in place right now. They hope to be having an update to the evacuation zones sometime between 6 and 7 o'clock tonight, just depending on exactly what's going on. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, and the bulk of the rain isn't even here yet, Mike. Thank you. Our storm coverage is just getting started.
Here's Michelle Geely.
That's right. I'm Michelle Geely in Orange County, specifically standing on Trabuco Canyon Road Bridge, which has been closed as a precaution. I'm going to tell you all about it coming up next.
And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that just came down again. This all happening in real time. It's been issued through 5:30. This is for much of Los Angeles County. And again, we are looking at severe thunderstorm cells. There's a line of storms extending from Santa Clarita to near Point Mugu State Park, moving east at 35 miles per hour. We could see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And at this point, the areas affected: Sylmar, North Hollywood, Ladera Heights, Encino, Boyle Heights, Glendale, Topanga Canyon, through the Santa Monica Mountains, and more. We're going to track it all when we come back after the break.
If I don't take it, I'll feel sluggish or just not want to really do anything, and I end up like picking up the kids. I'm still in my pajamas. That's the very first thing I do in the morning. With AG1, I checked one thing off. That can at least help with my mental health, with my physical health.
I get my vitamins, enzymes, probiotics in that morning shot.
It's like a little morning date.
If you know luxury, it's not just award-winning, it's rewarding. Saatva Mattresses supports all types of sleepers. Luxury is handcrafted and assembled in American factories and brought directly to you with our complimentary in-home delivery and setup service. Which is why over 90% of customers would recommend Saatva to friends and family. Saatva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
Yes, the AI expert from Fiverr just launched our app.
The app significantly improved the site's conversion rates. The freelancer received a 5-star review, while Zach received all the credit for the app. And Jared, he's still waiting for that high five to this very day. Hire a freelancer today and start your own success story.
Everybody be asking me, man, does the Bluetooth actually work?
Bro, you get a month for free.
It's free. You can get 1 month for free. So you got nothing to lose and you got everything to gain.
Try it, and you're gonna like it.
First month is free. Get involved, pop a chewable, and you tell yourself if they work or not.
You can see the backup already building here.
One thing I really love about KCAL is that we have cameras everywhere. We want to show you a visual of what is happening, and I'm here to help.
After Garfield, we have a wreck that's blocking the left lane, so you'll see traffic backed up to about the 605, so you'll be tapping your brakes as you approach that area. And as you travel on the 210 heading eastbound through Pasadena, watch out for a stall there that's going to have the right lane blocked, so traffic starts to build up as you approach that 134 and 210 interchange. As you make your way through Orange County, this is going to be on the 91. You'll see some slowing in pockets as you come away from the 55 as you head into the IE, and as you travel on the 22 westbound, stall at Hastert still has the right lane blocked. Traffic's backed up to the 57 and the 5 interchange.
Very busy out there. Pedro, thank you so much for that. The storm has prompted evacuation orders in parts of Trabuco Canyon.
And KCAL's Orange County reporter Michelle Geely is there live in the elements. Michelle, how's it looking right now?
Well, we're getting a little bit of light rain. We really haven't been pounded like the rest of you have, but we are listening and we're told that it is coming. Right now, I am standing on Trabuco Canyon Road in Trabuco Canyon. This is a bridge that crosses over Trabuco Creek. You can see that the creek is flowing at a pretty good clip right now. At about 12 o'clock today, Orange County Public Works put the K-rail up. You can see it blocking both ends of the road here. This area connects the canyons in Orange County to Rancho Santa Margarita. That's the direction that you're looking in RSM. Now, there are evacuations, as you mentioned, mandatory evacuations, but this isn't really a heavily populated area. In Trabuco Canyon, where some of those evacuations are occurring, there are about 1,300 people who live here, and then some of the other spots, several hundred people. Trabuco Creek specifically, there's Trabuco Creek Road. That area has been evacuated. Unclear, however, if people are really heeding those warnings or just kind of hunkering down at home. Now, one thing that's interesting about this spot, back in 2018, we had a fire up the road here in Holy Jim Canyon. And at that time, when the rains came, the K-rail was kind of acting as barriers on the side of the road. And what happened was a heavy debris flow coming down Trabuco Creek overflowed the banks, went over the bridge, pushed the K-rail out of the way, and caused quite a mess here. But the road is still standing, as you can see. We did have a fire here about 2 miles up the road on a dirt road leading into the canyons. That was the airport fire back in September of 2024, and that's the burn scar that Public Works people are very much concerned about during this storm. So let's take a listen to a resident as well as someone from Public Works.
Not really go anywhere. I'm checking on one of my clients' houses right now just to make sure there's no trees falling, because I think that's the big concern is over the next week having tree limbs and things come down.
Okay.
Especially with the wind. You know, once you have wind, then you have the rain. It's a recipe to have some branches come down.
Well, in late 2018, we had the Holy Fire, similar location, and we were talking the same spot here where we saw, after heavy rain, major mud and debris flows overtop the roadway here, moved these 8,000-pound K-rail barriers that we have, and the road was closed during that time. So we're seeing similar conditions, a fire burn scar with charred hillsides, same thing. And with heavy rainfall expected tonight, it's a good anticipation that we could see some major debris flows tonight. So as a proactive measure, we're closing off access just to keep people safe.
And we're seeing cars coming up to the roadblocks and turning around, unaware that this area at this point is impassable. We really haven't seen or heard of any major problems in Orange County so far with this storm, but we're waiting to see what the rains will bring later on tonight. I should tell you that there's a school not far from where I'm standing. That's Trabuco Elementary School. The kids were relocated today, and they will be relocated tomorrow as well to a school on the other side of the bridge. That's Robinson Elementary, for their safety, just in case there are any issues with this storm. So far so good, and we're going to be here just keeping an eye on it for you. That's the latest live in Trabuco Canyon. I'm Michelle Geely. Back to you.
All right, Michelle. And you know, the storm is going to intensify as we move through the evening, but just how much more rain are we expecting?
Meteorologists Evelyn Taft and Alex Biston are tracking the storm moving through and what areas could get hit the hardest next. Evelyn, we'll start with you.
Yeah, Juan and Amy, I mean, we're already looking at flash flood warnings over the Palisades burn scar. Now, in addition to that, we have severe thunderstorm warnings that went up in effect around the orange highlighted area on your screen. So this is currently really sort of the heart of the storm. It's taking place over LA County right now and then continuing quickly into Orange County and the Inland Empire. I do want to take a closer look at both warnings we're contending with. So again, this is a very dangerous situation. It is an actively dangerous situation, not potentially, but we are in it. We're looking at flash flood warnings through 8 p.m. at this point, and this is for the Palisades burn scar. We've reached the USGS threshold, so with that, we're already looking at active flooding in the area. So we could see mud, rock, and debris flows continuing to impact drainages, roads, and residences directly below the Palisades burn scar. It's a life-threatening situation. There's heavy rainfall right now, and it's causing the potential for extensive and severe flash flooding of creeks, streams, and ditches, and already getting reports of flooding over the Palisades burn scar area. So severe debris flows can be anticipated across the roads. Roads and driveways could potentially be washed away in places.
Through HIMS, hundreds of thousands of guys are finding doctor-trusted treatment for their ED. In fact, we'll show you one. This is him.
I'm him.
Today, he really feels like him.
I'm him.
But he didn't always.
Am I even him?
So he went to hims.com and got ED treatment prescribed 100% online and delivered right to his door. Now, every day, he feels like him.
I'm him!
Find trusted treatment for ED and start feeling like him.
I'm him!
Get started today at hims.com.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not gonna work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what Muesli did for me.
When you need a break, Paramount Plus has the perfect escape. And with a Paramount Plus subscription included with a Walmart Plus membership, you can get all this without breaking the bank.
Just what I was going for.
A Paramount Plus subscription is included with a Walmart Plus membership.
That rain will continue to move south and it is going to move east. It is still going to be raining pretty heavy in southern Orange County and the Inland Empire as we head into 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. It's really by the overnight hours that this really starts to fizzle out. It's going to move out of here. We will still see some lingering showers as we head into early Friday. But again, we're watching the next few hours as the bulk of the system moves through. And I just want to let you know, too, good news if you've got plans this weekend. We're drying out. Temperatures warming up. Back to you.
All right, that sounds good. Thanks, Alex.
Nice.
Well, the community of Sierra Madre is under an evacuation order because of the Eaton fire burn scars.
That means residents are asked to leave immediately in case of debris flow or mudslides. KCAL's Amanda Starantino is live in Sierra Madre. Amanda, how's it looking there?
Hey guys, my IFB with you guys just dropped, so I'm not sure if you asked me a question, but I do want to show you the rain really starting to come down here in Sierra Madre. We are on the corner of Alta Vista and Vista Circle, and right down that way, you can see some police officers patrolling this area because this is the area currently under an evacuation order. This area has been under that evacuation order since about 7 a.m. this morning. So police officers were actually going through this neighborhood on their loudspeaker telling everybody you got to go. 1,000 homes evacuated in this area because right up this way, this is where that burn scar is from the fire. It came right up to these hillsides right here, and that's a lot of mud to be coming down this way. So you're looking at some video from earlier right now. That is the wash that goes through Sierra Madre. So if you're familiar with this area right by Mary's Cafe, that's right there. And you can see just how much mud is collected into there and how much water is flowing through there. And a lot of people heeding those evacuation orders and warnings. So you can see them loading up with their cats, their dogs, and all their items from their home just to play it safe. So a lot of people I talk to, though, they're starting to just feel exhausted from all of this that Mother Nature has been bringing. And there's a lot of emotions when it comes to this rain and another possible natural disaster. Take a listen.
Like for me, I'm kind of experiencing catastrophe fatigue. Like I'm just a little tired of all of it. We didn't even pack up all of our really important stuff. Really, we just because we just put it all away. But yeah, we're worried about the neighborhood. We're worried about all of it, and we kind of like to just get back to normal.
It's been a lot. It's just been rough.
Yeah.
But we have an amazing community. We support each other. We text each other to let each other know what's going on. So many people have offered help, so we're fortunate.
Oh, and she also lost her brother this past week, too. So just a lot of people dealing with a lot right now. And people already unpacked their stuff or haven't even fully unpacked from the Eaton fire. And now they're packing up once again. So they're heeding those warnings. We saw a lot of sandbags there and the K-rails. So the county issued a phase 2 mud flow alert. So that's because they expect between moderate to heavy rain. And
All right, that was our Amanda Starantino reporting live for us. Well, our Stormwatch coverage continues as heavy rain begins to move into SoCal.
Rachel Kim joining us from Malibu.
The rain is coming down hard here in Malibu right now. I'm Rachel Kim, and coming up in a few minutes, I'll show you how authorities and residents here are preparing for any potential problems here in this burn scar.
I'm Simon Editor Mike Rogers at the desk. I've got new evacuation orders in San Bernardino County to tell you about, also monitoring our debris basins. I'll tell you about them ahead.
And we are currently tracking a flash flood warning for the Palisades burn scar. That means flooding is happening. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning across parts of Southern California as we start to get a little bit of that convection moving through. We're going to have all the details, of course. We're breaking it down, but know that warning's in effect through 8 p.m. for Palisades, and that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for another hour at least.
All right, Evelyn, and we're also monitoring the road conditions out there during the afternoon rush hour.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now to see stars and creators behind hit shows, including Matlock on CBS. Don't miss Paley Fest. Visit paleyfest.org to get tickets now.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Roe now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper. With results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not one, but 2 hormones to curb hunger with less nausea. Weight loss faster. Confidence higher. Price cheaper. See if you qualify at ro.co/T.
Southern California is on flood watch, especially in the burn scar areas, as we've seen a steady dose of rain throughout the day.
Yeah, and don't forget your umbrella if you're heading out somewhere this evening, because the strongest of the storm is still to come.
Evelyn Taft and Alex Biston are tag teaming the strongest storm of the season for us.
We're in it. It's here. I mean, Juan and Amy. So we're talking about the heaviest rain moving to the south, and Alex is going to cover what's really happening right now in Orange County and the IE, where it's going to intensify over the next few hours. But we are in it as far as the storm goes for parts of LA County and Ventura County. This is the cold front that we've been watching. It was moving through the Central Coast, Santa Barbara County earlier, Ventura County, and now it's starting to hit LA County. And take a look at all of that red on your screen, indicative of thunderstorms. Yes, and with that, we are confirming that we have thunderstorms out there because we're under a severe thunderstorm warning that's remaining in effect for at least another hour. We've got wind speeds of 60 miles per hour, small hail, downpours. And we also now have flash flood warnings up over the Palisades burn scar. That means debris flows and flash flooding, not just imminent, but happening. It is a life-threatening situation over the Palisades burn scar. I cannot stress that enough. So we're continuing to see, again, severe thunderstorms and now flooding. And we could see more of this as we move through the night. I do want to check in with the rest of our forecast area and our Alex Biston.
And you know what, Evelyn, the most intense part of this storm over parts of Ventura, Los Angeles County, and it is going to move south over Orange County and the Inland Empire as we head into tonight. So I'm going to hyper focus now on the radar, what is happening right now over parts of southern Los Angeles County, and now starting to move into Orange County and the Inland Empire. In Downey, it's pouring. In Inglewood, it's pouring. Anaheim, you're still seeing some light rain. We're seeing that over Chino, Corona, and I'm just going to give you a good idea. So when you see the darker greens, that's the indication that we are seeing that steady rain. It gets heavier once we start to see those warmer colors enter the mix. The yellows, the oranges, of course, the reds. That means that we are seeing those heavier rainfall rates closer to a half an inch, possibly even up to an inch per hour. So let's talk about some of our foothill communities. If you are in Rancho Cucamonga, you are seeing the rain. If you are in Fontana, San Bernardino, all the way up through Crestline too. Let's go south into Orange County and into some parts of Riverside County where we are seeing that steady rainfall at this hour. A wider look here, and really our hyper focus is where what Evelyn was talking about, the severe thunderstorm warning, flash flood warning, and wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that issued over the next few hours. Back to you.
All right, Alex, Evelyn, thank you. Our team coverage continues now with KCAL's Rachel Kim.
And she's live in Malibu where there have been some mud flows. Rachel.
Yeah, Amy and Juan, we're along PCH near Big Rock Beach, and yeah, there are problems arising right now. Take a look behind me. You see all that water just coming down from the hillside. This has been the scene for a couple of hours now, and look what's happened at the bottom of PCH. All that mud has basically collected into a mound of mud flowing onto PCH. So we can see some problems are starting to arise because of this. CHP has been coming by trying to make sure that motorists avoid this area. So we'll see how this goes, but hopefully they'll be able to clear that out shortly. But this has been the scene pretty much all day. I want to take you to some video right now. We talked about, the efforts to clear the mud. Well, earlier, just about maybe an hour and a half ago, front loader tractors have been going up and down PCH trying to clear all this mud that came down from the hillsides because these hillsides, of course, are saturated. Now, in addition to PCH, we know a series of road closures were also in effect in Malibu because of possible mud and debris flows. We're told residents only are being given access to certain areas. We drove along, we saw homes that are precariously sitting on top of these burned hillsides. The soil below, of course, saturated from all this rain, the burn scar. This morning, Sheriff Luna said that mandatory evacuations were issued for 49 homes in Malibu so far. LA County Fire tells us they've additional staffing and pre-positioned strike teams in these vulnerable areas, but authorities tell us so far no major incidents, but we have seen these issues on the road on PCH. We spoke with the lifelong Malibu resident, Mr. Colbert, a short time ago, Clayton Colbert. He did not evacuate during the fire. He is not evacuating now. He lives along Topanga Beach Road and is safeguarding his home. And here's what he said. You lived in Malibu how long?
50 years.
First time you've seen anything like this?
Yeah. I mean, we have fires all the time. We have mudslides, but nothing as apocalyptic as this. This is life-changing. We have water-filled barriers as well, so I'm going to fill those up and stack them in front and basically monitor the sea and short of that, if anything comes down from the hill that makes it over our area, then that's my history.
Okay, so another live look at the hillsides, the water coming down from another aspect here. Earlier this afternoon, when we first arrived, we were told by authorities that rocks were coming down on Las Flores Boulevard. And of course, now you see the mud starting to accumulate down here along PCH. As I was talking to you, the CHP came by and told my photographer that we are being told to leave right now because this may come down. So we're going to move, and we'll toss it back to you, Amy and Juan.
Yep, safety first, right?
Absolutely. Be
Rachel,
safe out
thank
there.
you.
Let's get back to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk.
And Mike, you've got some new evacuation orders for us.
Yeah, this time in San Bernardino County, where we've been watching the evacuations out there. Let's jump straight into my computer here. I'll show you exactly what we're talking about. This is in the Highland area. These boxes in red here off Green Spot Drive. This is right up against the mountains. Obviously, one of the burn scars that we've had as well. So anyone in this area is being urged to leave. This is in addition to the voluntary evacuations you see in Orange and other parts of San Bernardino County. Now, guys, quickly, I want to show you the Alert California cameras that we've been looking at. Actually, we can jump back into my computer here for just a second because I do want to show people that where we're talking about these debris basins. I want to show you this one in particular. This is right at the edge of the Pacific Palisades, just above the Palisades Highlands. And the reason I want to show you this, I'm going to play it back an hour. I'm going to pause it right here. Look at the amount of water that is right next to the excavator there. And as I hit play, just as our meteorologists have been talking about, as soon as the rain comes in, watch how quickly that starts to fill with water. It's a very fast progress from when it is almost empty to as soon as you see the water start to come in, the water rises pretty quickly. We're monitoring that one. I'll show you one more before I send it back to you. This is over in the Eaton Fire area. This is the Bailey Canyon debris basin. This one has also been starting to rise. And again, same situation here. You see, as soon as those clouds start to move in, it gets wet, and you kind of see that surge of water that starts to push into those debris basins. We are monitoring those very closely, you guys. As soon as we see anything else, we'll be sure to let you know.
You can almost see waves in that debris there, Mike.
Yeah, and you can tell it's obviously something that's being let loose on the hillside, and it comes down in a kind of a surge fashion and hits the basin. Yeah.
All right, Mike, thank you. We'll check back with you later. And we'll get another report on how the storm is affecting traffic as our coverage continues.
If your barrier is broken down, your skin is defenseless. I'm Sasha Plavsik, the founder of Ilia. My skin is so sensitive. After skiing, I have to be able to replenish. With Barrier Build, my skin feels protected, less irritated, more hydrated, smooth, soothe. Skin is meant to endure cold, take stress, get wet. Skin is meant to live. Barrier Build is made to protect.
There's an easier way to bank and get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less when you download Dave.
Use Everyman Jack so you still smell good. Ride your mountain bike, but you still smell good. Crash into some hornets and fall down a mountain, but you still smell good.
Everyman Jack aluminum-free deodorant with many naturally derived ingredients so you can
Still smell good. You died for 7 seconds, but you still smell good. Late to see some friends, but you still smell good. The hornets followed you sick. Everyone got stung, but you still smell good.
What do you know about the happy face killer?
He's my father.
We are monitoring the roads during this wet rush hour commute.
Yeah, Total Traffic's Pedro Moreno is monitoring the roads. Pedro, it's getting close to quitting time for a lot of folks, and they're going to be out on the roadways soon.
Yeah, and they can expect a lot of water on the roads, slowing you down pretty much everywhere you go. Take a look at LA right here, LA County, bunch of red, a bunch of yellow. So expect delays pretty much in any direction you head out towards. 110 northbound as you make your way through the Highland Park area. Caltrans crews currently have the 2 right lanes blocked right there due to some flooding. So as you make your way out of downtown LA, just after the 101, you'll start seeing heavy traffic building up there. And as you travel in Orange County, you'll see slowing on the 405 northbound out of Irvine as you make your way passing the 55, and some more delays out of the 91, off the 91 out of Riverside area. That's heading into Orange County as you make your way into Anaheim Hills. It's about a 23-minute drive time. And the Cajon Pass, you'll see some heavy traffic there, and expect delays as you make your way out of Hesperia.
It's best to stay put if you can. All right, Pedro, thank you.
Okay, and speaking of traffic, we're looking at the roadways right now, inching along the 110 near downtown. And let me tell you, we are looking at severe thunderstorms and now flash flood warnings for the Palisades burn scar. We could see more warnings go up. We're tracking it all as really the brunt of the storm is now moving through Southern California in real time. We'll have all the details in your next weather forecast when we come back.
As you get older, your liver needs more support to keep you going, to help you handle whatever the day brings. From the food we consume to the environment we live in. Dose is a clinically backed liver health supplement designed to support your liver and give your body the boost it needs to meet the demands of everyday life, so you can build a better foundation for all that's to come. Dose. Support your liver health today for a better you tomorrow.
If you're looking for a house, you should be looking for a mortgage.
You could mortgage in the dark.
Or know the steps with Better.
You could mortgage like it's 1970.
Or do it now with Better.
You could mortgage on their time.
Or with Better on yours.
You could overpay on fees.
Or mortgage with Better and save. Go to better.com to mortgage right. Start by finding out how much house you can actually afford in just 3 minutes.
Coffee?
Oh, please.
Room for cream?
Do you know the real secret to stopping odor everywhere? It's not what you think.
I'm David, and this is Casper.
And we're the inventors of whole body sweat care. Carpe's dermatologist-tested formulas are tough on sweat and gentle on skin.
Rather than covering up BO with heavy fragrance, Carpe's unique formula stops odor before it starts.
By stopping the sweat. That's the real secret to better odor control everywhere. Carpe is unlike anything you've ever tried before. Get Carpe for up to 30% off with limited time free shipping at mycarpe.com.
You can see the backup already building here.
One thing I really love about KCAL is that we have cameras everywhere. We want to show you a visual of what is happening, and I'm here to help.
All right, let's get over to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk.
Mike, starting to see some problems popping up around, right?
Yeah, we are. We're starting to look at the Caltrans maps here that are starting to show some mud and debris flows on certain roads. This is one of our driving cameras. Ben is driving up in the 210 area, and it got dark. That shot got very, very dark as all of the rain has started to move through. In fact, we're hearing it actually inside the studio. We're hearing the heavy rain pound from outside. I think we've got our river camera that we can show you. Just a second ago, look at that. I wanted to put the river camera in my monitor back here, but the rain and the clouds got so intense and it got so dark, you couldn't even see it. That is is a lot of rain that is now starting to push through our area, you guys, and it is starting to cause some issues. There's reports of debris flow to 210 at Roxford. That is where we are going to go send Ben right now to the 210 at Roxford. There's also a new report at Kane and Doom and State Route 1 at PCH. So we are starting to see very, very heavy rains coming down, and it is starting to create problems, guys.
All right, Mike. Well, that heavy rain is here. We can hear it, and we are tracking flood warning.
And meteorologist Evelyn Taft and Alex Biston has your next weather team coverage right now.
Absolutely. We've got flood warnings and we have severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got both happening. So we could see considerable damage from the thunderstorm that's moving through. I mean, really, we're talking downpours and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've got flash flood warnings, which means flooding is happening over the Palisades burn scar currently. And this will remain in effect through 8 o'clock tonight. And the line of storms, this is the sort of distinct line, the cold front that's been marching through Southern California, is now sitting over LA County. So I'm going to move out of the way and show you exactly where it is right now. I'm stopping the clock, and you're going to notice all of that red on your screen. Yep, that's exactly where the heaviest rain is currently. You're going to notice it through the 210 corridor, parts of the 405, also the western portion of San Fernando Valley, moving into the South Bay. And speaking of South, we're going to check in on what's happening over the rest of radar. And of course, we want to get a closer look at your hour-by-hour forecast as we move through really the heart of the storm right now. Alex?
And Ev, really unbelievable. We've got that severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking about hail, very strong winds associated with that. Also the flash flood warning. So those rainfall rates really getting high, about a half an inch or even closer to an inch per hour. So of course, Evelyn talked about Ventura County, parts of Los Angeles. I also want to, hyper focus on what is happening down into the south. So let's take a look at the radar here as you look over areas like La Habra, Downey, Lakewood. It is pouring there. San Bernardino, Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga, some of our foothill communities. We are seeing that rain come down at Esteti and Foothill Ranch, Mission Viejo, Murrieta. And, it's really important to see what's happening right now. It's also important to see what is coming. So that front, which is that line of rain, that strong line of rain, that will continue to move through Los Angeles, into the South Bay, into northern Orange County through around 5:30, 5:40. It's moving out of Ventura County by about 6 o'clock tonight, dinner time. That is when the bulk of this rain is going to be over the Inland Empire, over Orange County. So Riverside County, you guys are up next. 9:45 tonight. Here's a snapshot, and you can see that heavier rain moving over Riverside County, the San Jacintos, up to the San Bernardino County Mountains. The good news is the bulk of this heavy rain is moving through, and as we head into the overnight hours, we're actually clearing out. We'll see a few lingering showers into early Friday, but really for the most part, the system is moving out. One other thing, though, I really want to hyper focus on too is the wind. We've got that strong southerly flow. Winds upwards of 20 to 30 miles per hour across Ventura County, across the San Fernando Valley, up through Santa Clarita. Let's take a look at winds in areas like Hemet and Temecula, about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Areas like Santa Ana, 33-mile-an-hour winds. So strong winds. It is wet. It is windy. One of those days and afternoons, evenings, really just try to stay inside if you can, just because it is going to continue to be wet. Again, the bulk of that wet weather moving through now. Lingering showers early Friday. The rest of your Friday and Valentine's Day, dry. Temperatures will be on the cooler side in the 60s, and then a drying trend and actually warming up as we head into next week. Back to you.
Alex and Evelyn, thank you. We are watching, of course, the Pacific Palisades. As Alex and Evelyn just told us, flash flood warnings are in place.
And KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero is live in the Palisades with conditions right now. And Luz Delia, it is really coming down.
Oh yeah, it is really coming down out here. Even within the last 2 hours, to give you some perspective, we were already on this street, Chautauqua Boulevard and Sunset. And where I'm standing here, there was still no water. Now I'm walking on the sidewalk still, and even getting closer to the road, still on the sidewalk, it is nearly knee deep. And so this is all water that's coming from the top of the hillside, that's coming through the runoff, and anywhere where there aren't sandbags, that water is coming to this street. And when we're talking about the dangers of a flash flood, we want to try to show you how dangerous this can be. I mean, this is just runoff, and it is coming down pretty quickly. I'm going to get behind you here so you can show how quickly this will just go. but it just flows. So imagine this coming down onto your street or in an area where you are. It just is not safe. So I'm going to try to get this out of the road here, but we also want to show you how the drainage situation is in this area. So there are a lot of leaves, a lot of debris that are coming down from burnt trees, but also from properties that burned down. And that was another big concern. A lot of people we talked to said, hey, runoff we can deal with, but given that the drains are going to be clogged and who knows what is in this runoff, we are concerned about toxic waste potentially going down the streets and making more of a mess, potentially slowing down the cleanup process for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers or even private contractors. And here you go. You're seeing all of these leaves here on the sidewalk and to our right. You can also see that now, 2 hours after we initially got to this location, there are much more leaves here. You can see a paper cup, some plastic over here, and all of this is just clogging up the drains. We're trying to also do our part in clearing this up to help, but again, the county EPA put these around drains just to try to trap any debris from going into the drains here so that runoff could slide and not flood areas. But again, there's only so much that they can do when Mother Nature is just coming down with all of this rain. And the people we've talked to, especially who live in the Palisades, they see this as a blow, because first with the rain and first with the fire and now with the rain. But obviously this area under an evacuation warning and some evacuation orders, obviously roped off again. Coming up on KCAL News, we will hear from some folks who have worked to clear this area and also what they have to say. Back to you.
All right, check back with you later, Luz Delia. Thank you. And there's lots more news ahead at 5 on CBS Los Angeles, Channel 2.
Pat Harvey joining us now with a preview. Hi, Pat.
Hi there, Amy and Juan. Ahead at the top of the hour, we are tracking the strongest waves of the storm moving in now, plus flash flooding, crashes, debris flows, and thousands under evacuation orders. Also, a CalArts student murdered in Newhall, and now sheriff's deputies identify and they're searching for a prime suspect. All that much more ahead on KCAL News at 5 on CBS Los Angeles, Channel 2. Juan and Amy, back to you.
All right, we'll see you soon, Pat. Thank you. And we continue to be on storm watch as the rain really intensifies.
Another check on where the heavy rain will hit next when we come back.
If I don't take it, I'll feel sluggish or just not want to really do anything, and I end up like picking up the kids. I'm like, I'm still in my pajamas. That's the very first thing I do in the morning. With AG1, I checked one thing off that can at least help with my mental health, with my physical health.
I get my vitamins, enzymes, probiotics in that morning shot.
It's like a little morning date.
Meet Avocado's best-selling green mattress. Made with certified organic cotton, wool, and latex, plus ergonomic coils to support your body's natural curves. For cool and restorative sleep, featuring a 1-year in-home sleep trial. Save up to 20% on organic mattresses. Shop today at avocadomattress.com, proud supporter of 1% for the planet.
My wife told me my hair was thinning, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs.
Let's go, baby. I stopped hanging out with the guys because I didn't want to hear the wisecracks. So I did some research and found Nutrafol, which was cool because I had no idea there was a supplement for hair.
I liked that it was drug-free and then it was clinically tested.
My hair was getting stronger and thicker.
Nutrafol has just given me more confidence, which allows me to carry myself a little taller.
It felt real good to ditch the hat.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com/men.
Changing diapers doesn't have to be so boring. Right, little guy? Hello Bello makes diapers that make babying better. Say hello to seriously cute designs that have as much personality as they do. Snug and comfy fit, super soft and ultra absorbent, and made without bad stuff. Because happy booties make for happy babies. Happy parents too. Hello Bello. Let's change your diapers. To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
Flood warnings over the Palisades burn scar. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, and rain rates are exceptionally high right now. We're seeing rain rates of over 1.5 inches, even close to 2 inches an hour. So these are exceeding your thresholds. That's why we're already looking at a life-threatening situation in the Palisades, at the Palisades burn scar right now. So please be aware, use caution, get to higher ground if you do come across any flooding. And we also have severe thunderstorm warnings with the potential for tornadic activity. That's exactly right. We're looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds. So it is howling out there. It is coming down. We're looking at the potential for hail and really severe weather blanketing Southern California. We are in the thick of it for LA County. This will continue to move to Orange County and the IE, and I'll continue to track it for you. But for now, I'll send it right back to you, Juan.
All right, thanks so much, Evelyn, and thanks for watching KCAL News at 4. Our live Stormwatch coverage continues all night long.
And our next newscast is just moments away right here on KCAL News at 5.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now for the premier festival that celebrates the stars and creators of hit shows, including Severance, Cobra Kai, Agatha All Along, Matlock, The Handmaid's Tale, Hacks, Poker Face, and Gilmore Girls, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and Etoile, the Amy Sherman-Palladino multiverse. Get an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Don't miss Paley Fest March 21st through the 29th. Tickets sell fast, so visit paleyfest.org to buy now.
Why is rowing with Hydro the best workout for you?
Rowing is a full body workout. Legs, core, and arms all in one.
With Hydro, when we row out on the water, you row at home.
Get cardio, strength, and recovery training in one 20-minute workout.
With rowing, you can get fit faster. Work out all over the world without ever leaving your home. Come work out with us.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Right now at 5, a severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect in parts of Southern California. as the heaviest downpours begin to move through the region.
And flash flood warnings for both the Palisades and Eaton fire burn scars, increasing fears of flooding and debris flows.
Plus, flash flooding, crashes, debris flows, and thousands under evacuation warnings and orders tonight. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Our team of meteorologists is tracking the weather warnings tonight.
But we begin with Evelyn Taft and that thunderstorm warning. Ev.
Absolutely, Pat and Juan. That severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect for at least another 30 minutes. We're looking at downpours. And do you know what just came up on this watch? Take a look at that threat. Not very often you see that. Tornado possible. That's right. Tornadic activity. And we are not immune here in Southern California. We have seen tornadic activity. Again, nothing major, EF zeros, but still we have seen that rotation take place here in Southern California. We're looking at wind, we're looking at rotation, we're looking at 70-mile-per-hour wind speeds. This is also generating the potential for water spouts over the ocean as well. So it's a line of storms that's continuing to move through. This is the cold front that's been marching through the Central Coast, Ventura County, now landing in LA County. And we also have flash flood warnings for the Palisades burn scar because we reached those thresholds until 8 o'clock. Rain rates up to 1.5 inches, 2 inches an hour. We'll explain how significant that is coming up in just a little bit. But with the rest of your forecast, I'm going to send you over to my colleague, Danny Ruberti. Danny.
I have, yeah, my goodness. It's crazy the rain that we're seeing where you're showing it right now. And if you're not seeing that intense rain through Orange County and the Inland Empire, well, that cold front is making its way into those areas over the next couple of hours. So the rain that we're seeing right now through Los Angeles, Pomona, over into Torrance, this is that cold front that's going to be making its way into Orange County and into the Inland Empire. I want to zoom you into a couple different areas right now. Here's a look at the rain that we're seeing through Orange County, stretching from San Clemente up to Huntington Beach. A lot of this is fairly light right now, but you can see just to the north the really intense rain rates that we're dealing with right now. And it's starting to surge into areas of Orange County. Areas like Westminster are seeing 0.4 of an inch of rain per hour. And closer to areas like Anaheim, we're starting to see just that, 1/4 of an inch to 0.3 of an inch per hour. Over towards the Inland Empire, we've got rain. It's light through Paris. It's light through the Hemet Valley, but Riverside into San Bernardino and Rancho Cucamonga, things are starting to pick up just a little bit. So let me give you a look at our futurecast. This is very important because the timing of this cold front is very, very important. Right now, we're seeing the heaviest rain through Los Angeles County, but we're going to start to see over the next hour heavier rain moving into Orange County, the Inland Empire, and we have several hours of this. So coming up, we're going to time out for you hour by hour when the heaviest rain moves in, when it's out of here, and how much rain we could see at the end of this. That's coming up in your next weather.
All right, Danny, Evelyn, thank you. A flash flood warning is in effect for vulnerable burn scars in the Pacific Palisades.
And KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero is there tonight with conditions right now. Luz Delia.
Pat, we are getting hammered here. I mean, we are talking within the last 5 minutes, the rain just continued to come down even harder than ever before. And we are on Chautauqua Boulevard and Sunset. All of this 2 hours ago was definitely not this, raised with water. And now we walk on this sidewalk, and the closer we get to the road, again, still on the sidewalk, we are talking knee-deep water. And just to give you an idea of how dangerous conditions can get when we're talking about flash flooding, we're going to use this to explain how quickly this runoff is going and how dangerous conditions can be just in a matter of an instant. You see how quickly that ball is just going down into the street. And so just keep that in mind when heeding these warnings that things can change, and they can change rather quickly. And residents are actually taking things into their own hands, trying to clear these drains to prevent runoff from piling into streets like this one. We got a chance to talk to Nancy, and this is what she's been doing all day long. Take a listen.
Trying to get the debris, it clogs up in the drains, and there are wrappers, food, and all types of stuff, gloves that are plugging up the drain. So we're just trying to unplug it. We made it through the fire, and now we got to make it through this.
The rain's going to take all that soot, spread it around, sink it into the ground. We all need the rain. We just want it slow. We just want to ask for something we can't get. And Pacific Palisades is in real trouble.
And he's saying the Pacific Palisades is in real trouble because look at this. This is all runoff. And when we're talking about how fluid this situation is, not even 10 minutes ago, we noticed that the runoff was coming down, but it definitely wasn't pouring into this drain area. The drain is almost entirely covered up in leaves here. And that is another concern, is that toxic waste is going into the drains, onto the streets, and will potentially further delay the cleanup process, delay the cleanup efforts on behalf of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and even private contractors. At this time, private contractors are not allowed in this area. But look at these conditions. Minute by minute, they are changing as the rain continues coming down harder and harder, what seems like by the minute. We've been out here for no more than maybe 30 minutes. Just to give you an idea, my hair was almost dry when coming out here, just wringing it out. I mean, we are just drenched. So again, we've said it multiple times. Our meteorologists have said it. If you don't need to be outside, stay home because these conditions can get dangerous and quickly. Back to you.
So much, so fast. Nuzdelia, thank you. KCAL News reporter Rachel Kim continues our team coverage from Malibu.
And Rachel, you just had to move, we hear, because the hillside was getting dangerous?
That's right, Pat and Juan. We're now along PCH near Carbon Beach Terrace. You can see just how much rain is falling right now. Of course, PCH still closed to the public because of big problems. Like you mentioned, Pat, we were down along PCH near Big Rock Beach just about 30 minutes ago. Let's show you the video and show you why we had to move. Now, just before our live shot, during our live shot, all the mud coming down from the hillside began to pour and collect down onto PCH, causing a blockade along PCH. That pile of mud kept getting bigger and bigger, and at one point cars weren't able to pass through. So when we were doing our live shot, they told us it was unsafe, told us to move because that hillside is most likely to continue to fall and maybe come down. So it was very unsafe, as you can see why. Now, I want to take you to some video that we shot not long before that, just an hour before that. This video shows front loader tractors going up and down PCH here since early this afternoon as the hillsides have become more saturated, bringing down that mud and the loose rocks. Now, in addition to PCH, a series of road closures are also in effect here in Malibu because of possible mudslides and debris flow. Residents only are being given access to certain areas. We also saw driving along homes that sit precariously on top of these burned hillsides. Those homes at risk, of course, because of the rain saturating the scarred soil below them. Now, this morning, we can tell you that Sheriff Robert Luna said mandatory evacuations were issued for about 49 homes in Malibu so far. That number may have gone up, but as of this morning, 49. We spoke with a gentleman who lived here in Malibu for 50 years, a lifelong resident. His name is Clayton Colbert. He told us he did not evacuate during the Palisades fire, and he's not evacuating this time. Listen. You lived in Malibu how long?
50 years.
First time you've seen anything like this?
Yeah. I mean, we have fires all the time, we have mudslides, but nothing as apocalyptic as this. This is life-changing. We have water-filled barriers as well, so I'm going to fill those up and stack them in front and basically monitor the sea and short of that, if anything comes down from the hill that makes it over our area, then that's my history.
All right, back now live here along PCH. I don't know if you could hear, but during my live shot, you heard all the sirens passing by us. Well, those are CHP, LA County Sheriff's vehicles. I'm guessing heading to the area we were at because that area was pretty intense with all that mud coming down. It was literally piling up faster than they can get rid of all that debris. So hopefully no major problems. But again, I think they're going to shut down that area PCH near Big Rock Beach because of all the accumulation of mud mud there. So crossing our fingers here, no major problems. So far, when we last spoke with LA County Fire, nothing catastrophic, but they did tell us there were a lot of loose rocks falling down on Las Flores Drive. So it's no wonder that they're being so cautious here, because there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of mud and debris flow, rocks coming down. That's why they want to keep this area closed and safe for everyone involved. Pat and Juan, back to you.
Yeah, let's hope it stays that way. Thanks so much, Rachel. Now to KCAL's Amanda Starantino in Sierra Madre near the Eaton fire burn, Scott.
And Amanda, heavy rain has been coming down, and now you've got the wind to go along with it.
Yeah, the wind really started just blowing through this area. We're moving out of the way for a car coming up. And actually, just take a look here. You can see how much rain has accumulated on this road here. So we're on Sturdivant Drive as you head up. So that car's going up towards Alta Vista or Oakdale up that way. So that's still heading up towards that burn scar area. We have another car right here, so be careful, Gus. Thank you. All right, and you can just see how dangerous these roads are getting. This all accumulated right here just in the last 20 minutes. That's how much rain is coming down that fast. So there are new evacuation orders for this area. So take a look at that full screen right there. And those are all those streets that are under an evacuation order. I'm going to try to list those off for you. And that just happened within the last hour. So this is Churchill Road, Forest Lane, Madre Lane, Pleasant Hill Lane, Casey Street, Sturdivant Drive from North Mountain Trail Avenue to Woodland Drive. And what we're seeing is a lot of people are starting to head out. So take a look at this video here that we took about 2 hours ago, and you can see the wash and how much water had accumulated into the wash earlier. In that wash, this is we filmed it right next to Mary's Cafe, if you're familiar with Sierra Madre. So that wash flows all the way through. It usually has water trickling through it throughout the year, but this is a lot, and you can see how much mud and debris is in that water. I can only imagine what it looks like now. We'll check it out after this, but a lot of people have been heeding those evacuation warnings, loading up their cars with their dogs and their cats. 1,000 people were ordered to evacuate earlier this morning around 7 a.m. in Sierra Madre, when police actually went through these neighborhoods on their loudspeaker, telling neighbors to leave, also knocking on doors as well. So we talked to some of those residents. Take a listen.
I mean, even when it's rained really, really hard, it's never been even close to being that full, and it's definitely never been mud.
Yeah, it's never been that color. The brown is really startling, to be honest.
So this is actually pretty concerning that a mudslide is possible.
Yeah, I guess that's the concern, that it would come down the street.
Okay, so we're about 2 blocks down from that burn scar hill. We're about 2 blocks down from that burn scar hillside. And you can see these are the types of homes we're looking at here in Sierra Madre. This one just on stilts here. So if mud comes tumbling down, those stilts are just going to go because of how much weight that it actually carries. So a big concern here. But also, I noticed a lot of people did evacuate, but a lot of people have chosen to stay as well. And as you can see, the roads, they're really starting to fill up with water fast. So if you're watching this report, it'd probably be safe to just leave. Get out of the area until this rain settles down in a little bit. But for now, as you can see, rain really coming down here in Sierra Madre, and it's only getting stronger minute by minute. Back to you guys.
I'm assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. We're following breaking news. We've got active mudslides both in Malibu and across Mulholland. I'll tell you exactly what's going on after the break.
And we are getting a look at live radar right now. Your next weather forecast showing you the thunderstorms continuing to come in. In fact, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings on our hands. As we move through the next few hours, we're keeping you posted in your next weather forecast.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what Muesli did for me.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades. Custom configurations create a space that's uniquely timeless, yet distinctly personal. Elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
Problem solved. Fiverr's got talented freelancers for anything we need. Yeah!
The team kept growing their business with Fiverr freelancers handling a variety of tasks. Sam was promoted after introducing Fiverr into their workflow. And Eric? Well, he got fired after overfeeding the boss's fish. Hire a freelancer today and start your own success story.
When I started college, so many people warned me about credit cards. They just seemed really scary. When I needed a car, I realized that I needed to build credit. So I got the Chime Credit Builder card because I could safely build credit without being afraid of fees or interest. And there was no credit check. My score went up over 60 points and I bought my first car. As a busy college student, having a car is an absolute must. I feel like I could do anything. My next goal, a 700 credit score. Join me at chime.com.
Hello, Brent.
Hi.
If you had to choose, would you watch paint dry or compare benefits plans?
Compare benefits every time.
Come on, you know how complicated benefits can be.
Well, I run payroll with Gusto. They make it easier to find benefits like medical, dental, and vision for my whole team.
Man, I think I'm gonna need new glasses.
Don't worry, I've got you covered.
Yes. Choose benefits without the mess. That's working with Gusto.
We prepare you for the entire day. We look at events to see if there are any concerts, games happening, big events just across Southern California to make sure you're not surprised on your drive, wherever you're going, whatever time of the day.
Okay, let's get right to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk.
And Mike, you have got new evacuation orders as this rain moves in and some really ominous warnings to tell us about.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got several areas that are under that evacuation orders and warnings, but I need to tell you about a mud flow, two mud flows that are happening. The first one, I'm going to come to my computer here. This is on Mulholland, 7100 block of Mulholland. This is actually not anywhere near our burn scar area, so a little concerning to see this here. 7100 block of Mulholland. There's about 3 feet of mud that came off of this hillside right here, and it did push down onto the Mulholland, and they're checking these houses below. Now, apparently there is also a car that is stuck in the mud here on Mulholland. So I've got a crew heading there right now, and we'll be getting to get a look at that hopefully pretty soon. I want to show you, though, the debris flows that we've been talking about. I want to show you this one. This one has significantly grown since the last time I checked in with you guys. This is over in the Eaton Canyon fire area. This is called Bailey Canyon. This is one of the reservoirs, and I just want to show you in the last hour, watch how much this fills up since we saw those heavy rains. It is continuing to grow. Now, you see the drain on the right side of the screen. It's trying to do its best, but you can already see kind of over in this area right here where things are beginning to reach kind of the top point of where this basin is. So there's that one. I want to show you one more over near the Palisades fire as well. We're actually sending our Tom Waite over to this one because this debris basin is not very big, and Tom Waite is going to go check this out, but I want to show you in the last 30 minutes, watch how quickly the water rises right up against the brim there. There are houses just on the other side of this brim, right in this area. There are houses that are over here. You can see some burned properties, but as I play back the image here, you'll see how quickly it rises. It looks like they were able to get some better drainage, and it did drop down a little bit, but obviously still concerning for what is below that house. You heard Rachel Kim talk about all of those lights and sirens that were coming past her during her live shot. I can tell you they were headed to PCH and Los Flores, where mud has also come off of the hillside, actually swept a car onto the beach there at PCH and Los Flores. LA County Fire's got a full response there. Doesn't sound like they've got any victims, but they're going to get out there and check.
Wow, okay, we knew that some things would be happening, but this is really just the beginning, too, of the heavy rain that's coming into our area. So, Mike, thanks for staying on top of that. And as you can see, our team of meteorologists have been preparing us for the worst, and the worst is here.
That's right. Evelyn, Danny, where do we stand right now?
Well, at this point, we're looking at flash flood warnings, and we're looking at the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to stay in effect until 5:30. So, of course, the Palisades burn scar, the biggest concern, but we could see more of this, and the worst of the rain is here. This is really the heart of it.
Exactly, and over the next couple of hours, I mean, we're going to continue to see this cold front moving south. So folks in Orange County, Inland Empire, they might not be seeing a lot of rain right now, but the cold front, Ev, it's going to be making its way into those areas.
Exactly. Exactly. So the worst of it is in LA County, Ventura County already sort of getting the tail end of it. Now take a look right here. This map is great because the latest flood warnings, watches, advisories all pop up, and we do have a new warning that looks like just came up. So we're going to be covering that. You will see in the blue. And then we've got that severe thunderstorm warning through 5:30. We've got that flash flood warning as well. So I'm actually taking a quick look at my phone here and just looking at the latest warnings that have just come up for National Weather Service. And you will see that green. And again, that indicates just light rain, that yellow, heavy rain, orange, even heavier, and red, the potential for thunderstorms. Now, let's take a look at this watch and at this warning. I'm going to take a look at what's happening right here. And so, yes, we do have flash flood warnings remaining in that area over the Palisades burn scar. Now, we also have the severe thunderstorm warning that we're continuing to track and a special marine statement, and that is indicated by the blue on your screen. The blue on your screen showing you that we could potentially get, again, severe thunderstorms, and on top of that, we could see some rotation. That means tornadic activity. That could be a water spout, yep, over the ocean. That could also be a tornado on land. That is absolutely feasible here in Southern California. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here. Again, those flash flood warnings expiring between 8 and 9 p.m. currently. Those severe thunderstorm warnings, now we have two, one extended until 6:30. So again, this is where it is all happening. We are currently in it, and we are again potentially looking at maybe tornadic activity in the mix. Now we've got those flash flood warnings for the Palisades burn area. We're going to continue to watch those warnings for you, but this does mean that we have a really not just imminent flooding, but the flooding is happening. I do want to update you because we were talking about the Palisades burn area, but we also are now looking at flash flooding along the 210 freeway. This includes West Covina, Whittier, Glendora, San Dimas, Alhambra, Pomona, Pasadena, Laverne, Baldwin Park, Hacienda Heights, El Monte, Covina, Azusa, Arcadia, Monrovia, San Gabriel, Pico Rivera, Diamond Bar, Montebello, and Santa Fe Springs. So this is just the latest warning that came up for LA County as this next, again, line of storms continues to move through. 1/2 inch to 1 inch of rain reported. Flash flooding is now ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So again, this is not just for the Palisades burn scar. We are now talking about the San Gabriel Valley, including the 210 freeway. We're going to continue to keep you posted on it all, but right now I'll send it over to Danny.
Hi, Ev. And yeah, everything that you just saw that Evelyn was showing you in LA County over towards the San Gabriel Valley, this is that cold front that we've been talking about, and this is going to be making its way into Orange County and the Inland Empire. So what's very important tonight is the timing of this cold front and where the rain is moving to. So you can see over this next hour, we've got that rain making its way into Orange County and into the Inland Empire. Here's a look. You still see all those colors on the map. So what we're seeing there, it's making its way a little bit further south, and this is going to continue going into tonight. So we are looking at several hours. Now, once the cold front moves through, everything behind it, it's fairly dry. We're still going to see some lingering showers, but LA County starting to clear out once we get to around 6 to 8 o'clock, and you can still see those colors through the Inland Empire into southern Orange County. So we're going to be looking at those rain rates between 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch per hour, some localized spots of 1 inch of rain per hour. Now, the rain rates are so very important because this is why mudslides and debris flow and flash flooding is a concern with a storm like this, because we're seeing a whole lot of rain in a little period of time. So on top of the rain, I don't want to miss out on the wind as well. We're talking about damaging winds out there. Santa Clarita gusted around 26 miles per hour. You can see some really gusty winds through Palmdale, Wrightwood, over into Malibu, and also into Fullerton. Now, going into tonight, there's also the potential for some of these thunderstorms to pop up. We're already seeing it out there right now. And with any of these storms, we could still see those brief heavy downpours and also some gusty winds. Now, I want to talk about what's next. We're going to get out of this rain mix tomorrow. Lingering showers in the morning. Looks like we're more dry in the afternoon. And thankfully, this weekend, we're getting a much needed break. Of course, we're grateful for the rain, but we're getting a lot in a little bit of time. And that's what makes this serious and dangerous. Low 70s by Sunday. So Pat and Juan, once we get to tomorrow afternoon, we're drier out there, even drier and sunnier this weekend. Coming up, we'll keep a close eye on the warnings and also how long the rain sticks around. We'll break that down for you.
All right, thank you so much, Danny. And we will have more on the rain, the watches, the warnings, the flooding, all of the news that you need to know as soon as we come back.
Hot yoga, cold plunges, darkness retreats. You're literally doing everything for your health. But there is just one more thing. Start your morning with AG1, the daily health drink for foundational nutrition and gut health.
Survivors ready! Yeah! You never know what you're gonna get.
Ooh.
Oh, that's marvelous!
Hey!
Yeah!
This is what I'm talking about.
I like that.
This is brilliant.
Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
BetterHelp has been revolutionary in connecting people to mental health services.
Using BetterHelp can be as easy as opening your laptop or your phone and clicking a button, and the session begins.
Clients are able to choose in what way they would like to communicate with me, whether video or on the phone or chat texting.
BetterHelp is there when you need it, and that's what makes all the difference.
Everybody be asking me, man, does the Bluetooth actually work?
Bro, you get a month for free.
It's free. You can get 1 month for free. So you got nothing to lose and you got everything to gain.
Try it, and you're gonna like it.
First month is free. Get involved, pop a chewable, and you tell yourself if it work or not.
Searching for the perfect underwear? Tommy John combines innovation and excellence in every pair. Available in multi-packs, Tommy John's breathable second skin underwear is even softer than cotton with up to 4 times the stretch of competing brands. We've also crafted indulgently soft second skin sleepwear for him and her for luxurious evenings and mornings. Invest in your comfort worry-free. If you don't love your first purchase, we'll make it right, because if you dress to the nines, your underwear should be a 10. Go to TommyJohn.com and get 25% off your first order.
What do you know about the happy face killer?
He's my father.
We continue to track the storm this evening. This is a live look at the big backup now on the 110 freeway in downtown LA.
And as you can imagine, the commute home is a lot tougher tonight because of all that rain.
Oh yeah, that's Total Traffic's Pedro Moreno is tracking the biggest hotspots right now. Good evening, Pedro.
Good evening. Yeah, this is an overview of LA County at the moment, but one incident I do want to focus on is going to be right at the 5. This is just before the 210 as you make your way out of Santa Clarita. An earlier jackknife big rig there had shut down the truck bypass lanes there. Caltrans crews still working on the guardrail repairs there till at least the end of the storm. So causing heavy delays as the semi-trucks and big rigs now have to drive on the main lines along with the other drivers. So out of Santa Clarita, you'll see some heavy traffic backed up from about Calgrove Boulevard. And overall, just a heavy ride as you make your way into downtown LA. Even at the 134, stalled car blocking the middle lanes right there, right at San Fernando Road. So you'll see a pretty slow crawl as you make your way from the 101.
All right, thanks so much, Pedro. Safe driving out there, everybody.
And I'm Michelle Geely, live deep in the canyons of Orange County, where Trabuco Canyon Road, right at the bridge over Trabuco Creek, has been closed. I'm going to tell you all about it coming up after the break.
And good evening, everyone. Meteorologist Evelyn Taft and I are tracking the flash flood warnings and the severe thunderstorm warnings as this cold front, this powerful cold front, makes its way into Orange County and the Inland Empire next, where the heaviest rain is about to hit. That's in your next weather.
Haley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now to see stars and creators behind hit shows, including Matlock on CBS. Don't miss Haley Fest. Visit haleyfest.org to get tickets now.
Hey, you! You're hungry and have no money for food? Yeah, I'm talking to you. You like video games too? You got games on your phone? You know you can make over $400 a month playing games on your phone with Super.com? Yes! With Super.com, you can save and earn money while playing. You want to give it a try? Well, head to Super.com and get your cash today.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Right now at 5:30, several weather warnings in effect as the heaviest rain moves through SoCal.
Well, let's get an update now from our meteorologists Evelyn Taft and Danny Roberti. Evelyn, where should residents take precautions right now?
Pat, we have two places right now, Pat and Juan. I will tell you, we've got the Palisades burn scars where we have to be especially careful. It is a life-threatening situation. And now we're looking at flash flooding along parts of the 210. We're going to show you exactly where you'll see all of this blue highlighting on your screen, indicative now of a flash flood warning. And we've got severe thunderstorms now extended, that warning, through 6:30 p.m. Initially, it was 5:30. Now it's 6:30. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds in the forecast. So as we take a closer look at radar right here, you will see the flash flood warnings now extended through 8 or 9 p.m. respectively, depending on where you are. And in addition to the Palisades burn scar, we now have a warning in effect through 9 p.m. And this is going to include the 210 freeway at this point. And we're talking up cities like West Covina, Whittier, Glendora, San Dimas, Alhambra, Pomona, and we're looking at rain rates at over an inch an hour. So they've reached those thresholds, those USGS thresholds, where we're simply just not really able to hold more moisture. The ground is just oversaturated, and in burn areas especially. So we're going to continue to watch that for you. But we are watching the next few hours with the storm continuing to move into Orange County and the IE. And Danny has the details on that.
Yeah, and I mean, what makes it so hard when we're dealing with these rain rates is that, you know, we could see this much rain over a period of 5 days as drizzle or light showers, and there aren't concerns for debris flow or mudslides, but when we're seeing so much rain in such a small period of time, that's what leads to these concerns for flash flooding that Evelyn is talking about. And you can see the greatest risk is for parts of the Inland Empire into the San Gabriel Valley and over towards the Palisades burn scar, where we're currently seeing those flash flood warnings. So I want to talk about what's next, as Ev mentioned, and you can see as we take a live look at radar, a different story from about 30 minutes ago, because you're actually starting to see the heavy stuff that Evelyn just showed you. It's starting to make its way into Orange County and then also the Inland Empire. So this is going to be the next piece of this. The cold front right here is starting to make its way into Orange County and the IE. And as it does so, this is going to bring the incredibly intense rain that we've been seeing in LA County. So this is a look 5:30 to 6 o'clock right now. And we are seeing that moving its way into southern Orange County, into the IE with a really strong rain rates. Coming up, we're going to talk about play out the rest of this for you, what it's going to look like tomorrow morning, and how much rain we could see. We'll keep a close eye on those flash flood warnings that's coming up in your next weather. Pat, Juan.
All right, we will see you in a minute, Danny. But you know, we want to get over to assignment editor Mike Rogers. Mike, you have been watching these debris flows from the new cameras you told us about yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I've been paying attention to them, and a couple of them have gotten real close to being concerning, but it looks like that band that moved through, things are settling, at least for right now. I want to jump into the computer here because I want to show you exactly. So this is paused right now. This is the Sierra Madre Canyon Dam area here, and this is about 30 minutes ago, as 5:07 is where I've queued it up to. So I'm going to hit play, and I want you to watch this because then they spin it up to the top of the dam, and I want you to look at how close all of the debris gets to going over the top of the dam. It is slowly, and I'll play this back again, it has slowly started to recede just a little bit, and I want you to watch, even if you pay attention to this little marker right here, if you watch this, you'll see where the debris comes up to, and then you can watch it go up and down as it moves through this area. So this has been flowing hard all day, and it got very close. Watch the marker, the water, the debris, everything comes right up to the top, and then it slowly starts to trickle back down as the flow of debris that's coming into it begins to slow down as well. Same thing over here. This is the Bailey Canyon Basin. We've seen that same situation. I'm going to pull this back an hour because you can see it really fills up very quickly, even gets all the way up to the yellow bars there on the right side of the screen, and then just ever so slightly starts to trickle down. So the good news is that the flow of debris that appears to be coming into these basins is finally starting to slow, which is allowing the debris basins and the drains to catch up a little bit, hopefully so that they don't go over the top of. That would be obviously worst case scenario is if the debris began to flow over the top of all of the basins. So for now, at least within the last 15 minutes or so, these debris levels are starting to at least level off to the point where the basin is able to drain out some of the water quicker than the debris that is coming into the basin. So I'm going to continue to watch the situation. That other basin that I was telling you about up in the Palisades area, that has also leveled off. So hopefully we won't see any of these basins kind of topple over because obviously that would send a lot of water and mud into the neighborhoods below them.
All right, yeah, we don't want to see that happen. Thank you, Mike. Well, that storm has prompted evacuation orders in parts of Trabuco Canyon.
KCAL Orange County reporter Michelle Geely is there live with a look at what it looks like in the area. Michelle?
Juan and Pat, I'm standing on Trabuco Canyon Road. It is closed. You can see it behind me here, the bridge which runs over Trabuco Creek. The concern is, and the reason for this closure is that that creek could overflow. The banks here run over this road, and we could also get quite a debris flow if we get the rain that has been forecast. The airport fire, which happened in September of 2024, is just up the road. This is the ignition point of that fire from where I am standing. So there is concern that that burn scar could be deeply impacted by a great deal of rain. Now, Trabuco Canyon Road was blocked at noon by K-Rail. It is a major thoroughfare from the canyons here in Orange County into Rancho Santa Margarita. Cars have been turning around at the roadblock. In 2018, we can tell you that debris did, tons of of water and debris did flow over the road here, over this bridge. It was pretty dramatic, and there was a fire here in 2018, which precipitated that and the weather. When we had this bad weather, then we had problems in this very spot, and that is why this has happened here today as far as the closure. We did speak to a resident who's in the area. She's not going anywhere, as well as someone from Orange County Public Works.
I mean, I'm probably glad they're doing it because they're not sure what's going to come down from the fire down there. You know, it's not like the water's running crazy. But a couple of years ago, we had the water get clogged up, went over the top of the bridge, and that was a mess. So that's why I think they moved the K-roll so that it could go through if it did go over. Kind of smart.
So we were cleaning out, last couple of months, clearing out culverts, roadsides, and now that rain is here today, we do have inspectors and crews in the area, and we stage heavy equipment nearby. So as we monitor conditions or we see sudden burst of intense rain, we start seeing some effects in the creek here, possibly in the road, we can quickly react and respond as needed.
And just to give you some perspective, this is not a heavily populated area. There are just a few thousand people that live in the canyons behind me here. So there aren't really a great deal of people who are impacted. But the school, Trabuco Elementary School, which is located just up the road behind me, the kids were relocated today, and they will be relocated tomorrow as well to an area school because they're in an area where they could be in danger. That's the latest live in Trabuco Canyon. I'm Michelle Geely. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Michelle. Fast-moving developments here. And remember, you can always get our next weather updates on your phone or your tablet on KCALnews.com.
I'm Jeff Nguyen live in Altadena, where we just experienced a debris flow. We'll show it to you coming up.
I decided to go with Roe for GLP-1s because dealing with insurance is always sort of nerve-wracking. Having the team at Roe help me navigate the insurance was huge relief. It's left me with more time to do all the things that I love. Since losing weight, I feel very grounded, connected. You know, I'm ready to go. If I had to do this on my own, I may not have done it at all.
To see if you qualify, go to roe.co/TV.
There's an easier way to bank and get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less when you download Dave.
When my hair started to thin, I thought, am I gonna have any hair left?
After I gave birth, my hair wasn't even thinning, it was gone.
As I got older, I couldn't grow it past my shoulders.
Nutrafol has different formulas for all the different changes so many women go through.
Within 3 months, my hair is significantly fuller.
It's longer, it's thicker.
My friends noticed it. I felt like a completely different person.
Try the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com.
Use Everyman Jack so you still smell good. Ride your mountain bike, but you still smell good. Crash into some hornets and fall down a mountain, but you still smell good.
Everyman Jack, aluminum-free deodorant with many naturally derived ingredients so you can
still smell good. You died for 7 seconds, but you still smell good. Late to see some friends, but you still smell good. The hornets followed you sick. Everyone got stung, but you still smell good.
This is crazy.
You know, with On Deck, we could get a small business loan fast and order more equipment today.
Or Lone Falcon! Lone Falcon, why?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
In Altadena, dozens of homes are under evacuation warnings as residents brace for mudslides.
And KCAL's Jeff Nguyen is live where you just saw a debris flow, Jeff.
We did about half an hour ago, Pat and Juan. Let me go ahead and pivot a little bit so that John Schreiber can kind of zoom in, because right now you've got this front loader basically trying to remove some of the mud that came down the hillside earlier. There's also a dump truck in front of us. You know, if John could, I'm going to ask him to zoom into the K-rail right there, because on one side of the K-rail, all of the mud that came down that gully right there is up against the K-rail, which is about 3 feet tall or so. So on one side, it's at least 3 feet deep worth of mud. Some of it lapped or breached the K-rail. Some of it oozed through the opening. To give you a sense of what it looked and sounded like, take a listen as well as take a look at this cell phone video that we shot moments ago. So this was the scene about half an hour ago as all of this mud came gushing down the hillside through that gully right there, and nothing was able to stop it. Right before this happened, a front loader is trying to move some of the dirt that had come down previously, but once the gushing happened, everybody just cleared out of the way, including us. Back here live, I want to give you a look at this hillside that we have been showing you all day, where some hydro seeding had been basically spray painted on in the days leading up to that. But since then, you can see all of the erosion that has taken place. It was one massive, basically, canvas of green, if you will, for most of the day. And now you can see sort of these fingerlings that have gone down the hill as all of that erosion took place. And right now, the front loader is trying to move some of that dirt to keep this road clear, because Loma Alta is the road that runs parallel with the foothills. I want you to know as well, we are staying away from all of this, not just underneath that slope, but also the slope that runs along Skyview. The reason we are staying away from Skyview is because one of the homes that is under mandatory evacuation is at the end of the cul-de-sac of Skyview. So we are trying to be safe to stay away from any potential slide that may come down. And also we are keeping some distance because our equipment can only go so far where we can establish a signal with our cabling and things of that sort. But in the meantime, the Sheriff's Department is here, and as a force multiplier, the National Guard is here while this crew is trying to clear all of that debris to keep this road clear so that folks can get through, especially Public Works. For now, we're live in Altadena. Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News.
A lot of work to be done there, Jeff. Thank you. All right, let's get back to KCAL's Amanda Starantino live in Sierra Madre, where it's really coming down now.
Yeah, Amanda, what's the latest at your location right now?
Pat, it is really coming down. As I showed you, even in the last hour, the rain just really started tearing down in Sierra Madre. We're a little bit lower than we were at Sturtevant and Woodland, and just look at all this mud and debris flow that's come down in the area. Someone I just talked to was talking to a resident who lives up the hill, and they said it was the scariest thing they've ever seen with all that mud flowing down. And look, we have Urban Search and Rescue from Torrance over there trying to help a car that actually got stuck in the mud. This is right over the bridge that goes over the wash that's now filled, and that water all just dark brown because of all the mud that is coming down right now. We have seen police coming through here. We have Urban Search and Rescue, the fire department, and you have the former mayor right here. He's actually just trying to clean this up. What are you trying to do right now?
I'm sorry?
What are you trying to do right now?
Just maintaining a pathway so that the water can flow and go there. All the silt from the dirt built it up.
You've been doing this for the last like 30 minutes?
More.
An hour? You're tired? Okay. What are you seeing happening within the last hour? I feel like it all just kind of came up on us.
What I was told was that there's a small debris basin up by the Nature Friends and that it breached. and so that's where all this is coming from. If I remember correctly, it's the same place that breached in 2008. But this time, then all the flow didn't come down this far.
And when we were talking earlier, you seem pretty calm. How do you feel now?
You know, like I said, we can't, as far as my confidence in the city, 100%. They're doing everything. One of the senior managers was up here assessing everything. We all knew that if the mud's flowing, they're not going to send the people here. It's just too dangerous. So once this calms, they'll have the equipment here, hopefully clear this out. But there are other places north, the Upper Canyon. They had a bad mudslide there, the 800 block of Skyland. So that's probably a higher priority than this.
Yeah, so this is a little bit lower. Thank you. We'll let you get back to work. I mean, look at our feet right here. You can see just from standing here how much water has just come through. All right, thank you. Stay safe. And really quick, we have Heidi and Daryl over here. They've been watching this throughout it. You're staying in the area. You feel confident and feel okay?
I do now, yes. As the storms pass by, I feel confident. And where we live, I feel safe. I was just concerned for our neighbors that live up here in the canyon. Especially those that have the burn scar right behind them.
What have you been hearing from them? Because you've been in communication with them.
I have been in communication with them. They're very frightened. But, you know, I think that we've passed the worst of it for now, and hopefully everything will stabilize. I've already seen the water come down a little bit, lower a little bit. So if we don't have another big squall, drop a whole bunch in a very short period of time, this should be the top of it, and I think we'll be okay.
All right, well, you guys stay safe. Thanks for talking with me. You can see the situation here again. We're at the bottom of the hill in Sierra Madre. A lot of mud has come in. We're going to keep an eye on it. Search and rescue still trying to help those people with their car, making sure people don't get too close to the wash. But it's not safe over here. If you're under an evacuation order, please heed those warnings and leave because the water's really coming down and that debris and mud as well. So it's not looking good here, Pat and Juan, but we'll keep an eye on it. Back to you guys.
All right.
You stay safe, too.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Amanda. Our team of meteorologists is tracking flash flood warnings all across SoCal.
So, Evelyn, where are the danger zones right now?
Yeah, at this point, Pat and Juan, we are looking at a new flash flood warning that's gone up in the last 30 minutes or so. This is the entire area on your screen. This includes parts of the San Gabriel Valley, the San Fernando Valley. We're already getting reports of flooding in the I-5 corridor. Of course, we're keeping all eyes on Altadena right now with the debris flows. We're looking at flash flood warnings for the Palisades burn scar. We're already at least 2 hours into that warning, and this is going to continue until 8 p.m. tonight. Severe thunderstorm warnings have now been extended through 6:30 p.m. Another 40 minutes to go. We're looking at hail, wind speed of 70 miles per hour, wind speeds of 70 miles per hour, and tornadic activity still a possibility. Again, the front is now starting to move through the San Gabriel Valley, continuing into our gateway cities, and eventually making its way into Orange County in the IE. But right now, the thick of it is really over LA County, San Gabriel Valley, the San Fernando Valley, the Basin included as well, and Palisades still looking at flooding. So you've got flash flood warnings now, multiple, up until 8, even 9 p.m. You're also looking at those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the majority of the San Gabriel Valley. We're talking the 210 corridor, and we could continue to see, again, thunderstorms move into Orange County and move into the IE. Some locations, just want to put this on your radar, literally, for flash flooding right now include Malibu, Chatsworth, Northridge, Woodland Hills, Encino Van Nuys, Santa Clarita, North Hollywood, Agora Hills, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Universal City, Burbank, Hollywood, Venice, Culver City, and Griffith Park. So we're really looking at even flood concerns in the basin as well because of the heavy rain that's moving through. It's moving through quickly, and we're going to track it all, and we're also going to take a look at our rainfall totals with Danny.
Hi, Ev. Yeah, my goodness, this is a powerful storm that's moving through Southern California, and we've only seen rain for a couple hours in some areas, and we are already seeing several inches of rain piling up. So a big concern was up through the San Gabriel Mountains, San Gabriel Dam seeing almost 4 inches of rain so far, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, 2.25 inches of rain. So we're seeing quite a bit. A big concern out of this storm, it's been the rain rates, and that's really just talking about how intense the rain is in a certain period of time, and that's why there's been concerns for debris flows and mudslides and flash flooding, and that's why we're dealing with these flash flood warnings. Beverly Hills, more than close to 1.75 inches of rain. Downtown Los Angeles, 1.5 inches of rain, and we're not done yet. Anaheim Hills, almost 1 inch, and Costa de Caza, 1.5 inches of rain, a little more than that. So let's talk about what's next. It's all about the concerns for flooding. So we're not done with the storm, but the good news is as this cold front moves through, yes, along the cold front, we're getting this really intense rain, but behind it, you're not going to see a whole lot. So we're not going to be dealing a lot of activity once that cold front moves through, but we're still looking at concerns for flash flooding in those areas that I've mentioned, and then you're also looking at that flash flood outlook. It's going to be severe for areas like San Bernardino, Ontario, the San Gabriel Valley, over into downtown Los Angeles. So let's talk timing of the rain. I mean, this is going to be key. I'm going to take a step out of the way to zoom you into a couple different areas. So what's going to happen as we go into the evening time? So this is close to 8 o'clock. You can see behind the front, LA County is going to start to dry out, but the heaviest stuff is now making its way into southern Orange County. San Clemente is going to be seeing those downpours. Laguna Niguel, when you see those oranges and those yellows, this is going to be the case for the Santa Ana Mountains. And then also take a look what's happening in Hemet. Hemet hasn't seen a whole lot of rain, and now it's going to make its way that way. San Bernardino, some light showers, and then up through Big Bear, we're going to start to see some snow levels dropping a bit as we go into late tonight, early tomorrow morning. This continues until 9 o'clock, and then you can still see that heavy rain lingering until 10 o'clock. So the focus for the IE and also Orange County, it's going to be 6 o'clock to around 10 o'clock this evening, and then things are going to start to die down a little bit. We've got gusty winds out there. I've mentioned it, especially where we're seeing that severe thunderstorm warning, gusts nearing 70 miles per hour in some areas. We'll take a look at the next 7 days because thankfully we are getting a break. So we're going to get to the weekend. Sunny, still cooler on Saturday, but starting to warm up on Sunday. One more look. We'll take a look at the valleys. Upper 60s by Saturday. So some lingering showers tomorrow morning. The bulk of it is out of here. We're done with the heaviest piece of the storm. And then the weekend, Pat and Juan, it's looking good. And we're going to see temperatures in the low 70s staying rain-free all the way into next week. So once we get through this storm, we're getting a much needed break. We're grateful for the rain, but it's been a lot of rain in a little bit of time.
It has. Nice to see those sunshine.
Oh, yeah.
Symbols of terror. All right, thanks,
too.
Danny. Minutes away on KCAL News at 6, we continue to track the storm as it moves through the area, leading to flash flood warnings for parts of Ventura and LA counties, including the Palisades burn scar.
Plus, a new mudslide in the Hollywood Hills along Mulholland Drive as drivers battle the rain trying to make their way home.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now for the premier festival that celebrates the stars and creators of hit shows, including Severance, Cobra Kai, Agatha All Along, Matlock, The Handmaid's Tale, Hacks, Poker Face, and Gilmore Girls, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Etoile, the Amy Sherman-Palladino multiverse. Get an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Don't miss Paley Fest March 21st through the 29th. Tickets sell fast, so visit paleyfest.org to buy now.
This is Carl. He never really thought much about his credit scores until he got Credit Karma and used his credit scores to move on up. By putting in the work to improve his scores, he got access to a better credit card and that sofa she liked. And when it came time to buy a home of his own, Credit Karma helped him take things to the next level. Just in time. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
Right now at 6, tracking the storm. Flash flood warnings are in effect across Southern California as heavy rain makes its way through the area. Danny.
Hi, Pat. Good evening, everyone. And that powerful cold front, it is moving through Southern California. We're going to be talking about the flash flooding concerns and the severe thunderstorm warnings that we're tracking. That's next.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey. The heaviest rain of the day is moving through right now, and we've already seen the impact from flooded streets to an SUV into the wash and mud already coming off the hills. Rachel Kim even had to move her live location in Malibu because crews were worried the hillside could come down. And we're also hearing of another possible mudslide on Mulholland Drive in the Hollywood Hills. Well, our reporters are spread across the area tonight, but we begin with meteorologist Danny Roberti, who's tracking the storm with the Next Weather Radar Network. Danny.
Yes, exactly, Pat. I'm going to take a step out of the way to get that radar up for you. You can see, though, we are dealing with concerns for flash flooding. And with that, over the last several hours, we have already been seeing flash flood warnings going into effect. With that, severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So we're going to pull up radar right now for you. Here's a look at what we are tracking and what the concerns are. So we are looking at flash flood warnings for the Palisades burn area, and this is also for the San Gabriel Valley. You can see on your screen, we've got a powerful cold front that's making its way now into Orange County. So that area of blue that you're seeing, this is the flash flood warnings. Areas like Santa Clarita into Malibu over towards Los Angeles. Now, a flash flood warning, this means that flooding is either happening right now, it's imminent, it's about to happen. This is an area of serious concern where we are looking at incredibly intense rain rates. Now, I want to zoom you out so you can see some of that heavier rain that's now moving into northern Orange County. Areas like Anaheim into Santa Ana and Huntington Beach, those reds that you're seeing on your screen, that is intense rain where we are looking at rain rates between 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch of rain. That's the case right now, right there along the 73, the toll road. So this is going to be going into the next several hours, continuing to make its way south. With that, I want to pull in meteorologist Evelyn Taff, who's tracking what's next as we go forward into the next couple of hours, Ev.
Danny, I mean, really just what an afternoon it's been, and evening now, and we're continuing to see that heavy rain. And we are tracking it all in your hour-by-hour futurecast right here. And it is set for right now, 6 p.m. And you're looking at the heaviest rain moving through the San Gabriel Valley and now moving into Orange County in the IE. But we're still looking at flash flood warnings through the San Gabriel Valley, also through parts of the basin, because even though it's not currently raining as hard, flash flooding is still taking place over the Palisades burn scar. We're still looking at flash flood warnings rather through 8 p.m. And here's the thing, it could be hours, even days, where we could just still see really the effect of the storm. So we could get a debris flow, again, days from today. That's certainly not out of the question. Take a look right here. Most of the rain continuing to intensify for Orange County in the IE through 7:30 through 10 p.m. as well. And then by midnight, just leftover showers through tomorrow morning. Nothing too heavy. But we are in it, Pat, and we're continuing to watch it all.
All right, we appreciate that, Evelyn and Danny, and we'll get back to you throughout the evening. But right now, you are looking live from Mulholland Drive in the Hollywood Hills, where there's been a mudslide. So let's get right to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers in just a minute. Mike, are we going to you first, or are we going to Amanda?
Oh.
Going to you, Amanda.
Okay, well, we're ready to roll. The rain actually seems to be slowing down a little bit in this area, but we are still seeing a lot of mud flow. I'm in that same spot right at Sturtevant and Woodland, and you can see just how much mud has accumulated at the bottom here. We are getting some alerts from neighbors saying that they've talked to some of their neighbors that live higher up on the hillside where they saw a lot of mud coming down, and this is where it all trickled down to. So hopefully they are safe up there. We're working to get details on that and an update as well. But down here we have a lot of fire crews, urban search and rescue here too. And this is just a pal that came down to help a friend because his car got stuck in the mud. So this is Brian. Why don't you come over here, Brian, really quick?
I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Okay, he's got to go. Oh, he's going to take him. All right. So his car just got stuck in the mud. friends are helping each other out because it's really tricky to get around here. He has to leave his car here because he actually can't drive through the area. You need a car like this to get through, so a hefty truck right here, because there is just so much mud and debris flow in this area. So we have residents here that are actually trying to keep clear paths so the water can keep flowing. The wash right over there is completely full. I don't want to walk too close to it because the water's still flowing very strong in that area. So this is definitely a developing situation here. Still not safe, even though the rain has calmed down. Sorry, we have a truck coming by. They're waving to us. Everyone's actually super friendly out here in Sierra Madre. But down here you can see Urban Search and Rescue's been going through the area trying to make sure people are safe, and they're going to different areas as well as that mud continues to trickle down. And we've also seen police. We're hearing sirens in the area too. So definitely a fluid situation. We have Pasadena Fire Department here. They're trying to make sure everybody's staying safe, but these roads definitely not easy to navigate. We're trying to stay in this general area to stay out of those mud flow areas, but definitely it's pretty tricky here, Pat. We're still watching, trying to get updates on if those homes have been affected up on the hillside. We wanted to move down because we didn't feel like it was safe up there, but the water really starting to accumulate and really flow down these hills here, which is exactly what we expected to happen here in Sierra Madre, especially right below those burn scar areas.
Okay, well, Amanda, we want you to be vigilant out there, because we know if that water starts flowing and that mud starts flowing so fast, you know, it could be unstoppable. So thanks for taking those precautions.
And Pat, just take a look down here. Yeah, and you can even just see just how much mud and debris is in here. And these are a lot of rocks. And actually, when you come up closer to the wash, you can hear the boulders tumbling down too. So all of that is coming down off those mountains right now, especially off that burn scar area. So hopefully right now we haven't gotten any reports of anyone hurt, but we're still working on that, as we know that there was a lot of search and rescue teams down here, and police and fire, and they all just scattered from here. So I'm assuming they're going to other areas to patrol, and they're moving fast too. So a lot just happened just really in the last 30 minutes with how much rain came down. So we're going to try to get updates on that and provide that to you in our next report here. Pat.
Okay, Amanda, thanks for that. And let's get to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk now. Mike, you are monitoring debris basins very closely, and rightly so, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, we're monitoring debris basins. We're also monitoring that situation up on Mulholland. I was just talking to my photographer, Ben. He just got on scene. He's going to work on getting us some live pictures set up. But sounds like actually in that situation, the homes above Mulholland are the ones that are more impacted, because that's where the hillside ate away. So it sounds like they're concerned about what's left or lack of left for underneath of those homes. But I do want to jump into my computer here because I want to show you some of the other basins that we're watching. This is the Sierra Madre Canyon. This is the dam here, and you can see how quickly everything rose. It did start to fall back a little bit, and now it looks like it's kind of in a more steady situation here where things are at right now. I'll show you one more here. Also in the Eaton Fire area, this is the Bailey Canyon Reservoir, and as you can see, as the light goes down, the good news is we're not seeing much change in the level of the debris, right? This is from about an hour ago. You can see it fills up, and then it slowly starts to trickle down, and then kind of almost comes to a standstill, right? So that's really what we want to see here. I'll show you one more over in this area, the one that we've been watching as well. Let's see, where did that one go? Oh, I'm going to lose it, Pat. It's the one that we were looking at with Tom Wade. Oh, Cloudcroft, there it is. So this one has gotten dark, so it's a little bit difficult to see, but I'll play this one back an hour too. And you can see that it's actually starting to really die down there as everything, as the rain starts to kind of subside a little bit. It's really great. Now, the good news is, or the bad news, I should say, is there was some heavy debris that did come through some of those areas, including on PCH, near Las Flores, near a couple of other areas. Like I mentioned, Mulholland. As soon as Ben is ready to go with live pictures, Pat, I'll jump back on and show that to you.
You know, I want to ask you a question before we move on here. The homes that you were talking about along Mulholland, have they been evacuated?
So they're evaluating that right now. They're concerned about the land that moved out underneath of them. They've got some geologists, and of course building and safety will come out to look at them. Let me double check here with City Fire just really quickly and see if they've put out any other kind of update. Not yet. Right now it still sounds like they're just trying to, actually here, it's right here. Yeah, they're continue. They got a full road closure there. The homes above the debris flow have been determined stable. Okay. So that's the good news, is right above it. They were concerned about that hillside, which they still are, but it sounds like at least things are stable. They're not going to fall off the hillside.
All right, good. Thanks so much for that, Mike.
Yep.
Well, KCAL's Jeff Nguyen is live in Altadena, where mud has been coming down fast from a hillside there. Jeff?
So if I may, let me go ahead and piggyback on what Mike was talking about, because in the Eaton Fire burn scars, there are 20 debris basins. I just spoke to one of the supervisors from Public Works, and he says right now they are doing well. Having said that, about an hour ago, John Schreiber and I had to kind of hightail it out of here a little bit because there was a debris flow. We wanted to be safe, and then we also wanted to make sure that our news van wasn't enveloped with mud. So let me show you why. I'm going to go ahead and pivot a little bit so that John can kind of zoom in, because right now you are looking live at a front loader removing some of the mud right there. You know, in the background right there, you may see a K-rail. Most of them are about 3 feet tall or so, and right now the mud is about 3 feet deep in that area. So the crews are trying to remove some of the mud to keep this roadway clear, because Loma Alta is basically the main thoroughfare that kind of jogs in parallel with the foothills. To give you a sense of how powerful everything came down about an hour ago, take a look and listen at this video that we shot. So this is just a sense of the ferocity of all of the hillside kind of eroding when the rain got very heavy. The Sheriff's Department says about 80 homes are under an evacuation warning. 9 more are under a mandatory evacuation order. Earlier in the day, we spoke to a number of people in this area that live right up against the hillside. Take a listen to what they had to say.
Safety, because look at the hillside right in front of us. There are no homes left, so that could come down any minute.
Any concerns are pretty much the mudslide from the debris from the fire, so hoping that doesn't come down. That was pretty much our biggest concern, so I'm hoping it still doesn't come down from the rain.
So back here live, you are looking at Loma Alta Drive, right by Skyview Drive, where these crews are working right now. You've got the Sheriff's Department out here. They have been out here on patrol all day. They have been checking some of the folks in this area, making sure that no one is around. Also, they also want to be here to prevent any possible looting. As a force multiplier, the National Guard is here as well. You know, we were talking about the evacuation warnings and mandatory orders. This is one of the hillsides that Public Works has been keeping an eye on all day, and we should tell you that one of the mandatory order homes that are impacted, straight up sky view right here at the end of the cul-de-sac, which is why we are staying right here where it is much safer, because if any more erosion comes down, we won't be in its path. For now, we're live in Altadena. Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News.
All right, thanks so much for that in-depth report there, Jeff. And we want to take a live look at the next weather radar network. Yep, still very, very active. A lot of green on that radar. And we're going to tell you more about what we are witnessing throughout Southern California. You're watching KCAL News at 6. We'll be right back.
I want my makeup to make me feel just like me. My skin is an expression of myself. My skin is my heritage. I love that my skin represents everything that I've been through. My skin is the most amazing partner in aging. My skin reflects really how I'm feeling with it. Ilia Skin Rewind Complexion Stick. A skincare stick with color.
If you're looking for a house, you should be looking for a mortgage.
You could mortgage in the dark.
Or know the steps with Better.
You could mortgage like it's 1970.
Or do it now with Better.
You could mortgage on their time.
Or with Better on yours.
You could overpay on fees.
Or mortgage with Better and save. Go to better.com to mortgage right. Start by finding out how much house you can actually afford in just 3 minutes.
Meet Avocado's best-selling green mattress. Made with certified organic cotton, wool, and latex, plus ergonomic coils to support your body's natural curves. For cool and restorative sleep, featuring a 1-year in-home sleep trial. Save up to 20% on organic mattresses. Shop today at avocadomattress.com, proud supporter of 1% for the planet.
I avoided credit cards most of my life, but when I started to create a streaming platform for musicians like me, I knew it was important to build my credit to set my business up right. I heard about the Chime Credit Builder card and I signed up right away. I didn't have to worry about fees, interest, or credit checks. Within a month, my score went up. Now it's up over 100 points. I feel set up for success, and so is my business. I tell everybody about the Chime Credit Builder card. Here we go. Check it out at chime.com.
We prepare you for the entire day. We look at events to see if there are any concerts, games happening, big events just across Southern California to make sure you're not surprised on your drive, wherever you're going, whatever time of the day.
All right, taking a live look at the next weather radar network, you see, wow, just so much green. That means some very active rain, even some yellows that signify something a little more intense, and even some oranges there. And of course, there is a flash flood warning, we believe, in the Palisades burn scar area, and that's where we're going to go right now to KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero. She's in Pacific Palisades tonight, where evacuation warnings are in effect. Luz Delia.
Evacuation warnings are in effect, and about half an hour ago, the water was just really coming down, runoff coming from every street down into the Sunset area. And I just want to let you know, at that point, there was flooding in several streets and debris just going into drains and covering those drains. Now a much different story. The rain is very, very light at this time. What we have noticed is there is now debris on sidewalks. There's also debris on the road. And earlier we met a resident who took it upon herself to go to drains and clear them out so that the home that is still standing, that she owns, didn't get flooded. She did that for several hours. This is what she had to say.
Trying to get the debris, it clogs up in the drains, and there are wrappers, food, and all types of stuff, gloves that are plugging up the drain. So we're just trying to unplug it. We made it through the fire, and now we got to make it through this.
The rain's going to take all that soot, spread it around, sink it into the ground. We all need the rain. We just want it slow. We just want to ask for something we can't get. And Pacific Palisades is in real trouble.
And he is a construction expert. He says he has several clients in the Palisades, and their worry is that these rains are going to stifle efforts to clean up the area. It's going to delay the effort from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and even private contractors. At this time, due to this heavy rainstorm event, no contractors were allowed inside. Obviously, several evacuation orders. So there is frustration here, but at this time in the area, we're at very, very light rain, which is promising. But again, we have heard several of our team members who have witnessed debris coming down and some mudslides. So time will tell if there will be more mudslides and landslides, which is the big worry here. All right, I'm going to send things back to you.
Luz Delia, the last time we spoke to each other, there was a lot of rain coming down. You were getting soaked. The water was high. Has it receded somewhat?
Oh yeah, it has definitely receded. I mean, you can't even see or even hear runoff on the streets now. You can only see debris, leaves, maybe some tarps, which we've seen on several streets. At one time, there was a fire engine and an LAPD officer patrol car that blocked this road because that water was just coming down and it was roaring. I mean, it seemed like a river at one point that was like funneling into what looked like a huge lake in the middle of the road. Now a much different scene. It's very quiet. You can hear car engines, and that's about it. So, I mean, that's the good news here, at least for now. But again, that big concern of toxic waste going into the roadways, we've witnessed how, you know, some of that comes down from homes onto the road and down into the drains. So the effects of this rainstorm, I know we'll be talking about them for a while.
That's for sure, Luz Delia. I just wanted to show just how quickly things can change. That was just minutes that now it's quiet where you are. All right, thanks, Luz Delia. We'll be getting back to you shortly, but our next weather team has it all covered for us tonight, beginning with meteorologist Danny Roberti. Danny.
Hi, Pat. Yeah, and as that cold front moves through, behind it, the rain comes to an end. But where that cold front is right now, we're looking at torrential rain, and we are also looking at flash flood warnings, a blanket of them out there. So I want to zoom things out, and I want to pause our radar. You can very clearly see this cold front stretching from Barstow into San Bernardino, Anaheim, over towards Huntington Beach. Those yellows that you see, that line, that's the cold front. So it's making its way into the Inland Empire and also into Orange County. Because of that, we have new flash flood warnings to talk about. So we have this one right here that's for parts of San Bernardino County where the line burn scar is. So you can see near Highland into Running Springs. That's where we're looking at the potential for flooding. It's either happening right now or it is imminent. Now, I also want to talk about this area right here. This is where we're seeing our most intense rain rates right now. I want to take a step out of the way for you, and I'm going to show you in real time what the rain rate is right near Rancho Cucamonga. When you see those reds, that's when we're dealing with that really intense rain. So you can see right near the 15, we're looking at rain between half of an inch to almost an inch of rain per hour. Right now, it's more than 3/4 of an inch of rain. We've been seeing flooding along the 210 corridor in the San Gabriel Valley. This is where we continue to see flash flood warnings that are going to last until 9 o'clock this evening. So the concern is, even when the heaviest rain is past, we're not done with those worries for flash flooding. And look at the widespread rain that's taking over in Orange County right now, stretching from Huntington Beach right there along the 5, Santa Ana, down through Mission Viejo into Foothill Ranch. All those yellows and those reds that you're seeing on your screen. And now we're starting to see this heavier rain entering into Dana Point and also San Clemente. So a blanket of heavy rain all through Orange County. So it is tough on the roads right now. We could potentially be seeing flooding issues in these areas. No flash flood warnings right now. And then again, we're seeing some of the heaviest rain right now through Rancho Cucamonga, Chino, into Pomona. Now, the big question going into tonight, where's the rain going? When are we going to be done with that? And for that, we're going to bring in meteorologist Evelyn Taft. And Evelyn, this cold front, as it moves through, rain ends behind it, but it's not going to be coming to an end very soon.
Danny, that's absolutely right, because we're going to continue to see isolated showers as we move through tomorrow. But more importantly, we're still looking at that heavy rain continuing through the IE in Orange County. You're seeing red and orange on your screen. Those are the heavier downpours that we've been contending with all through Ventura and LA counties that will just continue to push southward overnight. Now, as we get close to the 8 p.m. hour, we'll see rain and snow in the forecast as well. We're already looking at very high elevation mountain snow. It's much more of a rainmaker than a snowmaker, that is for sure. We're still looking at severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, they will remain for another 10 minutes with flash flood warnings between 8 and 9 p.m. So even as the storm clears out between 8 and 9 p.m. for most of us, we still could see flash flooding just because of the sheer amount of moisture that we've seen. We've exceeded those USGS thresholds, especially near burn areas, and that's why we're continuing to see flooding and could continue to see flooding even after the storm passes. You'll see 10 p.m. tonight, we still could see some rain through the Coachella Valley and parts of the IE. But generally speaking, we are so much drier as we head into the overnight hours. It's going to be a lot calmer, just a little bit of rain sort of dotting the radar on our futurecast, continuing through the early morning hours tomorrow. But we are mostly dry as we head into tomorrow with just, again, a few showers that could move through. So don't be surprised if we do get a few specks of rain. But until then, we are still looking at those flash flood warnings remaining until 8 p.m. for most, 9 p.m. for some, and those severe thunderstorm cells moving through as well, even though we're now starting to look at calmer conditions as far as the thunderstorms go. We're going to continue to track this front as it continues to move through Orange County and the IE. But for now, Pat, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Ev. Well, KCAL cares about the wildfire victims, so we've joined Honda's Random Acts of Helpfulness for a donation drive. You can drop off new stuffed animals or new toiletries at any of the 55 SoCal Honda dealers through February 23rd.
This is Dose, an organic liver health supplement clinically backed to support healthy liver function. Dose is designed to give your liver exactly what it craves, using only the bioactive of 5 liver-supporting ingredients and bringing them to you at a higher potency level for better absorption and increased efficiency. And the best part? It tastes just like orange juice. Dose. Support your liver health today for a better you tomorrow.
Problem solved. Fiverr's got talented freelancers for anything we need. Yeah!
The team kept growing their business with Fiverr freelancers handling a variety of tasks. Sam was promoted after introducing Fiverr into their workflow. And Eric? Well, he got fired after overfeeding the boss's fish. Hire a freelancer today and start your own success story.
Eva, quick question. If you had to choose herding cats or building a benefits package for your team?
Oh, definitely benefits.
You know what a hairball benefits can be, right?
Actually, with Gusto, wrangling benefits like health insurance, dental, 401k, and workers' comp couldn't be easier.
Perfection.
Real original. Fifi, make good choices.
Benefits and payroll without the chaos. That's working with Gusto.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades. Custom configurations create a space that's uniquely timeless, yet distinctly personal. Elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
When I went through menopause, my hair was so thin, I could barely fit my hair in a ponytail.
Are you hungry?
So I called my daughter because she was taking Nutrafol.
I found Nutrafol after doing a ton of research, and I was impressed that they had specific products for every stage you can experience in your life.
After just a few months, my ponytail got thicker and stronger.
It was so meaningful that there was this solution for both of us. She didn't have to suffer, just like I didn't have to suffer.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com.
To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
Well, the rain is being blamed for this downed tree on Wall Street in South LA. It looks like the tree fell onto the street and may have hit a car, but no word on any injuries. And firefighters responded to an SUV in the wash in Panorama City. Cell phone video shows the vehicle submerged in the water near West Parthenia Street, but crews didn't find anyone inside. And while most of the area is dealing with rain, it's snowing in the mountains. This is near Mount San Jacinto State Park. Snow is expected to continue throughout the night and into tomorrow morning. We'll be right back.
Changing diapers doesn't have to be so boring. Right, little guy? Hello Bello makes diapers that make babying better. Say hello to seriously cute designs that have as much personality as they do. Snug and comfy fit, super soft and ultra absorbent, and made without bad stuff. Because happy booties make for happy babies. Happy parents too. Hello Bello. Let's change your diapers.
BetterHelp has been revolutionary in connecting people to mental health services.
Using BetterHelp can be as easy as opening your laptop or your phone and clicking a button, and the session begins.
Clients are able to choose in what way they would like to communicate with me, whether video or on the phone or chat texting.
BetterHelp is there when you need it, and that's what makes all the difference.
What do you know about the happy face killer?
He's my father. Every violent act is a rock dropped in water. The ripples of trauma just keep pulling everyone they touch underneath.
It's so good to see you missing.
What happens when we follow the human side of the headline?
I was in tears.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's gonna take a while to get used to. And I said to myself that I can't make this about me.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
All right, meteorologist Danny Roberta, you've got a final look at the next weather forecast.
Yeah, and we're actually starting to see some areas clearing up a little bit, Pat. Of course, we're not done with the concern for flash flooding, but this cold front, it's moving quickly and it's making its way into Orange County and the Inland Empire. So behind it, rain is coming to an end in parts of LA County. Flash flood warnings are with us until 8 to 9 o'clock in many areas. So there's a very good look at that cold front stretching from Barstow along the 15, San Bernardino, Anaheim over towards Huntington Beach. That's where we are seeing our most intense rain right now. So if you're at home in these areas, you are probably hearing that rain pounding on your rooftops over the next several hours. It will continue to make its move out of here, Pat, and we are going to be getting a break once we get to tomorrow. So it's moving quickly, which is the good news.
That's good news indeed. All right, Danny. Thanks for watching KCAL News at 6 on CBS Los Angeles. The CBS Evening News starts now. All right, let's take another live look at the next weather radar network. As you can see, still very active, a lot of green, a lot of yellow and red, which means intense rain. In fact, parts of Altadena are turning into a muddy mess, and KCAL News reporter Gio Insignaris is live for us there tonight. Good evening, Gio.
Hey, Pat, good evening to you. You know, I want to pick up what happened with Jeff, what he was saying in his live shot earlier about half an hour or so ago. Certainly a muddy mess where he is. And down here, step out of the way and show you exactly what we're talking about.
Haley Fest is back.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Right now at 5, a severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect in parts of Southern California as the heaviest downpours begin to move through the region.
And flash flood warnings for both the Palisades and Eaton fire burn scars, increasing fears of flooding and debris flows.
Plus flash flooding, crashes, debris flows, and thousands under evacuation warnings and orders tonight. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Our team of meteorologists is tracking the weather warnings tonight.
But we begin with Evelyn Taft and that thunderstorm warning.
Yes. Absolutely, Pat and Juan. That severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect for at least another 30 minutes. We're looking at downpours. And do you know what just came up on this watch? Take a look at that threat. Not very often you see that. Tornado possible. That's right. Tornadic activity. And we are not immune here in Southern California. We have seen tornadic activity. Again, nothing major, EF zeros, but still we have seen that rotation take place here in Southern California. We're looking at wind, we're looking at rotation, we're looking at 70-mile-per-hour.
Been at spots heavy coming down. Right now it is still coming down, but certainly not as heavy as it was earlier. And yet, as Evelyn, as Danny, as others have been mentioning earlier on, you know, even if the rain is lighter or stopping, you're still concerned about flooding, about any mud flow, debris flows that could happen. And I'll tell you what, you know, as we take a look here at everybody walking around, this is plagued us as well. All these piles of mud and everything that's just been caked around the area. It's not just the van that gets stuck. You can get stuck if you're not careful. We were noticing cars trying to be very gingerly and walking around and moving and maneuvering in and out of this area. We had to watch our footing and watch our steps as well, because the mud at certain points would get up to your ankles as well too. So, you know, overall, this is just one of the small pieces, one of the small scenes that we are seeing out here and concerned about. The good news certainly is that no one was hurt. from everyone that's been telling us. We were seeing search and rescue out here as well, but the crews have started to die down and move elsewhere. Overall, nothing dramatic in terms of injuries. Nobody's been hurt. Everything's been taken care of. But you see what kind of a mess can happen out here with this weather as it continues into the night. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that, as well as trying to highlight other conversations we've had, because we were talking to folks on the other side of town and how they were prepping for the rain and what they were doing when everything was really, really coming down. And some were saying they just finally installed a new roof just a couple of months ago, and they felt grateful that that finally happened. Even folks we talked to going back to last night saying that they still living out of a hotel, but they're checking in on their homes and making sure everything's okay. So still a lot going on right now, but giving you this look right now, and we'll keep an eye on the tow truck as crews are still trying to dig out the back wheels there and trying to give enough space for that tow truck to get that Spectrum van out of the area. So we'll continue to monitor the situation. We know it's certainly a lot going on. Pat, for now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, and Gio, I'm hoping that everyone that had valuables left behind were able to collect them before this rain and mud took over, because you know, certainly be very, very difficult in trying to find anything after this. All right, thanks so much, Gio. And we do have a team of reporters in the wildfire burn zones monitoring the very latest conditions. And KCAL's Rachel Kim is in Malibu, where a flash flood warning is still in effect. Rachel.
We're along PCH near Big Rock Beach, and yeah, there are problems arising right now. Take a look behind me. You see all that water just coming down from the hillside. This has been the scene for a couple of hours now, and look what's happened at the bottom of PCH. All that mud has basically collected into a mound of mud flowing onto PCH. So we can see some problems are starting to arise because of this. CHP has been coming by trying to make sure that motorists avoid this area. So we'll see how this goes, but hopefully they'll be able to clear that out shortly. But this has been the scene pretty much all day. I want to take you to some video right now. We talked about, you know, the efforts to clear the mud. Well, earlier, just about maybe an hour and a half ago, front loader tractors have been going up and down PCH trying to clear all this mud that came down from the hillsides because these hillsides, of course, are saturated. Now, in addition to PCH, we know a series of road closures were also in effect in Malibu because of possible mud and debris flows. We're told residents only are being given access to certain areas. We drove along, we saw homes that are precariously sitting on top of these burned hillsides. The soil below, of course, saturated from all this rain, the burn scar. We spoke with the lifelong Malibu resident, Mr. Colbert, a short time ago, Clayton Colbert. He did not evacuate during the fire. He is not evacuating now. He lives along Topanga Beach Road and is safeguarding his home. And here's what he said.
You lived in Malibu how long?
50 years.
First time you've seen anything like this?
Yeah. I mean, we have fires all the time. We have mudslides, but nothing as apocalyptic as this. This is life-changing. We have water-filled barriers as well, so I'm going to fill those up and stack them in front and basically monitor the sea and short of that, if anything comes down from the hill that makes it over our area, then that's my history.
Earlier this afternoon, when we first arrived, we were told by authorities that rocks were coming down on Los Flores Boulevard. And of course, now you see the mud starting to accumulate down here along PCH. As I was talking to you, the CHP came by and told my photographer that we are being told to leave right now because this may come down.
All right, that was our Rachel Kim reporting. Now the storm has prompted evacuation orders in parts of Trabuco Canyon, and KCAL Orange County reporter Michelle Gili is there live with what it looks like in the area right now. And Michelle, we can see the rain still coming down.
Yeah, we're getting some decent rain here, Pat. Behind me is Trabuco Canyon Road, and you see the road closed sign there. That is the bridge that goes over Trabuco Canyon Creek. And the reason the road was closed just about noon today is Orange County Public Works crews are worried that what happened several years ago could happen again, and that is that the creek will overflow its banks and will get not only water but major debris flow over this roadway. Now, just to put this into some context, I'm standing on the canyon side of the roadblock. On the other side is Rancho Santa Margarita. Where I am is a less populated area, 1,000 or so homes. On the other side, thousands and thousands of homes. But people use this roadway to cut through, and many of them are pulling up and doing a quick U-turn here in the big puddles because they realize that they can't get through. So back in 2018, we had a wildfire. We had another wildfire in 2024. And both of these wildfires were in the same area, same general area. And that's a few miles from this road here. And so the burn scar there obviously is threatened when we have a lot of rain, and that's what we're now forecast to get this evening. It's been raining here throughout the day, but nothing particularly heavy, and we really haven't seen any problems. The public works crews are out. They've now put their lights out. They're out examining the road. The water is flowing under the bridge, so no problems yet. But back in 2018, all of a sudden, there came just mountains and mountains of debris that caused the problem. We did speak to a man, and you mentioned about mandatory evacuations. Most of the people tell me that they're staying put. They're not going anywhere. And the evacuations really only pertain to maybe a few dozen people. But we did speak to a man who lives up in the canyon, and here's what he had to say. If we get hours of heavy rain, is there anything that you're worried about?
No, I thought there maybe would be some mud flow coming off of this burn scar.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to come over here and check it out.
Yeah, that's okay.
So
they
far
rolled
it's been
it.
nothing. Thank goodness the rain's here. We needed the rain. So glad that the rains are here. And it hasn't really been that bad. I went up and checked all my drainage on my property, and it's all draining fine. And I don't have any standing water collecting anywhere. So it's been pretty mellow.
So the folks up here really taking it in stride. They're happy that they're getting rain and very hopeful that there won't be any major problems. Pat, I should also tell you that Trabuco Elementary School is right up the road from where I'm standing. The department made the decision, the school district that is, made the decision to relocate the kids not only today but also tomorrow. They don't want them anywhere near potential danger or road closures, so they moved them to another school in the area that is nowhere near this bridge. That's the latest live in Trabuco Canyon. I'm Michelle Geely. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Glad that they are looking out, and we hope the people that decided to stay behind are safe tonight. Yeah. Well, our next weather team is tracking the storm as it moves through the area, beginning with our Danny Roberti.
Yeah.
Danny?
Hi, Pat. Yeah, we're going to talk about what's happening right now. And the meteorologist, Evelyn Taft's going to talk about what's next and where the storm is moving to. You can see, though, that cold front, it's making its way into Orange County and into the Inland Empire. And it's those areas that are seeing the heaviest rain. Behind it, things are starting to quiet down just a little bit. Here's a look at that cold front. You can see it very clearly stretching from Barstow all the way over to Huntington Beach. That yellow that you're seeing on your screen, that line of yellow, that's the front. So we are seeing our heaviest rain right now. Foothill Ranch, Mission Viejo, along the 5 and the 405 over towards Laguna Niguel. And we are still looking at a blanket of flash flood warnings out there. One of those including the Line burn area, and then also the Palisades burn area as well. Heaviest rain right now is going to be through Rialto. We're going to be seeing this heavy pocket of rain making its way towards San Bernardino in the next 23 minutes. So that's when we're going to hear that rain pounding on our rooftops. And then you can still see that heavy rain in that area like Highland, Running Springs, where the flash flood warning is in effect. But the big question, it's where this rain is moving to and how long is it going to stick around. So Evelyn, can you walk us through kind of the timeline of that, when folks could still see rain in their neighborhood?
Absolutely, Danny. And we're going to get a look at your hour by hour next weather forecast right here and show you exactly what to expect for the rest of the night through tomorrow as well. And you're going to see the heaviest rain. This is where we are right now, parked over parts of San Bernardino and Orange County, as Danny was just mentioning on radar. We are looking at a few showers trailing behind it, and we're finally starting to get much drier conditions through Ventura County and even parts of LA County, even though we are still under flash flood warnings for some at least through 8 p.m. and some through 9 p.m. Now, you will see by about 8 o'clock tonight the heaviest rain still situated over Orange County and the IE, but it quickly clears out. By the 10 o'clock hour, we are looking at just a few pockets of heavy rain near the Coachella Valley, but really we're looking at much drier conditions as we head past the 11 p.m. p.m. hour into the overnight hours. Just a few leftover showers. Nothing major at this point, maybe a few snow flurries, but very high elevation mountain snow above resort level, and continuing to see mostly dry conditions as we head into your Friday with just a few residual showers, mainly over our mountain and foothill communities. Just a completely different day for us tomorrow, Pat, compared to where we were earlier this afternoon and even right now.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that clearing on that radar
right?
there, your future cast,
because,
Evelyn.
You know, we need the rain, but we've got way past those USGS thresholds, so it's sort of, you got to breathe
Dry
that
out a little bit.
Yes.
Then we can have more rain.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
All right. Thanks so much, Ev. Okay, let's take another live look at the next weather radar network. You see some of that gray up there? That means clearing. Right, Ev?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay. We're going to have more on our forecast, and of course, we're getting our first look at that mudslide along Mulholland Drive in the Hollywood Hills. Our Mike Rogers will have it right after this break. Come right back.
Hey, you! You're hungry and have no money for food? Yeah, I'm talking to you. You like video games too? You got games on your phone? You know you can make over $400 a month playing games on your phone with Super.com? Yes! With Super.com, you can save and earn money while playing. You want to give it a try? Well, head to Super.com and get your cash today.
Everybody be asking me, man, does the Bluetooth actually work?
Bro, you get a month for free.
It's free. You can get 1 month for free. So you got nothing to lose and you got everything to gain.
Try it, and you're gonna like it.
First month is free. Get involved, pop a chewable, and you tell yourself if it work or not.
When I started college, so many people warned me about credit cards. They just seemed really scary. When I needed a car, I realized that I needed to build credit. So I got the Chime Credit Builder card because I could safely build credit without being afraid of fees or interest. And there was no credit check. My score went up over 60 points and I bought my first car. As a busy college student, having a car is an absolute must. I feel like I could do anything. My next goal, a 700 credit score. Join me at chime.com.
Our community has been hit hard by fires, and our neighbors need our help. KCAL cares, and we've teamed up with the Red Cross to aid in getting that help. For the latest information on resources and shelters and how you can donate or volunteer, just go to kcalnews.com/fire.
They want to take this place from us. My family is in danger. My wife is lost to me, and I don't have time.
1923, new season streaming February 23rd, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Look at his outfit. Hey, give me some love, baby. Up top.
Stand now, Mike.
Yeah, so Pat, the good news is I just checked in with our photographer. He's there on scene. We're going to go to his live pictures right now so you can see this mud flow. Now, this is on Mulholland. This is just west of Cahuenga and just slightly to the east of Outpost Drive. So if you're familiar with that area, west of Cahuenga, east of Outpost on Mulholland. Ben is showing us the live pictures. Now, the mud came down, and the City Fire says it's about a couple of feet, maybe a little less of mud. And you can see that it covered both lanes. But the good news is it didn't continue past Mulholland. So it came down, hit the road, and is blocking the road, but did not continue on to go down and damage any homes that are on the other side of Mulholland. Now, Ben's going to pan up for us a little bit. It's dark up there, but I just kind of want to show you where the mud came from off of that hillside. There are homes up there. You can see the light off of the one on the right side of Ben's shot there, and there's some more up there up at the top. Now, City Fire says the homes above the slide are stable. There was concern that the mud that came down may have cut something loose and put those homes at risk. Those homes, they say, are stable. The mud came down, basically came down off the side of the hill, hit Mulholland, and then just kind of stopped, which of course is great news. We don't want it to shoot past Mulholland, damage the homes below. City Fire says they're going to call in Department of Roads to come in, or county roads, city roads rather, to clean up the road, but there was some wanting to wait until the rain stopped before they did that. So Mulholland is closed. So unfortunately, as anybody that knows the hills knows, this is a tough get around. There's not a lot of options to go all the way around this. So you can't get past Outpost and you can't go up at Cahuenga. They've got it closed at Cahuenga and Outpost. So I also want to show you this, Pat, because look, this is happening down in the Melrose district.
Oh.
This is not even near a burn slide. Neither was the mud, that mud debris on Mulholland. But look at all that water. This is inside of a business that was sent to us by Dom DeLuca, and there is a ton of water. City Fire actually was working an entrapment kind of in this area because some of the water has gotten up to the doors of these cars. So people called City Fire. They asked them to help them get out. Nobody was hurt or anything like that. But, you know, when the water rises, they did what they did. They were supposed to stop, and that's what they did. And they called the fire department. So just some low-lying areas, maybe probably some blocked drains, I would assume, in there.
Because we expected flooding, but not in this particular area.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously nowhere near a burn scar. So we'll have to check into that to see if some drain got blocked somewhere that allowed all of that water to pool up. But obviously went inside some of those businesses and definitely did a little bit of damage, Pat.
Yeah, I'm looking at those wood floors.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much for that, Mike. Well, that just goes to show how widespread this is. Let's get to our Tom Waite now. Tom is live in Malibu, where we do know that part of PCH is closed. Tom?
And good evening to you, Pat. That's right. There is a massive amount of mud and rocks here on PCH. You can see they're trying to clear it right now. This is just a mess. We're at Los Flores and PCH right in front of Duke's Malibu. For folks who are familiar with this area, it is just, you know, a muddy mess. There's no other way to put it. Obviously, this stuff coming down from the hillside. It's not clear if it's from burn scar mud or if it's just a combo of just having some of those deluges earlier, just slamming down onto these hillsides. Obviously, a lot of them were burned in this area, so that makes them pretty vulnerable to this kind of result, right? The sort of pooling of water and mud and debris here. Looks like, though, it's pretty dark, but I don't think any buildings here in this particular area were damaged. And you can see crews are working really quickly to try and get this cleared out of the way. Let's go to some other video, just a mess from earlier when the rain was just really coming down. There was debris and just kind of a really, you know, dangerous situation in the sense of there's water flowing down on these roads, covering that debris. And sometimes you can see some of it, sometimes you can't. It can be very dicey. In fact, we were driving from Sunset Boulevard on PCH, the intersection there, taking PCH north to where we are now. And obviously that's closed right now to the public. And it's a good thing because there were patches of it where, you know, there were sections of mud and pools of water and debris down there on the roadway that made the situation pretty treacherous, so you wouldn't want to be driving on that road right now. We also have some video from the Palisades as well. We were up there as the rain was really coming down. You can see it there. A lot of the homes, obviously, that have burned down, there was a lot of flow from those properties, but it looked like a lot of those catch basins and drains were doing their job. They had a lot of filtration systems up, a lot of sections where they were just kind of blocking drains where that dangerous debris could be coming through, like these filtration systems. So it seemed like the infrastructure that was put in place was really hard at work, and it looked, at least just from line of sight, that it was doing an effective job. There was some street flooding, nothing major. We saw some pooling. You know, that's to be expected, obviously, in any big storm, but especially when you're in a fire-ravaged zone like the Palisades, where we were, you're going to have more issues there. We did talk to one woman who lives in the Highlands. Her house is okay. It made it through the fires. But unfortunately, as she was trying to get out of the area during the rain, she hit some debris flow and ended up with a flat tire. Take a listen.
It was deluged, it was a lake, and it was way too deep to drive through, so we had to turn around to go towards PCH. But then at that point, all the hillside was coming down from Palisades Highlands. It was just rocks were going everywhere, and so then we had a flat.
There you go, right? No end to the drama for these poor folks in the fire zones, but she was really taking it with a grain of salt there, and she was just happy everyone was okay, and it looked like they were getting that flat tire fixed up pretty quickly. And as you can see right now, here we are on PCH, just a big muddy mess. I was kind of surprised it wasn't worse. Like I said, there were definitely sections of rocks and debris between where we are in Los Flores right now and Sunset Boulevard along PCH. Definitely not somewhere you'd want to drive, but it was not. I thought, potentially it could maybe be worse, so that there is some good news there. And, you can see right here, the bulldozers are working quick, and they are trying to get this cleaned out of here as quickly as possible. But, also the good news right now, the rain has stopped, at least for now, so that's very positive, right? We're hoping that stays the way it is, so we don't see any more big debris flows right now. Hopefully no properties were destroyed or damaged up in these hillside areas, but obviously that remains to be seen. Pat?
Yeah, we know how that the saturation could last for a while, and then you still can see things moving. We hope that's not the case, and I love how you put it, nothing major. When we hear something like that, that's more on the positive side. All right, thanks so much, Tom. And taking a live look at the next Weather Radar Network, I'm gonna look at something positive here. There's a lot of gray on that screen, at least more than we've seen all night. So we will be right back with our meteorologists to get weather forecast for you, keep you up to date, and we'll have more news on KCAL News at 6.
Problem solved. Fiverr's got talented freelancers for anything we need. Yeah!
The team kept growing their business with Fiverr freelancers handling a variety of tasks. Sam was promoted after introducing Fiverr into their workflow. And Eric? Well, he got fired after overfeeding the boss's fish. Hire a freelancer today and start your own success story.
This is Carl. He never really thought much about his credit scores until he got Credit Karma and used his credit scores to move on up. By putting in the work to improve his scores, he got access to a better credit card and that sofa she liked. And when it came time to buy a home of his own, Credit Karma helped him take things to the next level. Just in time. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you need a break, Paramount Plus has the perfect escape. And with a Paramount Plus subscription included with a Walmart Plus membership, you can get all this without breaking the bank.
Just what I was going for.
A Paramount Plus subscription is included with a Walmart Plus membership.
As it does so, we are seeing clearing behind that front in parts of LA County, but we are still holding on to a blanket of flash flood warnings. I want to take you to a couple different areas where we're seeing the heaviest rain right now. And now the focus is going to be Orange County. So this is all panning out exactly as we forecasted. The focus for Orange County and the Inland Empire was really 6 to 9 o'clock this evening. So here's a look at that heavy rain. San Clemente, Mission Viejo, Foothill Ranch, over towards Anaheim and Huntington Beach, all along PCH. You're seeing those yellows. Now, this is an area I'm more concerned with. It's right near San Bernardino into Highland, near the Line Burn area. We are looking at some very intense rain in that area. I want to give you a look at a different map that we actually have that we utilize. This is our rainfall rate map. I'm going to zoom you into that area. You see those pinks near San Bernardino and Highland? This is where we're looking at very intense rain. Areas like San Bernardino, just east of the 215, we're looking at rain rates over 1.25 inches of rain per hour. So some areas are still seeing torrential rain, but going into tonight, I want to pull in meteorologist Evelyn Taft, who's tracking exactly where the rain is moving to. And what's next, Ev?
Yeah, Danny, at this point, we are getting a look at that hour-by-hour forecast. And as you mentioned, most of the rain situated over Orange County and the IE, even though we're still looking at some green showing up on Futurecast, which just means steady, light showers from Long Beach into Pomona. So parts of LA County still getting hit with a few showers, but things really continuing to move southward over the next couple of hours. By 8:30, we're looking at the heaviest rain moving through Orange County and the IE and really clearing out nicely for Ventura County and most of LA County. Now, by 11 p.m. tonight, we're pretty much done with the rain. It is starting to move out of our forecast area with the exception of the Coachella Valley, where we could get hit with some heavier storm cells. But generally speaking, we are so much drier. It's a fast moving storm, which is good news. We'll take it, even though we did get such high rain rates that we just passed those USGS thresholds earlier today. But as Pat was mentioning, a lot of gray showing up on Futurecast, and all that means is no rain. The gray is just clouds, and really we're just looking at dry conditions by 11 p.m. Now, by the overnight hours, look, there's just a little bit of green popping up, even a little bit of snow indicated by the purple on your screen. Just these little pockets of isolated showers, but nothing major expected. Let's take a closer look at what happens first thing tomorrow morning as you plan your day and your all-important Valentine's Day. You'll see showers continuing to stay with us through parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire, LA County as well. We will continue to see snow in the higher elevations, and we will see minimal but some snow, with snow levels dropping down to about 6,000 feet or so. I do want to stop the clock at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and again, we're going to see just a few showers through the IE and Orange County, but it will be minimal. Most of LA County, Ventura County, we are waking up to completely dry conditions first thing in the morning. The ground will still be wet. Certainly the ground will be saturated because we did see so much moisture moving through today, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to see a little shower or two as we head into the morning hours. But again, it will be mostly dry. Now, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we are looking at dry conditions all around, just seeing a few raindrops through the IE and our mountain communities, but so minimal. Most of us probably not getting any rain whatsoever as we head into tomorrow. Now, let's just sort of get a closer look. I want to get back to that live radar and show you what we're working with currently and just give you the latest update of where we've been and where we are. Now, your flash flood warning is still in effect across the majority of the San Fernando Valley and the San Gabriel Valley in the Palisades Burn Scar. So even though it is so much drier now, we've seen so much rain, and we really have surpassed those USGS thresholds as far as the rain went, that even when we're dry, we still could see delayed sliding, delayed debris flows, delayed mud flows, and flash flooding. So we're not completely in the clear even as we dry out. We still have to be very vigilant. We still have to be on high alert. And again, we are continuing to see those warnings at least through the 8, even 9 p.m. hour. And as we look at the big picture, this is your 3-hour radar loop. So over the 3 hours, last 3 hours, boy, how much things have changed. We were just looking at downpours across our entire forecast area. Some of us finally starting to take a little sigh of relief, get a little bit of a break through Orange County and Ventura County, Ventura County and LA County. But for us in Orange County, we're still very much in it along with the IE. So we will continue to track this portion of the storm. This is exactly what we anticipated. So it's really, panning out the way we thought it would. So I'll tell you at this point, we've got another hour or two of heavy rain in this area before things dry out pretty much for the night. For now, though, I'm going to send it back to Juan and Susie. Oh, actually, Pat.
Thank you, Evelyn, and thank you for watching KCAL News at 8. Now at 7, our weather coverage continues with Juan Fernandez and Susie Suh.
Thank you, Pat. Happening now, the most powerful storm system yet this season, hammering Southern California.
We are on Storm Watch tonight with live team coverage.
Heavy rains causing mudslides and debris flows in Southern California neighborhoods.
A day of rain making for dangerous commutes and threats to our burn areas.
Welcome to our extended Storm Watch coverage here on KCAL News at 7. I'm Juan Fernandez.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Welcome to our continued coverage here on KCAL News. I'm Juan Fernandez.
Hi, everyone. I'm Susie Suh. Let's get an update now on the storm.
Meteorologist Danny Roberti begins our live next weather team coverage tonight. Danny?
Hi, good evening, Juan and Susie. We're going to jump right to it. We have this powerful storm that's moving through, and the cold front is now making its way into Orange County and also the Inland Empire. Behind it, we're starting to see things drying out, but we're still holding on to a blanket of flash flood warnings. This includes the Eaton burn scar, the Palisades burn scar. This is where flash flooding is imminent. It's happening right now, or it's about to happen. This also includes the Line burn scar right near Highland. So heaviest rain right now, I want to show you, there's a blanket of it in Orange County. So we saw most of this rain hitting LA County, Ventura County in the afternoon hours. Now that we're getting into the evening between now and around 10 o'clock, heaviest rain is going to be focused on Orange County, Foothill Ranch, Mission Viejo, down through San Clemente. We are looking at some downpours right now along the 5, along the toll road, the 73, the 405 as well. Now, an area that I'm a little bit more concerned right now with, it's going to be this area shaded in red. So we've got some really heavy rain that's pushing into the Inland Empire. I'm going to take a step out of the way. Flash flood warning is in effect for that Line burn scar. Highland is getting some intense rain rates right now. We're going to take a look at that area right near the 210, and you can see we've got that flash flood warning, but in terms of the rain rates, we're looking at rain rates nearing about an inch of rain, half of an inch to an inch of rain per hour. This is something else that we like to use. We've been talking about rainfall rates. And what's so concerning is that we're seeing a whole lot of rain in such a little bit of time. This is going to show you those areas shaded in pink. This is some intense rainfall rates that we're dealing with through Highland, up through the mountains. We're going to take a look at that right now. Specifically in Highland, 1.5 inches of rain per hour. That's what we're seeing right now, which is definitely surpassing that threshold that we've been talking about. I want to get you back to radar. You can see behind that front, though, things are starting to clear out. We're taking a look at downtown Los Angeles, Santa Clarita, just some lingering light showers out there. But as I zoom you out, it's very clear where that cold front is. You can see that stretching from Hesperia and San Bernardino, that yellow that you're seeing on your screen. This is that cold front stretching from Hesperia all the way over to the coastline through Mission Viejo and Huntington Beach. So along that front, this is where we're dealing with the heaviest rain. This is where we're dealing with the potential for more thunderstorms. We've already seen that earlier today. We had severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for parts of LA County where we saw gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So along that front is where we're seeing all the action. Behind it, you can see clearing. And this is very typical of a well-defined cold front. We typically don't see something like this in Southern California. So as of right now, the strongest rain is going to be focused on Orange County. It's going to be focused on the Inland Empire. And that's where right now, if you're at home, you're probably hearing that rain pelting on your rooftops. Foothill Ranch, incredibly strong rain rates right now. When you see those reds popping up, that's when we're dealing with the torrential downpours. So this area right here, we're looking at 0.6 of an inch of rain per hour. And this has really been the name of the game. Remember, for some of our burn scars, the starting point for mudslides and debris flows, that's going to be 0.5 inch of rain per hour. We've seen that up to 1 inch of rain per hour in many spots. It's coming down right now. A soaker through Huntington Beach into Westminster, all along the 405, making your way past Fountain Valley. You've got that through Santa Ana as well, and you can see over into the Inland Empire. We're continuing to see some of this heavy rain, and especially into San Bernardino. I want to mention those flash flood warnings. Again, even if you're not seeing a whole lot of rain, areas like the Palisades burn scar, this area is going to be under a flash flood warning until later on this evening. So what we know is that typically, even when the rain passes, it may be days until we see some of that movement. So we're not out of the woods in some of these areas. We're going to keep a close eye on this, and we're going to talk a little bit more about what's next. And I believe we have meteorologist Evelyn Taft here to break down those details.
All right, thanks so much, Danny. Evacuations in the Eaton burn area as residents deal with debris flows and mudslides.
That's right. KCAL's Jeff Nguyen is live tonight in Altadena to show us what it's looking like out there right now. Jeff?
Well, what it's looking like is that there is a lot of work being done, and I want to show you a little bit of that. So I'm going to pivot so that John Schreiber can zoom in to that front loader that is moving just a lot of dirt right now. Earlier, about 2 hours ago, we were about 100 yards from where we are currently, and there was just a huge gush of debris flow coming down from the hillside through a gully. We really had to hightail it out of there for our own personal safety and to make sure that our news van wasn't enveloped with mud and debris flow. Take a look at this video and then listen to the ferocity of the movement. clearly you can see just how fast everything was moving, and that is why we had to move out of the way. We only shot a little bit of video, and then we moved for our own safety. In this area, about 90 homes are under an evacuation warning. We spoke to some people that live right up against the hillside. Take a listen to why they took the warnings seriously.
Safety, because look at the hillside right in front of us. There are no homes left, so that could come down any minute.
Any concerns are pretty much the mudslide from the debris from the fire, so hoping that doesn't come down. That was pretty much our biggest concern, so I'm hoping it still doesn't come down from the rain.
Back here live, you can see this front loader moving all of this dirt. We should tell you, at one point, the dirt was about 3 feet deep. It basically crossed over the K-rail right there when it came down the hillside, and then all of that mud caked on super deep on both sides, in both the east and the westbound lane of Loma Alta Drive. Right now, the front loader has basically cleared one side of the street. We should tell you that in this area, in the Eaton fire burn scar, there are 20 debris basins in this area. The Public Works Department has been clearing out all of those debris basins leading up to this storm. We spoke to a supervisor from Public Works a little while ago, and right now he says that the basins are doing exactly what they are supposed to do, and things are looking good for them. With the exception of this, things have been looking fairly good in this area. For now, we are live in Altadena. Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. The Total Traffic reporter Pedro Moreno is tracking the biggest trouble spots on our freeways.
Pedro joins us live tonight with the new freeway flooding problem. Pedro?
Yeah, this is a look at the overview of LA County right now as rain starts to dissipate. We still have this flooding that's on the 5 in Sun Valley. So the 3 right lanes are going to be blocked out. That's in between Lankershim and Sheldon Street. Luckily, the left lane has been reopened at one point. All lanes but the carpool lane were blocked off. So slowly but surely, CHP and Caltrans are doing the work to have all lanes reopened for you, and hopefully soon. Traffic's still pretty heavy though as you make your way from San Fernando Road. Once it clears up, I will let you know.
All right, Pedro, thank you so much. And we just got this video in from Malibu. You can see the mudslides on PCH.
This is at Los Flores and PCH, as well as PCH and Big Rock Drive. The street flooded there with mud rushing all around it. We have a crew going to this area, and we'll check in with them in just a few minutes.
Well, sheets of rain hammering vulnerable burn scars tonight in Pacific Palisades. Evacuation warnings are in effect for those areas.
And KCAL's Luzdelia Caballero is live in the Palisades, where conditions have been changing by the minute. Luzdelia.
They have been changing by the minute, and what we want to show you really tells the story of how quickly they can change for the better or for the worse. And here you can see that there is standing water. Where we did our live shot less than an hour ago, that was full of water. The runoff was coming down, and now everything has just kind of stayed stagnant in this area on Chautauqua Boulevard and Sunset. So again, from one moment to the next, within a half an hour, we went from getting hammered with rain to just maybe a drop here and there. And again, that water is just staying stagnant in this area. We also saw multiple residents concerned about the flooding, concerned about what flooding could do to the homes that are still standing. One lady we spoke to, Nancy, told us, hey, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I'm going to start clearing all the drains around my home to ensure that floodwaters don't go into my garage and destroy my home that's still standing, that didn't burn in the fire. And this is what she had to say.
Trying to get the debris, it clogs up in the drains, and there are wrappers, food, and all types of stuff, gloves that are plugging up the drain. So we're just trying to unplug it. We made it through the fire, and now we got to make it through this.
The rain's going to take all that soot, spread it around, sink it into the ground. We all need the rain. We just want it slow. We just want to ask for something we can't get. And Pacific Palisades is in real trouble.
And that was Chris Baer. He is a construction expert. He tells us that he has many clients here in the Palisades whose homes burned down, and he was just echoing their concerns, the toxic waste running from those homes into the runoff and eventually into those drains. So again, we saw several county workers, several employees from Caltrans going around and picking up debris and trying to clear drains, as well as that resident that you just heard from, Nancy. But again, because of this storm, just all of that rain in such a short amount of time, you don't have enough people who can clear those drains. And obviously, evidently, you can see the result of that. I mean, almost knee-high water that's just standing here that will surely cause problems for people who are coming in once this is reopened. If this stays this way, we're talking about contractors and eventually the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who will continue phase 2 of cleanup efforts in this area. But again, right now, no rain in sight, just a lot of standing water in some areas. Reporting live from Pacific Palisades, Lustelia Caballero, KCAL News.
What a difference from just a few hours ago. Lustelia, thank you.
And our team of meteorologists telling us tonight that we are not done with this storm yet. More coverage coming up after the break.
Meet Avocado's best-selling green mattress. Made with certified organic cotton, wool, and latex, plus ergonomic coils to support your body's natural curves. For cool and restorative sleep, featuring a 1-year in-home sleep trial. Save up to 20% on organic mattresses. Shop today at avocadomattress.com, proud supporter of 1% for the planet.
When I went through menopause, my hair was so thin, I could barely fit my hair in a ponytail.
Are you hungry?
So I called my daughter because she was taking Nutrafol.
I found Nutrafol after doing a ton of research, and I was impressed that they had specific products for every stage you can experience in your life.
After just a few months, my ponytail got thicker and stronger.
It was so meaningful that there was this solution for both of us. She didn't have to suffer, just like I didn't have to suffer.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com.
I feel more confident.
This is me, and I love it.
I have lost 41 pounds.
I've lost 31 pounds.
57 pounds with GLP-1s through Roe. In my weight loss journey, I have tried literally just about everything.
But nothing worked.
Nothing worked for me
until I found GLP-1s.
Total game changer. Worth every single penny.
And look back and say, why didn't I do this sooner?
See if you qualify for GLP-1 medication at ro.co/TV.
Our community has been hit hard by fires, and our neighbors need our help. KCAL cares, and we've teamed up with the Red Cross to aid in.
I feel more confident.
This is me, and I love it.
I have lost 41 pounds.
I've lost 31 pounds.
57 pounds with GLP-1s through Roe. In my weight loss journey, I have tried literally just about everything.
But nothing worked.
Nothing worked for me
until I found GLP-1s.
Total game changer. Worth every single penny.
And look back and say, why didn't I do this sooner?
See if you qualify for GLP-1 medication at ro.co/TV.
Our community has been hit hard by fires, and our neighbors need our help. KCAL cares, and we've teamed up with the Red Cross to aid in getting that help. For the latest information on resources and shelters and how you can donate or volunteer, just go to kcalnews.com/fire.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy.
So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun.
Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now?
To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
What do you know about the happy face killer?
He's my father. Every violent act is a rock dropped in water. The ripples of trauma just keep pulling everyone they touch underneath.
It's so good to see you, Missy.
An original documentary from CBS reports tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
With the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan, you get next level action, next level drama, next level entertainment for everyone. Oh, did we mention it's ad-free?
You're welcome.
The Paramount Plus with Showtime plan. Stream now.
You know, we hadn't even unpacked from the last evacuation to now having this evacuation order where more than 1,000 homes were evacuated earlier this morning. Those evacuation orders continued throughout the day leading into that rainstorm that we had when the rain was really coming down, I would say around between 4 or 5 o'clock p.m. into the 6 o'clock hour as well. So take a listen to these neighbors I talked to earlier of just kind of how they're feeling.
Like for me, I'm kind of experiencing catastrophe fatigue. Like I'm just a little tired of all of it. We didn't even pack up all of our like really important stuff. Really, we just because we just put it all away. But yeah, we're worried about the neighborhood. We're worried about all of it, and we kind of like to just get back to normal.
It's been a lot. It's just been rough.
Yeah.
But we have an amazing community. We support each other. We text each other to let each other know what's going on. So many people have offered help, you know, so we're fortunate.
You know, you really feel for all these people. They've been through so much in both of our burn scar areas, Palisades and Eaton. And, you know, it's really heavy and it's really hard. And it's just one thing after another right now. So hopefully no injuries came out of this and not too much damage to homes. We're still working on getting reports of that. But I've been seeing a lot of videos from neighbors in this area who are sharing these videos of huge amounts of water coming down near their homes. A lot of mud, obviously, with that image I showed you, but you can see them really coming together. And this is really the effort we've been seeing in Southern California in 2025 is people really showing up for each other. And that's what we're seeing right here as they try to clear these roadways so that these residents can stay safe, get where they need to go. Because right now, a lot of people are probably stuck because of all this mud. But again, more than 1,000 people evacuated from this area earlier. A lot of people stuck around so that they could do exactly this, try to keep their homes safe, their neighbors' homes safe for those that had to leave. But right now, thankfully, it looks like the rain has really slowed down in this area because it was coming down so hard for a good amount of time and really throughout the day. And this is the lightest I think I've seen it all day long. So some positive news out of Sierra Madre, but obviously a lot of work to be done into the night, overnight, probably into the morning and tomorrow while they try to clean all this up. We got the former mayor right here just trying to clean up as much as they can. It's a mess over here, guys. Back to you.
It's all hands on deck, and that break in the rain definitely welcomed tonight. Thank you so much, Amanda.
And unfortunately, a very common sight in Sierra Madre, as we know. Well, Danny, we've been talking about the rain moving and down to Orange County. So is that where it is right now?
That's exactly right. So the cold front is out of that area. So I know for of folks, even though the rain's moving out, it's the aftermath like Amanda was showing us. The heaviest rain, I want to show you, it's moving into Orange County and the Inland Empire, but we are still looking at a blanket of flash flood warnings, and this includes many of our burn scars. That includes Palisades, Eaton, Bridge burn scar, and then also the Lime burn scar near Highland. So let me zoom you out. Here's a look at that cold front. As the front moves through, along it is the heaviest rain. Behind it, the rain starts to taper off, and you can see that in LA County, the Antelope Valley, Ventura County. But look at the rain that's coming down in Orange County, stretching from San Clemente all the way up to Long Beach, Huntington Beach, all along PCH. I mean, they are dealing with torrential rain. Irvine over to Foothill Ranch, Mission Viejo. I mean, it doesn't really matter where you are in Orange County right now. You are seeing some incredibly heavy rain. And another big concern, it has been the Inland Empire. We've got flash flood warnings that are in effect near Highland, where the line fire burn scar is. And you can still see up through the mountains right now, those pinks and those reds indicating that really heavy rain out there. That's a concern. So I want to show you our rainfall rate map so you can see in LA County and also Ventura County, we're not seeing that anymore, but you're seeing a lot of color through Orange County and the Inland Empire. So rainfall rates have been a big concern with this storm because, you know, when you see this amount of rain, 3-4 inches of rain over a period of 5 days, there's not a big concern because it's spread out. This was a lot of rain in a little bit of time. So those areas that you see the pinks, that's where we're looking at rainfall rates, 1.5 inches of rain per hour. This is up through the mountains. And so you can see that also through Redlands. We've got some intense rainfall rates. And then also for parts of Orange County right now, I'm going to bring you right near Irvine. So this is right along the 73 as you're making your way past Costa Mesa. And you can see areas right there along the 73, the toll road, anywhere from 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of rain per hour. That's where we're seeing that really heavy rain. Behind it, though, finally we are getting a break through Los Angeles and Ventura County. So I know the big question going into tonight is, when are we going to be done with this rain? I want to talk about what's next because we're seeing this cold front moving through quickly and vigorously. So you can see once we get to 8:45, 9 o'clock, most of that rain is going to be focused on southern Orange County into the Inland Empire. This will continue. And then once we go into the overnight hours, all this rain, the heavy stuff, starts to wrap up. We're going to see some lingering showers to start off your Valentine's Day. So you can see early in the morning, we've got some light showers in the San Gabriel Valley. Snow levels dropping to about 6,500 feet. And then we're really going to start to dry out the second half of the day on Friday. So the first half of the day, still a little bit wet out there. And of course, we are dealing with the aftermath, the cleanup. It's going to be a chilly day, though, still low 60s out there. We get to Saturday and Sunday. We're going to start to warm up. We're going to be dry. We're going to see sunshine. And you can see we're back to the mid 60s by Sunday, staying rain free all the way into next week. So no storms are lining up. We're keeping a close eye on that. Valleys mid 60s Friday. We'll see showers in the morning time, but then we'll start to dry out. Chilly Friday night into Saturday morning, dropping to the 40s. And then this weekend, we're warming up. Upper 60s Saturday, 70s on Sunday. And that takes us all the way into next week. Inland Empire, rain lingers into tomorrow morning. We start that drying out process. We've got sunshine. We've got warmer temperatures on the way. If you have plans outside this weekend, you're good to go. Highs are going to be in the low 70s Sunday. Even warmer by the middle of next week, mid 70s on Wednesday. Deserts, we'll see lingering showers in the morning. Mountains, we'll see some lingering snow showers. Snow levels staying above 6,500 feet, above 7,500 feet. We're going to be looking at 2 to 3 feet of snow, a big snowmaker for our resorts. 60s for the beaches, but thankfully, Susie and Juan, we're dry and we're sunny this week, and a much needed break. We'll continue to track the rain for you, where it's moving. That's all coming up in your next weather.
All right, very good, Danny. Thank you so much. We have some breaking news right now, a water rescue near South El Monte.
Let's go to Desmond Shaw live in KCAL above it. Des?
Juan and Susie, we are in the notorious Whittier Narrows area where it is all too common to have these water rescues in rainy events. So basically kind of where the Santa Ana River, the San Gabriel River and the Rio Hondo kind of meet here. And so you can see LA County Fire, they're down here. And I know it's really dark down in here, but right down in here, it looks like there's a tent area that they're inspecting. Here's the thing, they've had their helicopter overhead, and I'll widen out and show you their spotlight here. We're not sure that this is the specific thing that we were looking for. There were reports of a woman that was up a tree. Apparently she was the one who called LA County Fire asking for help, and she claims that she is not homeless. So very strange situation there. But now we see them here in the middle of the riverbed, and it looks like they're looking inside of a tent in this area, just seeing a lot of flashlights flickering. There were 2 helicopters out here as well. The woman was apparently in a tree underneath a bridge, which is also very, very strange. But you can see the bright spotlights here from LA County and their helicopters, possible water rescue here. And it's just, unfortunately very common when we have these really rainy events. Live in KCAL overhead, I'm Desmond Shaw. I'll send it back to you now in the studio.
All right, Desmond, thank you so much. As Danny was alluding to, the heaviest rain right now in Orange County, and the storm is prompting evacuation orders in parts of Trabuco Canyon.
KCAL News Orange County reporter Michelle Geely is live near the area burned by the airport fire. Michelle?
Well, you guys, just as promised, we are getting that rain. We're getting some wind now, which is making it particularly cold here in Trabuco Canyon. Now, those mandatory evacuations really only apply to a few dozen homes. That's at least what the neighbors are telling me. And we're not really clear whether those people, in fact, did evacuate. But the real issue, and this has been going on all day long today, is what you're seeing here behind me. This is Trabuco Canyon Road crossing Trabuco Creek. This is the way into South Orange County, Rancho Santa Margarita. This is the way that people in the canyon get to that part of South Orange County, and they're just not able to do it. You'll see car, perhaps, okay, it's turning right here. Cars are constantly coming and going, trying to get through the roadway here, and they're not able to make it through the roadblock. So the big concern, you guys, is the fact that Trabuco Creek might flow over the roadway. That is why they've blocked it off. In 2018, when we had another wildfire up in this area, that did happen. There was a major debris flow and water going over, and they just don't want that to happen this time. So they've blocked off the road. We did speak to a longtime resident, and here's what he had to say about the weather. If we get hours of heavy rain, is there anything that you're worried about?
No, I thought there maybe would be some mud flow coming off of this burn scar. That's why I wanted to come over here and check it out. But so far it's been nothing. Thank goodness the rain's here. We needed the rain. So glad that the rains are here. And it hasn't really been that bad. I went up and checked all my drainage on my property, and it's all draining fine. And I don't have any standing water collecting anywhere. So it's been pretty mellow.
OC Public Works crews are out monitoring this, and I'm sure they're going to be out here all night long. You can see the bright lights. They have trained on the bridge. They're watching the flow of the water. So far, nothing has come over the bridge. So far, so good. I do want to add that Trabuco Elementary School, which is right here in the neighborhood, the kids today were moved to a different campus nearby, but out of harm's way, and they'll also be at that other school campus tomorrow due to the weather. That's the latest live in Trabuco Canyon. I'm Michelle Geely. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
And we'll be checking in with more of our crews as our storm team coverage continues right after the break.
When there's a strong connection between a therapist and a client, it's transformative. You can see when they come to the session, just the difference, the excitement in their eyes because it's working for them.
By the time a client meets with me, BetterHelp has already done the pre-work to make sure we're a match.
Being part of BetterHelp, I work with clients to rewrite their own story.
When I started college, so many people warned me about credit cards. They just seemed really scary. When I needed a car, I realized that I needed to build credit. So I got the Chime Credit Builder card because I could safely build credit without being afraid of fees or interest. And there was no credit check. My score went up over 60 points and I bought my first car. As a busy college student, having a car is an absolute must. I feel like I could do anything. My next goal, a 700 credit score. Join me at chime.com.
This case, the murderer's still on the street.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Eyes of a criminal.
It's official that they're dead.
The defendant over there, Alex Murdoch, opened fire. Pow, pow.
Investigators say human remains found this week.
1997, 4 families shattered when their daughters disappeared.
Psychopaths are without guilt and they are without remorse.
The mystery of what happened would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Why did you buy that sledgehammer? You gonna do some home improvement or were you buying a murder weapon?
When you hear the name Gabby Petito, what comes to mind?
Would Gabby Petito still be alive today if the case had been handled differently?
pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die," and he shot me.
You're talking here about a very messy crime, and yet there's no physical evidence that connects him to the scene.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
A suspect is under arrest for the quadruple murder of 4 Idaho college students.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We roll out.
From breaking the rules.
I don't answer to any man.
To breaking new ground.
Welcome to the oil business.
When you need a break, Paramount Plus has the perfect escape.
It's time to show them.
And with a Paramount Plus subscription included with a Walmart Plus membership, you can get all this without breaking the bank.
Just what I was going for.
Awesome!
Let's go!
A Paramount Plus subscription is included with a Walmart Plus membership.
Las Flores, and at one point you could see the K-rails were moved. It was pushed by the debris flows coming down from the hillsides. We also want to show you that video in that same clip of the Palisades, where you drove through there. Lots and lots of water flowing down, but it looked like the drains were really doing their job. The sewers seemed to be pumping water through, the catch basins, everything seemed to be functioning the way it was supposed to. We didn't see any major flooding issues. There were areas and intersections where there was water kind of flowing over the top of the street and ponding a little bit. There were some not passable intersections, but nothing that we saw at that point that was catastrophic. Of course, sometimes these things take time to sort of soak into the hillside, so the danger is obviously not over yet. We need to really keep track of that stuff. We did talk to a woman who said she got a flat tire because she ended up in a debris flow situation and was trying to turn around to get out of it.
It was deluged, it was a lake, and it was way too deep to drive through, so we had to turn around to go towards PCH, but then at that point, all the hillside was coming down from Palisades Highlands. It was just rocks were going everywhere, and so then we had a flat.
From our spot right here, it doesn't look like any of the debris flow in this particular spot damaged anything, but it's very difficult to tell because it's very dark out right now. It's possible some of this stuff flowed into some of the restaurants here, potentially maybe the houses, but it doesn't look like anything, nothing's been knocked over or overcome by the mud flows here. We did see a number of people sandbagging their homes in the last few days, trying to block the potential of mud flow and landslides. Everyone here obviously very concerned. We heard Amanda Starrentino talking about how exhausted people were in some of the burn areas near the Eaton fire, and the same is true here when we talk to people. I think they're just hoping to move past some of these weather events to try and get some sort of normalcy in their lives. It's just one thing after another, but right now looks like they're trying to get this cleared out of here. It's just going to take a bit of time. Lots of mud here on the road. Reporting live here in Malibu on PCH, I'm Tom Waite. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. As we heard earlier, one resident referring to it as catastrophe fatigue.
And I can feel it and see it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, some residents in the Eaton burn area have left their homes again.
KCAL News reporter Gio Insignaris is live in Altadena for us tonight. Gio?
Susie Juan, good evening to you both. You know, earlier when we checked in, we were telling you about a Spectrum van that was stuck in a mud flow. We're going to move out of the way to show you what's going on here, because we also mentioned that a tow truck was on its way. Here's the tow truck, and here is the tow that is happening as we speak. It's been stuck here for quite a while, and we first got to the scene a little bit before 6 p.m. And according to sheriff's deputies, they told us this happened a bit before that. So the Spectrum van was hit by mud and then got stuck, as you maintain this view here and see it getting pulled up by the tow truck. At that point, the rain was really coming down across the area. Not so much right now. Barely any rain, if much at all, as we look around us here in this scene. But echoing Tom, Jeff, and all of our other reporters all across the area is that it is a muddy mess here as well in Altadena, and you can see it. Lots of crews were digging out mud from around this truck to even get it in the the situation it's in right now to allow it to get pulled onto the back of this tow truck. We saw LA County Sheriff's deputies, search and rescue trucks, public works as well. At one point, we could even hear crews directing the driver of the Spectrum van to hit the gas, but there was so much mud engulfing half the tires, and it made it so difficult. And just imagine now that we're coming up on 2 hours since this first started, and now we're finally able to pull this out. Now, on top of this, as you take a look at it here to your left, Joe, my photographer here, if we can pan over to the right, because it's not just the mud that affected the van, it affected these cars as well. These three that you see in front of us were stuck in the mud, and the red truck, the pickup one you see on the left side in particular, that's the one that crews were telling us that a woman was saved from and then taken to the station. Good news, she's doing okay, but it just really paints a picture as to what we've been keeping an eye on this entire night so far, when the rain was really coming down, and then led to this, that just out of the blue, we were talking to some of the other Spectrum crews, because that was not the only truck that was working here in the area. A couple of other guys, we just got done speaking with one of them a few minutes ago. We're going to work to get you that sound. But briefly, I'll mention that they were saying they were working in other parts of Altadena, restoring internet service to homes, but closer to the hillsides. And because of those mud flow, debris flow concerns, they had to move out of the way. That's something our Jeff Nguyen also pointed out a little more than an hour ago. So when they were moving out of the way from where they were, then they heard that this truck got hit with the mud flow, and then they immediately raced down here to help out in any way that they can. So we're going to gather that video for you, pick parts of that sound, and we asked him how crazy the situation was. You'll hear from him a little bit later on. For now, reporting from Altadena, I'm Gio and Signares. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Gio, we'll check back with you a little later.
Well, as we've been telling you, we have a team of meteorologists covering the storm tonight. We want to start with our Danny Roberti, who's going to tell us where the storm is right now.
Yeah,
Danny?
we want to talk about what's happening right now. The meteorologist Evelyn Taft's going to talk about what's happening next. I want to show you a new flash flood warning that National Weather Service just put down in Orange County. This includes Trabuco Canyon, Rancho Santa Margarita, Coto de Caza. This is where we're looking at rainfall rates between ½ of an inch to an inch of rain per hour. So we are looking at some torrential rain in this area. So this is where that flash flood warning is in effect until 10:30 this evening. This is where we have heavy rain as of 7:30. ½ of an inch to an inch of rain has already fallen in this area, and we are expecting in the next hour for that rate to be between ½ of an inch to 3/4 of an inch of rain. So in this kind of situation, we are dealing with life-threatening flash flooding. It's either happening right now or it's imminent. So these locations include Rancho Santa Margarita, Ortega Highway, Trabuco Canyon, Trabuco Highlands, and also Coto de Caza. Now let me zoom you out because you can see that cold front very clearly on your screen. It's making its way, continuing to trek through Orange County and the Inland Empire. Heaviest rain right now. It's no longer in LA County, Ventura County, where we saw it just hours ago. Things are clearing out there, but now you can see all across Orange County some really heavy rain right now. I mean, we are looking at downpours stretching from San Clemente up through Huntington Beach along PCH, Mission Viejo, Foothill Ranch. We're also seeing that in Irvine. Most of our major interstates or freeways are looking at some really heavy rain. We've been concerned about roadway flooding in a lot of these areas. So you can see right there along the 5, stretching from Santa Ana into Irvine, making your way down towards Mission Viejo and San Juan Capistrano is where we have some of that heavier rain. There's been big concerns too near the line fire burn area, which is where we're also dealing with the flash flood warning until 8:45 this evening. Heavy rain through the Inland Empire along the 215 areas like Paris. That's where we're looking at those reds on your screen. When you're seeing those reds, that means we're looking at some really strong rain rates right now, right near the 215 in Paris. 2 inches of rain per hour. So you can see that we're dealing with quite a bit of rain. Now, I want to check in on what's happening next because that's going to be the big story, is where the rain's moving to and how long this cold front's going to stick around. And meteorologist Evelyn Taft and I have been working closely together. Ev, where's the rain moving to now?
Well, at this point, Danny, as you were just showing on radar, a lot of it sitting over Orange County and our mountain and foothill communities. And with that, we do have those flash flood warnings that we are tracking, but we're also tracking your future cast and your hour-by-hour forecast because I want to show you where the storm is and where the storm is headed. So this is where we're at as of right now, literally right now, and we're looking at the heaviest spots coming through Orange County, the IE. We're seeing snow up in the mountains, and we are concerned about the line fire burn areas. Danny was just showing us with that flash flood warning that's now gone up. Now we're stopping the clock at 9 p.m. and you're going to see heavier rain coming through in the 9 p.m. hour for Orange County and the IE. But at this point, it looks like it's predominantly focused over the IE and the 215 there in the 10 as you make your way out to the desert, where we still could see some heavier cells in the Coachella Valley later tonight. But pretty much everybody by 11 p.m. 11:40, looking at mostly dry conditions with just a few residual raindrops. We're just looking at a few leftover cells by the afternoon and early morning hours tomorrow. And I will tell you that it's going to be mostly dry. Some of us might not see any rain whatsoever tomorrow. Others might get a few raindrops, and we even could get a few flurries in the mountains. But again, very high elevation mountain snow above resort level. That's above 6,000, 7,000 feet. You will see as we head into the, again, start of the day tomorrow, we are expecting to see maybe a shower or two. But overall, we're keeping things completely dry with the exception of just a few isolated showers. So just a reminder that we now have flash flood warnings, which means flash flooding is happening, as Danny was showing us, for the line fire burn area for parts of the San Gabriel Valley, the 210 corridor, and we're still contending with that flash flood warning for the Palisades burn area at least until 8 p.m. tonight. That's about 20 minutes to go. And even after the rain passes, we still could see debris flows and mudslides just because we've passed those USGS thresholds for how much rain the ground can hold. We are currently oversaturated. And again, a lot of rain moving through, but moving through quickly. So that's been good news for us. And we are tracking a lot less rain for LA and Ventura counties right now. Again, the brunt of it moving into Orange County and the IE, and we'll continue to watch it as we move through the next few hours. And then things after that will start to slowly dry out. For now, though, Susie, Juan, back to you.
Evelyn, Danny, thanks so much.
And we'll have more coverage of the biggest storm of the season. We're keeping an eye on all the hot spots for mud and debris flows and flooding. Team coverage continues after the break.
Paley Fest is back at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood March 21st through the 29th. Tickets are on sale now to see stars and creators behind hit shows, including Matlock on CBS. Don't miss Paley Fest. Visit paleyfest.org to get tickets now.
The desk is this innovative new design concept that we have that allows us to bring the viewers one step closer to what we're doing to uncover, discover, and bring you the news.
And I'm actually tracking one right here. We're going to present that data to you directly. No filters, the raw, accurate information of what's happening in Los Angeles.
Suspect down.
Listen, I need to send you to a crime scene that's developing right now. I love it. I think it's a way that we can bring viewers something that they haven't seen before on the news.
Now to some breaking news. A grocery store roof collapses.
KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike, you just spoke to someone who was inside at the time.
Yeah, you know, so my colleagues Angelina and Orlando up on the desk, we were listening to this. We made some calls. The fire department said just some flooding. Well, it was really anything but that. I'll show you some video here from a viewer that was inside. You can see the chaotic scene as Azusa PD races to the Smart and Final grocery store. Look at that. there is a roof collapse in the corner of the building of that Smart and Final. It also took down a pipe. You can see the water flowing everywhere. The floor is totally wet as well. Now, luckily, nobody was underneath of that area when it happened. Nobody was hurt in all of this, but that is definitely a good chunk of the roof that came down. Tonight, I had a chance to speak with Al, who described kind of what he was seeing as we look at this picture of all of the damage inside the Smart and Final.
I just heard like a large boom, and then all of a sudden it just started like buckling in. It was crazy, and then like there was people screaming and running, and it was just madness in there. People just trying to escape. It was like a movie. I'm honestly just like a scene from a movie. The way it just started, like the ceiling was basically like folding in, and then you could see the water main break as well. So that water main was shooting all over the place.
Yeah, he said it left a good chunk of water there. These are live pictures now from KCAL. I got Des up. He's overhead. You can see exactly where it happened, right in the produce section above the Smart and Final. Now, Al tells me that nobody was underneath of there. He had just been getting some bananas not far from there, ultimately not able to pay for them. He said he had to go to Target. But you can see the Smart and Final. Des, if we can pull out, show the front of the store. They've got it taped off. There are some police down there as well. Obviously, Building and Safety is going to have to come look at this, and Smart and Final is going to have to repair their roof. Al says this is his normal Smart and Final grocery store that he always goes to, and it's going to be a minute before he's going to be able to go back, because that will not be an easy fix. Again, a roof collapse there at the Smart and Final in Azusa. Luckily, though, nobody injured, guys.
Nobody should expect that Smart and Final will be open tomorrow, that's for sure. Mike, thank you. All right, look at this. This is exactly what people are nervous about in the burn areas with this storm. This is home security video from Sierra Madre.
Well, you can see a lot of mud rushing down the 600 block of Woodland that's near Mary's Market.
Let's check in with Lauren Posen now in Sierra Madre. Lauren?
Hi, Juan. Sorry, I was talking to Oliver here, getting our game plan in order. Oh, I got to mute myself. Anyway, we are here at East Grandview and Sycamore, and this is a road closure because of this mudslide. Look over here. You see that big tractor? It is moving all that debris that fell into the road from this storm. I'm so sorry. I'm getting feedback in my ear from my phone. Let me try to get this off here while I figure it out. Oh, I think, Oliver, it's you that's not muted, but we're well with it. Anyway, so here we are. You can see all this mud here. People cannot get through here. You have to park your car and walk because of this. And here is the tractor moving all that mud to the side. And Juan and Susie, this is just one part of the road that's blocked off here because of this mudslide. Now we're at Camillo and East Grandview, and you can see there's a woman over here, possibly, well, taking a video here of the tractor as it's moving this mud. This rain, it's let up right now, but earlier today it was just coming down in sheets, and we were actually in this area about probably 20 minutes before this mud came down, before we moved to go check out another scene, and the rain was just flowing. There's a creek about a half a mile from where we are. It was roaring. It was just really, really chaotic here. I want to show you some video from earlier. You can see what I'm talking about. As that rain was coming down, it just pushed these trash cans out of the way, and the drains were all overflowing as well. It was just so much water coming down. Of course, now this particular area where we are right now was not under an evacuation order. It is right now because of this mudslide. It was added, and people who are home are being told to shelter in place. Speaking of evacuees, we stopped over at the Red Cross shelter down at the YMCA, who is open for evacuees. They also have one over at the Pasadena Convention Center for people here in Sierra Madre. Take a listen to what they told us.
We have supplies ready for folks that need to come through, as we do see that the weather is coming through very hard right now. We have a lot of flooding in place, and so we are here, we're open, ready to receive residents that are looking for shelter.
Back out here live again. You can see that this road is still closed. You see people walking. I see someone, he's got a stroller there. Again, if you live in this area and you're not home right now, you got to park your car and walk. Police are telling people you can walk through here, but it's walk at your own risk. As far as the evacuation orders, I've been keeping in touch with the city. They're telling me that they're constantly reevaluating them as the night goes on, but they are warning, as we heard from last night and earlier today too, if you do choose not to evacuate and there's active mud and debris flow going, they will not be able to come to you until it's safe to the emergency first responders. That's what it looks like out here. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Lauren, thanks so much for that. Let's go to our Nicole Comstock right now in Highland.
Yeah, that's where evacuation orders are in effect for neighborhoods near where the line fire burned back in September. Nicole?
And you guys, many people across San Bernardino County are being warned tonight about potential flash flooding and debris flow because of how much heavy rain we have seen on and off throughout the night. We are in one of those communities that's under a mandatory evacuation order because of its proximity to the line fire. We are hearing now that there is some mud flow coming down one of the roads a distance up the road behind us here, and there's a swift water rescue actively taking place to the south of us here. Apparently some people who had been sleeping out in one of those flood channels or near it at least, that they are actively working on getting out of there. So we're going to head down there in just a few minutes. But first, take a look behind us here. We're at Highland and Church in Highland, and you can see this road closure here. County crews just only letting residents through at this point because there is concern about that mud flow from the line fire burn scar. Again, that burned in September of last year, about 40,000 acres. It was started allegedly by an arsonist out here, which has infuriated many people who had to evacuate during that time. And now they have to deal with this new threat. This area below this burn scar known for frequent historic flooding. The State Watershed Emergency Response Team has geologists who have identified at least 14 areas around this burn scar that present an urgent threat to life and property. And they say they could have storm damage for the next 2 to 5 years out here because of this fire. One of the main areas they're concerned about getting damage from potential mud flow, those geologists say, is Arroyo Verde Elementary School because of where it's positioned downhill. But, you know, we drove around that whole property and we didn't see anything going on there tonight. There are also numerous homes that butt up to the mountain along the southwest perimeter of the fire that are cause for concern. The National Weather Service earlier saying people need to watch out for flash flooding in San Bernardino, Hesperia, Redlands, Yucaipa, Lake Arrowhead, Forest Falls, Highland, Big Bear Lake, and Running Springs. But also we should mention that the communities of Wrightwood and Mount Baldy are also under evacuation orders. They have been for at least a couple of hours tonight. There was that other fire, the bridge fire, late last year as well, that did burn some homes in the Mount Baldy community, very devastating to the hillsides there. What they're concerned about is that if there was enough of one of those really strong storm cells with a thunderstorm that come right down over Mount Baldy, they could have mud flow in one of those burned areas coming all the way down to Mount Baldy Road. So everyone in these communities being urged to listen to evacuation warnings and orders. Again, if you get one of those orders, it means there is an immediate threat to life and property. Reporting live in Highland, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Nicole, thanks so much. And it's really great we're getting that break
Exactly.
in the rain,
you can
right?
tell in Nicole's shot, certainly slowed down, that's for sure. And that's good news tonight, but we're certainly not done with it, right, Danny?
No, we're not. But at least there's some areas, Susie and Juan, you're exactly right. It's not as intense as what we were seeing earlier. I actually took our radar and I backed it up 6 hours. So you are seeing that intense rain that's been moving through Southern California over the last 6 hours. And we are still looking at many flash flood warnings out there. But behind the front, we're starting to see that rain tapering off. That is not the case in Orange County, and we do have new flash flood warnings. I mentioned it just about 15 minutes ago. It's the flash flood warning in Orange County, Trabuco Canyon, Rancho Santa Margarita, and also Cote de Caza. This is where we're seeing some very heavy rain right now, and this is going to stay in effect until 10:30. When we're dealing with the warning, that means flooding is either happening right now or it's imminent. It's about to happen. So this area is seeing rainfall rates between 1/2 inch of rain to 3/4 inch of rain per hour, which is that threshold that we've been talking about. So you can still see some moderate rain through Mission Viejo, Foothill Ranch, Laguna Niguel into San Clemente. Those yellows and those reds are indicating that heavier rain. I want to bring you over to the Inland Empire. A couple things you're going to notice. So where Nicole Comstock is right now, right near the line burn scar, that's where we have another flash flood warning. We have one near the Eaton burn scar and also the Palisades burn scar as well. This one in place until 8:45 this evening. So you can still see some heavy rain, I mean, all across the Inland Empire. So Lake Elsinore up through Corona, Riverside. These reds, you know, this is when we get a little bit more concerned and when we're seeing those downpours. This is along the 215, just south of Paris, right now in this area with those pinks and those reds. We're looking at pockets of rainfall coming down 1.5 inches of rain per hour. So this is, I mean, 3 times the amount what we were talking about yesterday as that threshold. Specifically for the burn areas, though, is what that was for. But you can see all across the Inland Empire, in Riverside, Corona, San Bernardino, and you're also going to notice up through the mountains, we're seeing that snow through Big Bear right now. So above 7,500 feet, we could see 2 to 3 feet of snow. As I zoom things out, you can see behind this front, things are starting to die down just a little bit. That's the case in LA County and Ventura County. That's the name of the game when we're dealing with these cold fronts. They move through along the front. We get the heaviest rain, which is what we're seeing right now through Orange County and also the Inland Empire. But once it moves through behind the front, we see those rain showers tapering off. So we're finally getting that break. We're not completely out of the woods. We're still expecting to see some rain showers popping up as we go into the next couple of hours. And so for that, we want to bring in meteorologist Evelyn Taft, who's going to break down what's next and when this storm finally moves out. Ev, how are things looking?
Yeah, at this point, Danny, I mean, we're still looking at the concentration of the rain really over Orange County and the IE, but it's moving quickly. That's the good news. We've seen a lot of rain, extremely high rain rates. We've seen flash flood warnings go up, go down, and then go up again. But through all of this, it's moving quickly. So as we get a look at live radar right now, you will see, yes, a little bit of rain continuing to sit over Ventura County and also LA County, but the most of that rain has really continued to move south. So as we stop the clock right here, you're going to see those flash flood warnings as Danny was just covering. But what I want to do is take you through Futurecast. And as I do, I want to show you where the rain is right now and where it is headed. So let's get right to Futurecast. And you will see the heaviest rain once we get there is going to be over the IE in Orange County. You will notice the yellow and orange on your screen. That means heavy rain. Red, also extremely heavy with the potential for thunderstorms. Take a look right here. We are dry by 9:30 through most of LA and Ventura County. Still getting hit particularly hard, though, through the Inland Empire. Orange County and the IE also now drying out by midnight, and we could just see a few residual showers over the San Gabriels, the 210 corridor, and even through parts of the western San Fernando Valley, where we did get exceptionally heavy rain earlier tonight. 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, as we start the day, it's going to be mostly dry, and we're going to keep things that way. We could see just a few isolated showers continue throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon, but very isolated in nature. And I will tell you, the majority of us probably not seeing any rain whatsoever. Again, so much lighter for some of us, but still contending with that rain through the IE. We're going to continue to watch it for you. And I do want to tell you, once we head into the weekend, we are expecting a very dry forecast, and we're keeping things dry through President's Day and beyond with 60s and 70s, very mild conditions. So really the last of the rain coming through tomorrow, isolated in nature, and really expecting mostly dry conditions for most of us throughout the day. Then by the time we hit the weekend, a little warmer and keeping things in the 70s all of next week. So it doesn't look like we're going to see any rain in sight, at least not after tomorrow. We're going to continue to track what's left of the storm, though. That's all coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. But right now, I want to send it back to you, Susie and Juan.
All right, thanks so much. An update now on our breaking news, a water rescue near South El Monte.
Let's go back to Desmond Shaw live in SkyCal. Des?
Juan and Susie, so last time around we showed you at LA County Fire, they had made contact with what looked like a homeless encampment on a piece of land that's effectively been turned into an island now. This is basically all around the San Gabriel River. So you can see 3 LA County firefighters down here in a boat. They just kind of paddled across. They also have it tethered back at shore to their command post. And so now they're coming over here and they're going to make contact with these people and bring them back. They have an ambulance standing by as well. And looks like they are bringing something out to strap someone down if need be. So taking a lot of precautions. It's not clear how deep that water is, but they may have found these people when they were looking for that woman that was apparently up a tree. We had heard that she is now safe. Maybe she was able to get out on her own. But as we move SkyCal around up here, it's obviously very, very dark down here. They have a helicopter standing by as well that's now on the ground if they have to ferry any of those people to a local hospital. So unclear if anyone is injured, but they definitely want to get these people out of here surrounded by water in the San Gabriel River. I'll send it back to you now in the studio.
There at the moment?
So this is in the San Gabriel River. Let me just widen out and show you the command post here that we are talking about. So you see all of the resources that they have. a couple of ambulances here that are standing by. There's the helicopter, the LA County firefighting helicopter that is on the ground ready to lift anyone. So this is over by the sports arena that they use for rodeos, where they have set everything up right here. So a really, really large response. But they spotted them with the helicopter, and now they're down there in the water trying to get these folks out. And we had heard that there were 3 people that are inside of this tent. It's awfully dark, but now you can kind of see the tent there in the center of the shot right here. Actually, let me lighten this instead of magnifying it. You can see it a little bit better. So they're coming in, and hopefully this is just precautionary more than anything, getting some folks here out of the Whittier Narrows area and the land that's effectively been turned into swampland here, kind of the outer edges of the San Gabriel River.
All right,
Pat, Susie,
Desmond, thank you so much. And this is KCAL News at 8, and we have breaking news. We've been covering the major storm that has come through Southern California. To Malibu now, where mud has covered roads.
And our Tom Wade is live on PCH, where part of that street is closed. Tom.
And good evening to you, Susie and Pat. It was quite the deluge earlier, as we've all been reporting, right? And a lot of that water hitting these hillsides above PCH and then spilling down here into the roadway. And you can see a lot of that mud just sitting here right now. There were a couple of bulldozers out here working frantically to clear as much of this stuff as they could. It looks like what they've done is cleared just enough to keep one lane open in either direction for emergency vehicles. This is an area that's closed to the public right now. This is not accessible. But those bulldozers, those work crews certainly wanted to get at least the road to be passable. Just a few minutes ago, it was not. They just were able to get at least now one lane open in both directions at this spot on Las Flores and PCH, right in front of Duke's. And it looks like just a mess of mud and debris and rock that flowed from the hillsides there and then down into this area and into the parking lot here. Take a look, though. This is from a little bit earlier when we really had the rain coming down here in Malibu in this area. Just a lot of debris and rain. And, you know, obviously this is in the burn area, so there's concerns about what's coming down from these properties and whether or not it's going to reach the ocean. The DWP and the Public Works Department, they've been doing everything they can to make sure that they've created filters and berms and catch basins, anything they can do to protect the ocean, protect people from any of this potentially hazardous debris from reaching the ocean and then contaminating any other areas that could be really sensitive. So doing everything they can there. We also want to show you some video. This next clip you'll see is of PCH when we were coming here from Sunset Boulevard. You'll see that there's K-rails along the side of the road. There's mud. We actually saw a section of K-rails that were pushed from the side of the hill into the middle of the road when some of the debris started flowing down when we were getting those big deluges earlier. Luckily, it did not appear that any of them were completely buried in that mud and debris, but very, very, dangerous situation potentially playing out there in that area. And also the Palisades, you're looking at video. That was one of the points where the rain was just really coming down. Looked like a lot of the sewer drains and some of the catch basins were doing their work. There was a very, very heavy downpour at times, so it was a lot coming through. There's just the volume and certainly a lot of damage there to the properties, destroyed properties, concerns there. We spoke to a woman who was trying to kind of get out of the area. She lives in the Highlands. Her home made it through the fire. Unfortunately, she got a flat tire trying to get out of that debris flow.
It was deluged, it was a lake, and it was way too deep to drive through, so we had to turn around to go towards PCH. But then at that point, all the hillside was coming down from Palisades Highlands. It was just rocks were going everywhere, and so then we had a flat.
Well, there you have it. I think at this point, having a flat tire for someone who's been through the Palisades or eaten fires, I think to them that's just not even a big deal anymore, considering how awful the past few weeks have been for so many people. As I said, her house did make it through, so we're very happy for her. But it did not look like there were any major issues, at least where we were tonight in the Palisades. Obviously, we have to be very careful. I think, Pat, you were talking about this. The sort of insidious nature of these situations can be that the water seeps into the hillsides and then potentially sometimes the slides could happen after the rains come through. So I'm sure everybody's keeping a close eye on those, engineers, city crews, to make sure that the hillsides stay stable and make sure that if they don't, that people are, given those orders to evacuate in a timely manner. We're reporting live here in Malibu. I'm Tom Waite. Back to you.
All right. They've got to feel a little better, though, that the rain has subsided quite a bit, though. Thanks so much, Tom. Now, crews waged a battle against mud all day at the top of Altadena.
That's right. KCAL's Jeff Nguyen was on scene earlier tonight at the corner of East Alta Loma and Glen Allen, right up against a very steep slope of the San Gabriels.
About an hour ago, John Schreiber and I had to kind of hightail it out of here a little bit because there was a debris flow. We wanted to be safe, and then we also wanted to make sure that our news van wasn't enveloped with mud. So let me show you why. I'm going to go ahead and pivot a little bit so that John can kind of zoom in, because right now you are looking at a front loader removing some of the mud right there. In the background right there, you may see a K-rail. Most of them are about 3 feet tall or so, and right now the mud is about 3 feet deep in that area, so the crews are trying to remove some of the mud to keep this roadway clear, because Loma Alta is basically the main thoroughfare that kind of jogs in parallel with the foothills. To give you a sense of how powerful everything came down about an hour ago, take a look and listen at this video that we shot. Earlier in the day, we spoke to a number of people in this area that live right up against the hillside. Take a listen to what they had to say.
I think my biggest concern right now is the mudslide and looting. Looting is always an issue. Oh, but I do see a lot of police presence, which is good.
Gotcha. The National Guard and
absolutely. Yeah, they've done a great job. Excellent job.
Looting is a huge concern because it's simple. I mean, like, a lot of people just want to go and just take a lot of other people's stuff they lost during the fire and stuff. So I'm just watching out for that.
You've got the Sheriff's Department out here. They have been out here on patrol all day. They have been checking some of the folks in this area, making sure that no one is around. Also, they also want to be here to prevent any possible looting. As a force multiplier, the National Guard is here as well. We were talking about the evacuation warnings and mandatory orders. This is one of the hillsides that Public Works has been keeping an eye on all day, and we should tell you that one of the mandatory order homes that are impacted, straight up sky view right here at the end of the cul-de-sac, which is why we are staying right here where it is much safer, because if any more erosion comes down, we won't be in its path.
All right, Jeff, and let's get to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk now.
And Mike, you've got new video from Orange County?
Yeah, that's right. And I was just looking over a message Michelle Geely sent us. I was just getting some information. This is mud flow that is happening across Trabuco Canyon. Remember, that is where a mandatory evacuation is, or an evacuation warning rather is, and that's where Michelle has been all day. And I want to show you some new video that we just got in from Orange County Public Works. Michelle sent this to us, and you can see some of the mud and debris now flowing over the top of Trabuco Canyon Road. Now, Michelle tells me this is Trabuco Creek going over the roadway there in Trabuco Canyon. This is a fairly common sight, really. We've seen so many fires there, so many rainstorms. This is almost expected in Trabuco Canyon. Now, there were a number of evacuations in there, as we heard from Michelle earlier, but you can see the water and debris taking over the canyon or the roadway there, and Public Works has that road closed as a result of that. That's always kind of that low-lying spot that really gets hit when this kind of thing happens. So we've not heard of anybody being involved in this, nobody trapped, nobody injured. Obviously, this video is coming from Orange County Public Works, so the authorities are already there and well aware of it. So hopefully they'll just kind of have to monitor that, and we'll have to see if with the water stops flowing to see if there's any damage to the roadway or anything, because as we know how quickly and forcefully water moves through, it could have left some damage to that roadway. If that's the case, obviously they'll have to repair that before things can get open again. But in the usual spots in Orange County, Trabuco Canyon, one of them, Trabuco Creek, now overtaking the roadway there.
All right, glad to hear, though, there are no damage to report it so far.
Right.
All right, thank you so much, Mike.
Well, we have more coverage of the biggest storm of the season. We're keeping an eye on all the hot spots for mud and debris flows and flooding. Team coverage continues after a short break.
I feel more confident.
This is me, and I love it.
I have lost 41 pounds.
I've lost 31 pounds.
57 pounds with GLP-1s through rope.
In my weight loss journey, I have tried literally just about everything.
But nothing worked.
Nothing worked for me
until I found GLP-1s.
Total game changer. Worth every single penny.
And look back and say, why didn't I do this sooner?
See if you qualify for GLP-1 medication at ro.co/TV.
When my hair started to thin, I thought, am I going to have any hair left?
After I gave birth, my hair wasn't even thinning, it was gone.
As I got older, I couldn't grow it past my shoulders.
Nutrafol has different formulas for all the different changes so many women go through.
Within 3 months, my hair is significantly fuller.
It's longer, it's thicker.
My friends noticed it. I felt like a completely different person.
Try the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com.
I avoided credit cards most of my life, but when I started to create a streaming platform for musicians like me, I knew it was important to build my credit to set my business up right. I heard about the Chime Credit Builder card and I signed up right away. I didn't have to worry about fees, interest, or credit checks. Within a month, my score went up. Now it's up over 100 points. I feel set up for success, and so is my business. I tell everybody about the Chime Credit Builder card. Here we go. Check it out at chime.com.
Our community has been hit hard by fires, and our neighbors need our help. KCAL cares, and we've teamed up with the Red Cross to aid in getting that help. For the latest information on resources and shelters and how you can donate or volunteer, just go to kcalnews.com/fire.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
They want to take this place from us. My family is in danger. My wife is lost to me, and I don't have time.
1923, new season streaming February 23rd, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
CBS Reports explores our counter-terrorist system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change. The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Well, Susie, we've been watching the storm and watching all that green on the radar, but it's got some gray there, too.
That's right, and it's moved significantly to the east and to the south, so we're happy about that here in LA County, at least.
Yes, Susie and Pat, that's exactly what we're seeing is that this cold front, the good news is it's moving pretty quickly, so you can see behind it, this is the area where we're starting to see some of those rain showers letting up just a little bit. I want to zoom you out so you can see exactly what's happening right now, and as both Susie and Pat mentioned, that is moving south and to the east right now, and you can see a line of those showers stretching from San Bernardino into southern Orange County. So let me give you a look at our radar right now. I'm going to pull this up for you so that you can see how this rain is moving and also the flash flood warnings that are in effect right now. So this is getting pulled up right now. We've got that computer thinking. We're looking at, and I apologize that this is thinking just a little bit right now. Flash flood warnings are in effect, and it might be, there we go. We've got the live radar up for you, or we've got these warnings. So this is going to include areas like the Palisades burn area. This is going to include the Line burn area right near Highland, and also areas of Orange County where we're looking at this flash flood warning that is including Rancho Santa Margarita and Trabuco Canyon. Actually, Mike Rogers was just talking about this just a minute ago. This is going to be in effect until 10:30 this evening, and this is where flash flooding is either occurring right now or it is about to occur. We've been seeing some incredibly strong rain rates in this area, so you can see those greens and those yellows. So Orange County and the Inland Empire, this is going to be the focus. So you can see behind that front, things are clearing out through LA County. We've got some lingering leftover showers, and we do still have flash flood warnings in effect, but it's more so focused on the Inland Empire right now. This is that one right near the Line burn area that we've been talking about, and also near the San Gabriel Valley, where we're also still seeing some heavier showers. So we're seeing that through San Bernardino County, Running Springs down through San Bernardino, Redland, winds. You see those reds on your screen. This is where we're seeing some of that intense rain right now. So I'm going to give you a look at our rain rates in that area. 1/2 inch of rain per hour. There have been some areas that have seen up to 1 inch of rain per hour. I'll zoom you out and you can see Orange County. It's actually not looking as bad as it was just about an hour ago. It's still rainy right now, but it's not coming down as heavy through areas of Anaheim and Santa Ana right along the 5 over towards the 133, the 73. You've got the 2 toll roads right there. And then all along PCH, just some light showers right now. Still pretty heavy through San Juan Capistrano along the 5. Laguna Niguel's getting some pockets of heavier rain as well. So when you're seeing these yellows on your screen, this is indicating 1/4 inch to 1/3 inch of rain per hour in those areas. So it's coming down pretty steady right now, San Clemente up through Dana Point. I'll zoom you out to give you a full look of what's going on in Southern California right now. And you can see areas like LA County and Ventura County. We're letting up on that rain just a little bit. So the focus right now as that cold front moves through, it's going to be San Bernardino County and also Orange County. There it is right there. Behind the front, those showers are all wrapping up, but along the front, it is still rainy. So the big story and the big question is, where is this cold front moving towards and how long is it going to stick around? So I want to bring in meteorologist Evelyn Taft. We've been working closely together tonight, Ev, and I know that over the next couple of hours, this thing's going to move out of here pretty fast.
It absolutely is. I mean, it's moving quickly, and that is good news for us. But I will tell you, it has packed a powerful punch, as you were just showing us. I mean, we're still looking at flash flood warnings across parts of Southern California. But as we get a look at your future cast right here, you will see the heavier rain continuing through Orange County and the IE. This is where we're at right now, and this is where we're headed over the next couple of hours. As we stop the clock, you will notice at 9:45, we're looking at some of the heaviest rain really pushing off into the IE and our mountain communities. And then after that, we're pretty much done, even though we're still going to see some leftover pockets of rain, but light rain and possibly, yes, even a little bit of snow. It's still high elevation mountain snow. Snow's not really the big story here. We're just seeing cold air filter in behind the front, and that's causing snow levels to drop off a little bit. So any rain turning to snow above, let's say, 7,000 feet or so. So still quite high. We're still looking at raindrops first thing in the morning, but minimal and continuing to stay pretty much dry as we move through the afternoon, with the exception of just a few, again, raindrops later in the day, but so isolated. Most of us not getting any rain whatsoever. So we've been tracking those flash flood warnings throughout the evening. We're looking at flash flood warnings for our mountain communities in the IE now. Again, we're continuing to see the heaviest rain fall in the IE, and we're talking the San Bernardino and Riverside County Mountains and Orange County. But everybody else starting to get a lot drier, as Danny was just showing us. So with that, I do want to get a look at your extended forecast. Your next weather 7-day forecast for the Basin in Orange County, 60s, staying that way, but more importantly than 60s, we're expecting dry conditions for the coming days, even getting up to the 70s next week. I do want to reiterate, even though we're going to be done with the rain, we still could see debris flows happen hours or even days after the rain, just because the ground is so saturated and it can't hold all that moisture. We crossed USGS thresholds with rain rates earlier today in burn areas, and that's why we did and still have flash flood warnings in the forecast. We are expecting to dry out quickly, though. We're going to continue to stay dry and in the 70s, at least through next week for the IE. And finally, checking in with our desert communities, the mountains and the beaches. You'll see isolated raindrops tomorrow, drying out and then warming up as we hit the weekend and as we hit next week. You'll see we'll get up to 70 degrees by Thursday, which is unbelievable. The mountains could see some flurries tomorrow, but dry the rest of the week. And the beaches, a few isolated showers before we dry out by the weekend and next week as well. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, that's what we like to see. Thanks so much, Ev. Well, in the Palisades, a major intersection turned into a small lake today.
And residents there are concerned that toxic chemicals may have flowed from destroyed homes. KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero was on the scene late this afternoon.
We are getting hammered here. I mean, we are talking within the last 5 minutes, the rain just continued to come down even harder than ever before. And we are on Chautauqua Boulevard and Sunset. All of this 2 hours ago was definitely not this raised with water. And now we walk on this sidewalk, and the closer we get to the road, again, still on the sidewalk, we are talking knee-deep water. And just to give you an idea of how dangerous conditions can get when we're talking about flash flooding, we're going to use this to explain how quickly this runoff is going and how dangerous conditions can be just in a matter of an instant. You see how quickly that ball is just going down into the street. And so just keep that in mind when heeding these warnings that things can change, and they can change rather quickly. And residents are actually taking things into their own hands, trying to clear these drains to prevent runoff from piling into streets like this one. We got a chance to talk to Nancy, and this is what she's been doing all day long. Take a listen.
Trying to get the debris, it clogs up in the drains, and there are wrappers, food, and all types of stuff, gloves that are plugging up the drain. So we're just trying to unplug it. We made it through the fire, and now we got to make it through this.
The rain's going to take all that soot, spread it around, sink it into the ground. We all need the rain. We just want it slow. We just want to ask for something we can't get. And Pacific Palisades is in real trouble.
And he's saying the Pacific Palisades is in real trouble because look at this. This is all runoff. And when we're talking about how fluid this situation is, not even 10 minutes ago, we noticed that the runoff was coming down, but it definitely wasn't pouring into this drain area. The drain is almost entirely covered up in leaves here. And that is another concern, is that toxic waste is going into the drains, onto the streets, and will potentially further delay the cleanup process, delay the cleanup efforts on behalf of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and even private contractors. At this time, private contractors are not allowed in this area. But look at these conditions. Minute by minute, they are changing as the rain continues coming down harder and harder, what seems like by the minute. We've been out here for no more than maybe 30 minutes. Just to give you an idea, my hair was almost dry when coming out here, just wringing it out. I mean, we are just drenched.
Well, more coverage of the biggest storm of the season. We're keeping an eye on all the hot spots.
And team coverage continues right after the break, so stay with us.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol.
Taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
Thoughtfully, with context, the issues that matter most.
Be part of the conversation.
America Decides. Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Exclusively on CBS News 24/7, the streaming home of CBS News.
Whatever it is you love, Paramount Plus has a mountain of it. From the biggest movies to the latest hit originals. So if The Dutton Ranch is your home away from home, if Gladiator 2 is #1 on your watch list, and if your mission is to boldly go
where no one has gone before,
then this is your place. Find your shows, your movies, your next obsession. Find your mountain on Paramount Plus.
Let's go! With the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan, you get next level action.
Everyone is watching, and I do mean everyone.
Hello, Dexter Morgan.
Next level drama.
It's the risk that makes it exciting. Welcome to the oil business.
Next level entertainment for everyone.
I know a strong case when I see it.
Let's go.
Variety is the spice of life.
Oh, did we mention it's ad-free?
You're welcome.
The Paramount Plus with Showtime plan. Stream now.
What do you know about the happy face killer?
He's my father. Every violent act is a rock dropped in water. The ripples of trauma just keep pulling everyone they touch underneath.
It's so good to see you missing.
The first ever Champions League knockout phase playoff is here. The UEFA Champions League knockout phase, streaming live exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Let's get to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk.
And Mike, you have been looking at those new debris cameras throughout the day. So how are they looking now?
Yeah, they're looking much better. I got to tell you, I was a little concerned on a couple of them for a little while. We'll jump into my computer here and I'll show you exactly where I'm looking at here. This is the one that is in the Eaton Canyon area. This is back from 1:30 this afternoon. I want to play this for you, and you'll see how very quickly the debris basin fills up. And luckily, never spilt over. There was a couple of close ones with this one in Sierra Madre, and one over in the Palisades fire. You can see when the weather moves in, everything gets really cloudy and wet. And then all of a sudden you'll see a couple of good like surges that come off the hillside. There's one, there's another, and then look, it really starts to fill up. Now, luckily it kind of reaches that point right there and then stops, and everything kind of starts to subside. We get into the night hours, and that's really where it has been ever since then. And I want to show you one more from the Sierra Madre area. Let me see where that one is, if it's still up. But that one was getting really close. That one's actually positioned on a dam where it was looking right over, here it is. And I'll play this one back for you. We'll even go back about 6 hours. You see the water flowing right through there. And then you see, look how high the water gets right on the debris, gets almost overtopping the top of the dam. Luckily, it is able to get it back under control. And we'll show that to you one more time here. And you can see where it gets so close, right almost to the top there, and then luckily starts to recede. So things got pretty hairy there for a little while. Obviously, if these dams or these catch basins overflow or have issues, that would be a huge problem. I'll show you one more over here in the Palisades area. It was these ones that we were worried about as well. And I'll just show you this really quickly before I send it back to you. This was another one that was just right at the edge of a home. You can see on the right side of the screen some of those burned down properties already. So luckily, everything worked as it should. We did not see, certainly we saw debris flows, but we did not see any major dam failures or anything like that. You guys will continue to watch those, these new tools, these new cameras that we're able to see, all thanks to the Alert California system.
All right, they've been doing the job that they're supposed to do.
Yep.
That's right.
And we appreciate that. And we
Absolutely.
appreciate actually the weather cooperating,
Yeah,
right?
it's true. As you can see from the radar, the rain is moving east now and to the south. We're going to have more coverage, though, after the break.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
How'd you do your research? I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.